Oh, hey. What's up, nerds? How's everybody doing tonight? It's not tonight for me, it's today. I'm doing a daytime stream. How does everybody feel about doing a daytime stream? I don't really do those normally. I am a nerd. We're all nerds. That's why it's a funny joke. That's why the joke is funny. You silly goof. You goof and you gaff. You got sunburns? It's a way better time for you? Nice. You love it? You can finally sleep tonight? That's good. I'm glad. Who's new? Is anyone new? I should probably show up at some point, huh? Welcome, Alex. You're DMing a game today? Sleep is for losers. Is sleep for losers? Is sleep for losers? Should probably turn the lights on, eh? They're not going to be as impactful because it's daytime hours. They'll do a little bit of something. Hi, guys. Who's here? Everybody say hi. Say hi. Derek, hello. Gallus, hello. Lord Dreamore. Future Planet. Hold Action. Joshua Ray. Oh, it's my French friend, Quelque en Doutre. We also have Blue CC, Future Planet, Shadow, Gallus Gamer, Talon Kai, Cage, Ross. What's up, Ross? Rubber Lucy. It's good to see all of you. How's it going? It's going pretty well. I'm not, this is really early for me. And it's raining outside, so I decided we had to do like really chill music today, or it wouldn't match the vibe appropriately for my world, because it's raining a lot today. This is early. It's early to be streaming. Normally, I don't start stream till like 7 at night. You have to understand, when I'm streaming is like my working hours, so I usually work nights. Today I'm working day. But I'm working day because I'm doing a very special thing at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time tonight. Tonight, I'm going to be on a show called D20 Deathmatch. And I'm very excited for it. And you guys should all come. But it's not going to be on my main channel. Oh, shh, quiet. No, tonight I'm going to be on this channel, D20 Deathmatch. And it should be a good time. The last time I was on it, I was this guy. There's me, there's little me. I'm Robbie Clark. Let me show you. If it would load. If it loaded, I could show you. Maybe it'll load one day. Who am I going to be this time? I'm still going to be Robbie Clark in The Hunger. No idea why it's not loading. What's wrong with your YouTube channel, guys? Everything else is loading. Maybe if I lower the quality? No, the quality is super fucking... The quality's potato right now. Is my bandwidth okay? Who knows, man? Who knows if my bandwidth is okay? Alright, well, it doesn't matter. You will show up. It will be there. Here, I'll actually... What I wanted to do was I wanted to link their channel. Yeah, see, this loaded immediately. So that's their channel. You should go check them out. But basically, the premise of the show is that my character, Robbie Clark, who is this little guy, is like he's like Ash Ketchum from Pokemon, except instead of him having Pokemon. He has an eldritch horror that lives in his backpack. Why is my camera so to the side? Is that all of my cameras? Yeah, it is. Oh, it's just me. I'm just to the side. That's what's happening here. There we go. There we go. That's better. That's better. Hey, what's up, everybody? Olivia, how's it going? The Lord of Fate hosts death matches for amusement, and his wacky assistant recruits all kinds of strange combatants for the show. It's fun. Yes, that is exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is. So, if you're new to the channel, say hello. Stretch. Oh my god, it's so early. I gotta wake up. So this is the wheel. This is what's left of the wheel from this week. If your piece doesn't get looked at this week, if your piece doesn't get looked at tonight or today, then you should resubmit it or submit something new to the wheel in the description of the video. Oh, I need to fucking fix the stream elements. Oh, I'm so dumb. Ugh. Okay, where is that? Is it this one? Yes, it is this one. Let me fix this. Let me fix this. Where are you, chat commands? There you are. Where are you, Homebrew? There you are. There we go. So if you go like this, let's see if it works. Aha, it worked. So if you click that link, you can submit Homebrew to be looked at this week. Ooh. So if you have Homebrew that you want me to look at, you can submit it there. I think that's the right form. Please be the right form. Yay, it's the right form. Okay, nice. Oops. Coffee Goblin sends their blessings. Nice. I wonder if the settings are still set so it's gonna do the some of it, some of the sounds, not all the sound. Guess we'll see. Looks like it is. Yeah, the wheel's nice. How was everybody's weekend, by the way? Did anybody do anything cool or weird? I went and got some fantastic Chinese food and had a crazy poop later. As I am wont to do. You know, you ran D&D. That's cool. I love a little D&D. You do need to submit your monster stat block for the wheel, and do it! We got a piece from Schwa. Alright. Let's see what Schwa brings to the table. You vibed with your brothers playing D&D? That's fun. Crazy dreams. I have to say something about dreams, and I feel like you guys are probably going to agree with me. Maybe you're not going to agree with me. But do you guys feel like when somebody starts describing their dreams to you, you immediately don't care what's in it because it's a dream? It's like it's nothing. It doesn't mean something. You know what I mean? Like, anything can happen in a dream. And dreams are so evocative to the self. But to the other, they're just like, whatever. And on top of them being whatever to the other person, it's, I guess it does. I mean, yeah, maybe if the other person dreams about you, you're more interested because you're like, oh, what do they think of me? But nah, I just don't give a shit about dreams ever. And it's very similar to D&D, where it's like if you are talking to somebody else about your D&D game or cool things that you did in D&D, it's sort of like, okay. No, they're pretty funny. I guess. The thing is, Olivia, if you can, because dreams are so limitless, it sort of feels like nothing is impressive or surprising because anything can happen. That's how I feel about it. Like, if you're in a situation where things are truly limitless, then nothing is particularly evocative or special because it's just limitless. Anything can happen. It's the same with why like in movies with ghosts or monsters, if the ghost and the monster's powers are sort of undefined and they can just do whatever they want to keep the story going, it's like it's a little tedious. You love dream stories? Oh, you're crazy. That's nuts. I get so bored of dream stories. And it's the same as D&D. I like hearing about D&D from the perspective of like, this is a thing that we tried to do, or like, here's a character I'm trying to build. But when somebody says like, oh, our D&D seems so cool, like we killed 30 dragons and now we're friends with this lich and we have a spaceship, it's like, okay, man, none of that is impressive. It's just what happened because it's the game you're playing. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. It seems like there's a lot of folk here that are interested in dreams. You think that people who are good storytellers in general will only tell us dreams that are interesting? I gotta tell you, man, I think we just got to agree to disagree, my guy. I have never, the only time I've heard an interesting dream story was in like a horror movie where the dream was like doing something sort of supernatural. Like there is a Radiolab episode on lucid dreaming, and there are some interesting dream stories there, but that's because they're not really dream stories. They're very surreal, you know? I'm sure your dreams are wild. Everyone's dreams are wild. That's my point. That's my whole point. You know? Let's do homebrew. Quiet, future planet. You must be new. If I'm not allowed to get distracted, I get grumpy. If I get grumpy, I get mean. And if I get mean, oh, it's trouble. You will say good DMing advice. Use dreams in your games. You could do that. You THC a lot, so you don't have a ton of dreams when you do? I hear that. You don't like him when he's angry? I'm probably not gonna get angry this stream. I might. We'll see. We'll see how much garbage I have to sift through. I will say that I'm changing the rules I'm changing the homebrew rules a little bit for the upcoming for the future. I keep changing them a little bit to try to make it more of a manageable stream, because as we get more people, I feel like I want to be able to make sure we're getting to people's, that we're not leaving too many people in the dust. But one of the things that I'm going to start doing is I'm not going to read your whole piece if I don't want to. Now, I already had that rule for really long pieces. So like if you send me a class or a campaign setting or something like that, I'm probably going to read like a little bit. But we're extending that to everything. So if you have a warlock subclass and the first level feature takes a really long time to read and understand, we might just talk about the first level feature. We might not read the whole thing. Yeah, so that's going to be how it goes in the future. So again, don't feel like I'm not judging you if I decide not to read your whole piece. What I'm judging is how much work I think the piece needs based on as much as I've read. And sometimes things just need a little chunk of work. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's take a look at this schwa item. Hey, Cinder. Back another mundane magic item for the newbie wizards in my world to create as enchanting practice. Oh, back with. That makes it make more sense. Hope you like this one as much as the last. All right, let's take a look. I do really like mundane items. Mundane items are a lot of fun. Here it is in chat. The One Piece is real, and we are going to find it, and I'm going to be king of the pirates. You're all in my crew if you want. You just got to make sure you share. You make sure you're following your dreams, and you figure out how to fight. That's all I need. You gotta want to follow your dreams, and you gotta want to be a good pirate, and you gotta want to fight. You don't have to want to fight. You have to be good at fighting, or at least reasonably good at it. The Unspillable Goblet. Wondrous common item. Clumsiness has been solved with magic. When this goblet is set down, it cannot be knocked over. It can still be lifted and poured as normal. Ooh. Now here's the question. Here's the question. Hey, Butt Poncho. Here's the question. I like this common magic item, but chat, is there a way we can do, are there any shenanigans we could pull with this? Because it is future planet. This is sort of a minor, it's a very minor immovable rod to a certain extent. So what I'm wondering is what you could do to mess with it. I have an idea. Yeah, doorstop. If you put it in front of a door, what would happen? Would it, you know what? Maybe it would just slide along the floor and it still would be up. The chat's a bit weird. What do you mean the chat's weird? Chat looks normal to me. A tower of goblets that can't be moved. Then it slides, but you can't tilt it. This is an artifact under the right conditions. Juggle with wine. Even the immovable rod has a weight limit. That's a good point. I think probably what I would do is I would just say it can't spill. I would just say it doesn't spill. You know what you could do? Like the goblet, you could even make it so the goblet has like a command word. So when you say the command word and then no liquid will spill out of the goblet, and then you say the other command word and then it can. So you could like say the command word, put it down, say it again, pick it up. Or you could just say it can't spill. This magical goblet can't spill. Liquid will only leave it when it is poured out or drunk out intentionally. That could work. This is kind of a funny item. I like it. I do think it does speak to the nature of D&D shenanigans, though. When you put something as profound as this in it, it cannot be knocked over. Like, that's a pretty powerful, just sort of like, boom, done feature to put on something because of how creative and chaos people get, you know? I like it, though. It's a pretty solid little item. All right, let's give Schwa a little round of applause. You would try to think of how it's made. That makes sense. Thank you, Schwa. Wonderful little common item. Very interesting. I think it does. I do think it probably needs a little bit more of a limit than just can't be knocked over, but I do like it quite a bit. How about this? No liquid can be spilled from it, but you can drink from it. You could say something like that. I mean, the semantics of how you write that sentence aren't going to be huge, so long as you clarify that the main thing that's being affected by the cup is the liquid inside it, not the way the cup is interacting with the world. Or if you do want to make it the way the cup is interacting with the world, you have to clarify a bit more to make sure it can't be used in shenanigans ways. I think, honestly, I think being used in shenanigan ways is mostly fine. I just think that it shouldn't be on a common item if it's very easy to use for shenanigan ways. Because if it's a common item, that means you could really realistically get a bunch of them. Especially in like a mid-high magic game, you know? The liquid can only leave the goblet when a command word is spoken. Why not, though? Why not? Why not what? If a liquid stays when the goblet is upside down, what if liquid stays when the goblet is upside down? That's sort of what I was thinking initially. It's essentially like a lid. That was the way I was imagining it. It's a common item that essentially creates a lid. Yeah, you love this creator for making silly common items. Listen, I would much rather, and I'm gonna, this is to all of you creators out there. I would much rather read a well-designed common magic item, uncommon magic item, rare magic item than I would very rare legendary artifact. And I would much rather read a CR1 monster than a CR20 monster. Low tier stuff, I think, is much more interesting to design most of the time. And I also think it trains you to be a better writer and a better designer. I think if you get really good at writing low tier stuff, you're going to get a lot better at writing high tier stuff. And I think if you only write high tier stuff, you maybe will get good at writing high tier stuff, but you're probably not going to get good at writing low tier stuff. And there's a not small chance you're not going to get good at writing high tier stuff either. It's sort of like I used to wrestle. I was a wrestler in high school. And when you're a wrestler, you practice the basics all the time, over and over and over and over and over again. You would do a shot, and a shot is like the basic move where you're basically just trying to grab someone by the legs, pick them up, and slam them down. And we would practice shots, I don't know, 50 times a day at least, or more. And it wasn't even the move that you did all the time, but it was important to know those basics so that you could know anything else. And if you could master those basics, you could master a lot of other stuff a lot more easily. Yeah, I wrestled for a while. I liked wrestling. Well, to be fair, let me rephrase it. I liked the sport of wrestling. I really did not like the competitiveness of wrestling, and I did not like how intense the workouts were. I was never super keen on the intensity of the workouts. Is it like beginner's mind idea for Aikido? I've never done Aikido, so I don't know what beginner's mind idea is, but probably. You went to one practice and bailed? Yeah, in my high school, when my high school wrestling team was notorious for being very rough. So when I joined my high school wrestling team, there were 22 or 23 freshmen that joined, and I was one of 4 that didn't quit. Everyone else quit. And I'd like to say I didn't quit. Because I was tough and I was bold and brave. But that's not why I didn't quit. I didn't quit because my parents wouldn't let me not quit. That is the only reason. The only reason I didn't quit is because my parents made me stay. Because it was not fun. It did have fun. It was fun in moments. I liked being good at wrestling once I got good at it. And I liked learning wrestling. And I liked the parts of practice where we were learning the moves and practicing the moves. But the, like, sprinting up bleachers and the... there was, like, crazy workout stuff we would do that was just It was just hectic. Yeah, I wish I could... I wasn't allowed to use any Eldritch appendages. No Eldritch appendages allowed. You did color guard in high school, but you had to quit because of emotional abuse. Sheesh. That sucks. If it makes you feel better, the captain of my wrestling team was really racist, and it was scary. That makes you feel better. Not my coach. The coach was fine. I guess he wasn't fine if he didn't deal with that. Maybe in hindsight, he should have dealt with that. Whatever. All right, Gladriel. Gladihedral, actually. I'm creating a little compendium of wind spells. I feel like a lot of the existing wind magic spells in D&D feel very similar. They do, I agree. So here's my attempt to remedy that. It's not complete yet. You've only got a completed cantrip and first level spell. But if you have time for more, please review Headwind. Alright, so we'll look at Headwit, and then we'll look at the cantrip, maybe. Color Guard is correct me if I'm wrong, but Color Guard is sort of somewhere between... It's like between dance and marching band. It like sits somewhere between being a dancer and being in marching band, where you are like with the marching band, but you're holding giant flags and you're like dun 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 dun. Here, I'll show you so you guys understand. You're like dun 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 dun. Right? Isn't that Color Guard? Dun 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 dun. I'm pretty sure that's Color Guard. A lot of the spells in 5e can be reflavored. Maelstrom can be ooze, sand, wind. Oh, that's very true. In fact, that's also often some of the best ways to make a character feel unique is to just reflavor spells. I think one of the easiest reflavorings is changing the druid from a nature magic person to a eldritch horror magic person, because most of druid magic can very easily be reflavored into something cosmic or something slimy or something tentacly. You should look up competition level because it can be very exciting for D&D. Competition level color guard. Primal Savagery really well, but even spells like Entangle, right? Entangle is all these vines come up out of the ground and wrap around people, just make them tentacles. Boom. Lemon squeezy. It's 36 degrees there. That is really hot. If you're in Celsius. If you're doing Fahrenheit, that's not that hot. If you're doing Kelvin, that's really hot. Or maybe it's really cold. It's something if you're doing Kelvin. I wound Maypole with a girl in color guard. I learned to waltz so she wouldn't beat you up with that flag. There you go. That's nice. I had to learn to waltz for a play that I was in. Let's take a look at Headwind. First level evocation. 90-foot range. You're in Brazil. I don't know what it is about you Brazilians, but you guys find me. It's like there's a couple countries that I have fans in or people in that are not America, and it's like the Dutch, the Germans, a little bit of the French, and the Brazilians. But why is it so many Brazilians? I have no idea. I want to go to Brazil so badly. This is the thing about Brazil. This is my I'm going to judge Brazil right now, okay? I'm going to judge it. Here's my judgment of Brazil. You have music that is so good, and you have people that are so beautiful. So I just want to go there. I want to dance to music and be like, I want to stand next to a bunch of beautiful people and be like, hey, I'm probably the American in this room. I guess you're American too. See, that's what I do. I say that, and then I look like a real shithead. That's the American that's the United States of America, American way. You're the same time zone as me? Yeah, but you're not in Brazil. I'm in Brazil. I'm gonna be in Brazil one day. You're Scottish? Oh man, I used to. Can I do it? Do I know anything in a bad Scottish accent? I don't think so. Let's look at this spell, Headwind. Y'all getting me all distracted. 90-foot range. You alter the current of air. I don't like this song. You alter the currents of air around one creature within range to harry them, making it difficult to aim. For the duration, the target makes ranged attacks with disadvantage. I think you can just say ranged attacks. I don't think you need to say ranged attack rolls, but it's fine. Interesting. How do you guys feel about this? Concentration, first level spell. You can mark a target, and the target has disadvantage on ranged attacks. It seems underpowered. I don't know if it's underpowered or not. The thing is, getting disadvantage is easy. It's easy to make a creature have disadvantage on attacks against you. I don't know if it's easy to make a creature have disadvantage on all attacks. You would make it second level? That's interesting, because some people are saying it's underpowered. I feel like, I don't know if I'd make it second level. I'd probably leave it at first. You feel like you could make a group of targets in a small range? This seems really underpowered. What if it was... Just remove the concentration. I wouldn't remove the concentration just because it lasts a minute. I feel like it's a long time to make someone automatically have disadvantage. Does it count for magic attacks? Sure. It's attack rolls. So all ranged attack rolls. That's not a bad idea, though. Maybe making it weapon attacks could be a way to change it, focus it a little bit. But I like it. I think it's pretty straightforward. I'm trying to think of, like, how does this compare to other, how does this compare, like, what other, you know, with blah, 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 blah. First level spells. Dismiss. Does the Altered Wind affect missiles as well? I think it really only affects the target. But I mean, like, if you're looking at some of the other things we get for first level spells, we're getting Bless, we're getting Bane. You know, we're getting a lot of good stuff. Command. I think the main thing about this spell that makes it a little bit stronger is the range. The range is 90 feet. So to be able to get someone to have disadvantage from 90 feet away is pretty good, I think. First level ranged attack, when you upcast it, it targets additional creatures. I agree. That it should definitely be able to be upcast to target additional creatures. Big agree. Why would you make it have a range of self? Or touch? Why would you do either of those? Kind of defeats the purpose of it, no? It could affect very powerful spells. I feel like no save makes it very strong. Oh, you know what? That's so interesting. I didn't even notice the no save. I didn't even notice that. Huh. It should have a saving throw, for sure. It should have a saving throw. What do you guys think the save is against wind? Would it be strength? I don't know if it would be dex. Dex is like avoiding something. Dex is like, shoo. I feel like it would be strength because you're like persevering in the wind. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. No, it's definitely not dex. It's definitely a strength saving throw for sure. So yeah, make this a strength saving throw and maybe make it so it doesn't affect spells. It just affects ranged attacks or ranged weapon attacks. We got some folks in the chat saying it's too strong against spells. I feel like the strongest spells usually don't require attack rolls anyway, so it's less of a big deal. The strongest spells are usually saving throws, but I see the point. I see the logic. What's up, Gallus Gamer? Charisma, reason with the wind. You could limit it to physical damage. The way you would do that is you would limit it to weapon attacks. That's how you would do the physical stuff. You would limit it to weapon attacks. You could suffocate them if you manipulate the air. Michael, that's not how this spell works. In D&D, just so you know, and you don't need to like this, but it is the assumption we make when we are reviewing D&D things. Because if you don't make this assumption, then there is genuinely no point to giving anyone any advice ever. So why do anything? But the assumption that we go off of is that the spell or ability or the item does exactly what's written. It does nothing more, nothing less. And if you don't go off that assumption, if you go off of, well, you're manipulating the wind, so logically, you should be able to do this, 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 and this, suddenly, you are dramatically shifting the intention of the creator in a way that not only is the spell doing not what they wanted it to do, so it's not what the design intention is, but you're going to be really overwhelmingly making it really much stronger in a way that doesn't make sense and won't be the assumption for most games. You gotta go? All right, horror dude, bro. Yeah, I like Headwind. I think it's solid. Just do the changes that we said. Make it a saving throw. Make it ranged weapon attacks. The English teacher approach? It's not even the English teacher approach. It's literally the way the game is designed. And you can always change things for your home game, but you should never design something with the assumption that someone is going to know to make that change that you want to make for your home game. The thing is, whenever you're writing Homebrew, and I think we have some new people here, so I can repeat myself with this. That's fine. Whenever you're writing Homebrew, the goal of Homebrew, the goal of your Homebrew, should be that if you were to put it in an envelope and send it out into the world and some random person that was wanting to play D&D found it and opened the envelope and read your spell, your item, your subclass, they would be excited by it. They would understand exactly what it's supposed to do, and they would be able to implement it in their game without changing their game dramatically. English teachers infer way more from the creator. Oh, I see. I see. I don't know. I think it depends on the English teacher. But clarity is the most important thing because it's all we have. And like a lot of this stuff is up to interpretation, but the better you can write, the better you can get at writing more clearly, the stronger your writing is going to be. And that's going to be the kind of stuff that might help you in your D&D life, but it's also just going to help you in your human life. Like it's just going to be one of those things that makes you a better writer in general. Enjoying Baldur's Gate 3 on console. Nice. What are you really want to access more clothes, dyes, etc. Advice? I have no idea. I don't know how to do. Go find them. Go get more clothes, dye. Go get them. Cutting Gale. 1 action, range 60 feet. You manifest blades of air that surround and lacerate your target. Make a ranged spell attack against the target. On a hit, they take 1d4 slashing damage, and blades surround them until the end of your next turn. On your next turn, as a bonus action, you can cause the blades to cut your target again, taking 1d4 additional slashing damage. I think that, okay, here's what I'll say. I think that this is mostly fine. I think that the improvement of damage should not happen on both. It should not be applied to both instances of damage. I disagree with that pretty strongly. Because that makes this thing go from a thing that deals on average of a d8 to now it's going to be dealing double damage of most cantrips. And sure, it requires a bonus action to proc that second part, but I still disagree with that. So I probably would drop the both instances here. You really like that it increases both? I think it's just going to be too strong. I don't know. D4s are really weak until you double them, and then there's better than a D8. Oh, yeah. That's my main thought about that one. Boop. All right, let's give Gladihedral a round of applause. Oh, thank you, thank you. Gladihedral. Okay, now we're doing like Christmas music. I need to figure out. We need to change this music up a little bit. We need to get to a. What if we just go here? This is okay. I kind of wanted to do more like chill guitar-y kind of stuff. This is fine. We can live here, I guess. I don't want to live here. What happens if I type that? Maybe here, maybe here, maybe here. Let us do... Yeah, we'll just live here for a little bit. Ooh. All right. Thank you, Glad. Angel, hello. Squid. Butt Poncho, no. The wheel, you had all week to submit to this wheel. If you haven't submitted to the wheel by before this stream, I don't know what to tell you. But now you can submit to the next week's wheel if you want to. I might have looked at this already. Feel like I looked at this already. I looked at this already. All right, Squid. Bye. Thank you, though. It's been really busy. Yeah. Sorry. Next time. That's why we do this more than once. That's why it's a part of the channel. Arcade. I think I looked at your piece already, too. Let's take a look just to make sure, because I don't remember if I did or if I didn't. Grave Muck. I don't think I looked at this. The wheels are getting busier. It's the nature of the game. But, as I've said before and I'll say again, I am not your editor. I am a guide on a train through the strange and mysterious forest. So if your piece gets looked at, what a wonderful thing. And if your piece doesn't get looked at, maybe there's some bit of entertainment to gleam along the way. You think this is Christmas music? I thought the music with the bells and shit was Christmas music. This is just guitar. This is just a guitar. Why is this Christmas music? What kind of Christmas you got? I'm a critic. I'm a critique. Howdy, Dark Steel Panda. What's up? What's up, Jathan? No, you don't. I don't know what you said was wrong, but don't worry about it. All good, my guy. It's Christian-y? I don't know. I'm not Christian, so I don't usually assume things to be Christian-y, but you're probably a better judge of that than I am. Grave Muck. Grave Muck. It's a large ooze. CR5. Sounds like the ending credits to Age of Empire 3. I'll take that. Nowadays, anything with chimes is... There's no chimes in this. Maybe there's chimes in this. I don't know. I'm just clicking random stuff, guys. I don't know what I'm doing with my life. Oozes are some of the coolest monsters. I agree. I love oozes. Oh, there's a bunch of oozes here. We're only going to look at the top one, the Grave Muck, because that was the one you asked. 14 armor class, 85 hit points, 20-foot movement, 20-foot climb. Okay, so far it's very similar to like a black pudding. Let's see what we're getting into. Immune to necrotic and poison. It's immune to a bunch of that sort of stuff. It has some interesting... It has 3 features. Dearly departed, wails of the damned, and of the grave. A creature... Go to Synthwave? Why? No, man. Synthwave is for nighttime when I need to be pumped up. I'm chilling. It's raining outside. Everybody calm down. I'm not trying to ride the electric train right now. I'm trying to sit and drink my coffee. My light just turned off. Why did my light just turn off? This thing is supposed to be charging. Why aren't you charging? Guys, what am I doing with my life? Let's fix it. That'll do something, hopefully. A little bit of light still. Let's ignore the music. He's not a music reviewer. I could be a music reviewer. Oh, don't call me sexy or smart. That's so weird. I'm definitely neither of those things. But look, if the music's too calm for you, I apologize. It's what I want to listen to right now. If you guys want, we can. If you want to rebel against it, and we can play more hype stuff later. Okay. Dearly departed, a creature whose spirit of a deceased loved one is influenced by the Grave Muck makes saving throws against the Grave Muck at disadvantage. What? A creature whose spirit... What is this supposed to mean? A creature whose spirit of a deceased loved one is influenced by the... What the fuck do you mean? What are you trying to say here? Chat, translate this for me. I know it ties into the later stuff, but that is not a right way to write a sentence. I don't need to read the other stuff to understand that that sentence doesn't make any sense. A creature whose spirit of a deceased loved one. That's the part that I'm having issue with. A creature whose spirit of a deceased loved one. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Do you mean a creature whose loved one was consumed by the grave muck? A creature whose deceased loved one is influenced the grave muck. You're just typing the sentence again. If the grave muck has a soul of a loved one, a player character gives of a player character, the character has disadvantage on saves. A creature whose loved one recently passed. I think the grave muck can take the spirit of the deceased person. Their loved ones are affected. Yeah, I agree, Olivia. That's, I think, what they're trying to say, but this is not the way to say that. This is a confusing fucking sentence. Let's keep going, but I do think this has to say something like if the grave muck has consumed the soul, a creature's soul, any of that creature's loved ones make saving throws against the grave muck at disadvantage. Something like that. Something like that. Wails of the Damned. The grave muck constantly vocalizes a cacophony of whispers, screams, and laughter. Creatures that start their turn within 30 feet of the grave muck must succeed on a DC 16 Wisdom saving throw, or take 2d6 psychic damage and become frightened for 1 minute. On a success, they take half damage and are not frightened. A creature that can't hear the wails automatically succeeds on the saving throw. Affected creatures can repeat the save at the start of each of their turns. If they are successful, they're immune for 24 hours. So basically, it is a 30-foot aura of psychic damage and fear. Okay? The grave muck is affected. This is of the grave. The grave muck is affected by spells and effects that target the undead. Additionally, targeting the grave muck with Speak with the Dead allows the caster to decipher its wails of the damned and open a line of communication with the spirits influenced by the grave muck. Again, we don't know what the fuck that means. Stop using that language. Change it. The grave muck understands one language the caster speaks for the duration, and the cast is not restricted by the rules of Speak with the Dead. What does that mean? I would not say it's not restricted by those rules. I would clarify what it now does, because not being restricted by those rules doesn't really mean anything, because it's not really rules. It just does a very specific thing. Speak with Dead is not speak with animals. It doesn't just let you talk. It's a very specific way that it works. So does this mean that you can ask any number of questions? Does this mean, like, what rules do you not follow? So you got to clarify that. And you don't even necessarily need to clarify it by saying what all of those things are. You need to clarify it by saying, like, what it does. It means it's not 5 questions. I know it means it's not 5 questions, but what else does it mean? Does it mean anything else, or does it just mean you can ask infinite questions? During this time, the caster can make a DC 15 Charisma Persuasion check to pacify the grave muck. Once pacified, the spirits influencing the grave muck depart to their final resting place. Again, don't use this language, influencing. It's really not helping you. When the grave muck is reduced to 0 hit points and has not been pacified, it melts and vanishes. It reforms in 1d4 plus 1 days. All right, that's pretty cool. I like that. I like that feature a lot. Does multi-attack. I'm gonna punch all of you in the brain. Chat, you're all idiots. Which one of you said that Dearly Departed would make sense once I read the other features? Who said that? You're wrong. Just so you know, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're just wrong. I love you, but you're wrong. Unless, I'll tell you what. if I read Necrosis Slime, and Necrosis Slime Spray very clearly explains the mechanics of being influenced by, then I will eat a whole crow in front of you. But if it doesn't, then you need to eat a whole crow, and you need to stop making goddamn assumptions. I hate how much you guys make assumptions. Please don't do that. Or if you're gonna do it, just don't do it with so much confidence. The Grave Muck sprays slime out of itself in a 15-foot cone. Also, the pseudopod attack the damage is really low. This should do more necrotic damage. This is a CR5 monster. It should be doing a lot more than 2d6 plus 4 damage with its attack. It should be doing a lot more than that. The Grave Muck sprays slime out of itself in a 15-foot cone. All creatures in range must make a DC 12 dex saving throw. Why is the DC 12 here and the DC 15 here? On a failure, a creature takes 4d6 necrotic damage and is coated in a thick layer of slime. On a success, the creature takes half damage and is not coated in slime. When a creature is covered in slime, it cannot regain its hit points. Affected creatures can use their action to remove the slime. Gosh darn it. All of you need to eat a bunch of crow right now. All of you need to eat crow. We still haven't learned what the fuck it means to be influenced by a creature. I thought I was about to eat some crow because I thought we were going to get something about where creatures covered in slime would become influencing the Grave Muck, but no. So, the main feedback that I have for you is this mechanic is confusing, and it's not even confusing, it just doesn't mean anything. Like, we need to, it's like you're giving us part of a puzzle, and you're using really weird language to make that part of the puzzle. James Taylor says lots of monsters have different saves in their stats. Dragons, Frightening Presence, and Breath Weapon, for example. I'm not saying that it's not okay to have different saves. I'm asking the person, or you a chat, why a 12 here and why a 15 here? I'm genuinely asking the question. Because personally, I would move that around. This monster has a 2 charisma and a 5 intelligence. And a 14 wisdom. Okay? Why is this the high number? Its attacks use its strength. Okay? So why is this using a lower number? Its highest stat is its strength, which is tied to its attacks. So, in the same way that monsters use... I know it's using different stats, James. My God. James Taylor. Why would it use Dex? That don't make no sense. It's using strength for all its other attacks. I'm saying think about why it's using what stats. You silly goof. It should use its con? I kind of agree, actually. Yeah, I agree. We have no doubt here, or no benefit. Gelatinous cubes don't split. Yeah, lots of slimes don't split. Lots of slimes don't split. I think it's a cool idea. I like the Whales of the Damned. I like the fact that you can cast that you can use Speak with the Dead to pacify it. I think that's very, very fun. I think that you got to clarify this core mechanic a little bit. And it needs to do more damage. Come on now. All right. So, anyway. Thank you. Arcade. Interesting idea. Little undead monster. Let's give Arcade a round of applause. I don't give any creative writing pieces the benefit of the doubt and critique. No, the point is not to. The point of this is not to give the benefit of the doubt. If we were doing the benefit of the doubt, it would be called Cinder looks at your homebrew and says, "Good job," which technically I do, but there's a lot in the middle. I usually say "good job." Sometimes I don't. There's fun stuff going on, but the soul influencing needs to go or needs reworking. Yeah, I agree. Someone feels special. Everyone should feel special. Well, Chucky Darwin, I don't really care if you do a shitty job if you try. Like, the whole point of this is to get better at writing. So if you're putting your energy in to try to get better at writing, and you're trying to grow as a creator, and you're putting your passion in, then I still think it's a good job, just by the very nature that you gave it a go. You just want it to help. You're not trying to stop the critique, but some of your ideas won't lead anywhere. None of my ideas never lead anywhere. What would you name a small beast with big illusions? You're looking for advice, adjectives mainly. Hoobadooba, Uncle Park, Elabat. I would call it the wriggling farfel. I would call it chocolate. I would call it the big little, the little big, the ice cream sandwich, capital punishment. Maybe you call it capital punishment. Bazooka. This is my first homebrew. Came up with the idea after finding the existing 5e crafting rules a bit vague. You spelled vague wrong. A bit vag. A bit vag. Hey, this is a PG-13 show. Calm down. I don't hate weird monster names. Did I say that? I don't hate anything. You make a rouge subclass? Yeah, I like a good rouge. Learning how to accept criticism is a small thing. It's brave. The best thing to do is keep at it. Take everything you can and use it to make your storytelling better in all kinds of ways. Exactly, hold action. That is, you're preaching. You're preaching, man. Preach. I don't hate monks. I hate the way that most people make monks. I feel like most people, this is not true, by the way, what I'm saying, and I acknowledge that, but I do feel like most people make monks and they're just like, how do I make a monk good? And that's not what you should be thinking about when you're trying to make a monk subclass. You should be thinking about what's a cool idea that I have. And the idea needs to be different than make monk good. You're back? What did you miss? Oh, you missed a lot. It might fall into it. You sometimes type monster instead of monster in the timestamps. Yeah, we also get a lot of monks. So it's like, on the other side of it is, if I'm reading the same type of thing 10 times in a row, I get way less patient with that sort of thing. So it's also just that. If you want me to look at something and have fresh eyes and be like, ooh, try to send me something that isn't a monk or an artificer, and I'll be so happy. Or a paladin. I like paladins, but you guys just, that's all the only things you send me anymore. I love Remoraz. No, I don't hate the name Remoraz. I was just talking about Remoraz because they're one of my favorite monsters. I was probably getting frustrated because I couldn't spell it. So what are we looking at here? A crafting system? All right, I'm going to be real honest with you. I'm going to read the beginning of it, and I'm going to tell you if I like the introduction, and then we're going to stop. Okay, let's see. Item crafting. Crafting is an art that melds skill, material, and sometimes even magic. To be able to craft an item, you have one of the following: knowledge of the item's formula, proficiency with the required tools, suitable ingredients. Certain items may require special ingredients. Finally, an item may be completed after sufficient progress. And then you're breaking down all of these. All right. An item's formula represents the knowledge. Okay, let's get into the mechanics of it. All of this is good. I like this. The layout is nice. Having the little bullets with the bolded of the phrase, then having the little drop down of each phrase sort of broken down more clearly. This is good. This is a good way to do it. Where do we get into the mechanics of how to do it? Ingredients. Is it progress? I always have a hard time with these sorts of pieces because this is something I would never use in my game. And my players would never use it either. Because it's just so different than the way we play D&D. Here's an idea. An artificer with a book. He is an what? No, why would an artificer... Just make that a wizard. You're literally just describing a wizard. Why not just make a wizard? In fact, why not just make a scribe wizard? They exist already. Yeah, I know it's true, you silly goof. Yeah, I mean, let's look. I'm not going to do a deep dive into this. That's not going to be interesting for me. I'm sorry. But I do think that from the base lookout of scanning your piece, I will say that I think it is formatted really nicely. It seems like you're breaking things down clearly. And I like that you are including all of the stuff that is needed. And I don't really have much more to say than that, is that it looks pretty good, and I don't want to read it. You like it? It's articulate and everything makes sense? Yeah, it seems really straightforward and solid. Like, I genuinely think if I was going to give feedback on this, I'd have to, like, break down the nitty-gritty stuff and see, like, oh, are the formulas balanced based on the things they can make? Or are you making it clear enough what sort of items you can craft and how much they cost and all of that? And, like, does it become equal for a game? Which, to be honest, is, like, pretty difficult to balance just because every game is a little different. In one game, 10 gold might be worth a lot more than in another game, etc. So the thing that I'm mostly looking for when I'm looking at this piece is clarity and organization, both of which seem pretty solid. It does feel a lot to add X times D20 to a roll. I don't even know where it says that, but I agree that is a lot wherever it says that. Hey, Pat, what's up, my guy? How are you doing? Yeah, so there you go. Bazooka. Thank you very much. Very well organized. Looks interesting. Is it balanced? I don't know. Is there a feature that makes you really add X time? Where are you adding the X times D20? Which feature was that in? I kind of want to see that one specific part. Chat, where is it? He's using X as a variable, and it is in the crafting check? Okay. Where's the crafting check? This is why I don't like these kinds of things. Like, I don't want to spend the reason why I don't like using this is I don't want to do this like in game. And this is what just happens if I was trying to use it. It would just be happening in game. I'd be pausing my game so my players and I could like hunt through it. That page, you fucking crazy. Look, there's titles. What fucking title is it under? Jesus Christ, the green box. Okay, thank you. Who said that? Butt Poncho, you win $1 million. To perform a crafting check, a player rolls a d20 and adds the result to the progress. That is not a multiplier, guys. That's fine. Under progress? I see no multiplier. I think you guys are just misreading. Oh, a d20 plus it just makes sense. That's just how you do rolls. All right. Well, anyway, thank you, Bazooka. I do think that if I was going to include crafting in my game, I think that this would be an excellent system to do that with. It's at the very least a great place to start. The thing is, I don't know if it would be balanced for my game. It really depends on how much the players wanted to use it and how powerful I like it. We just have to try it to see. I think that it would kind of, yeah, it would depend on the game and how much time it ate up. But I think it's a neat idea. It's formatted enough and it's written in such a way that if I handed this to my players, they could just use it, which was nice. There would be very little we would need to figure out. You love the idea of people making crafting systems. I just don't want to read them. I want to read them for... I don't really want to read them either, but I know players want to read them if they're using them in their home games. Oh, man. Ivy. Oh, Ivy, I might have looked at your piece already this week, too. Forgot to refresh the wheel appropriately. I fucked it up. Fey-Pact Warlock. Huh. Oh, you used the Fey-Pact Warlock as a soft guide. I was going to say, there is a Fey-Pact Warlock. What are we looking at? Did I look at this? I think I looked at this one already. Yeah, I looked at this one already. The main feedback that I get for this one is that making somebody unconscious is a lot stronger because of the auto crit feature, so you got to temper that. All right, so we looked at that already, Ivy. It's a very fun idea, but we ain't going to look at it again. Click. Your monk was obsessed with herbal potions. You're not a med student? All right, I think Patrick's going to join us for a bit. Let me call him. See if he's around. See if he picks up the phone. Zealous. Zealous, did I look at your piece? Why do I feel like... What did I fuck it? Did I just fuck the wheel accidentally? Alright, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Still a work in progress. You're a bit stuck. Oh, okay. Okay, interesting. Okay, so what we're going to be looking at right now is maybe not a whole piece. It's fine. Pat, I can't hear you. You're not on the call. Maybe my headphones aren't plugged in correctly. Give me 1 second. That's probably what it is. Talk for a second.
Hello.
Hello. Talk for a second.
Really?
There we go. I can hear you now.
Okay, cool. How's it going?
It's going good. How are you doing?
Good. I'm good. Aside from Discord being fucky all the time.
Also, yeah. Well, I'm the whole. I don't know.
I have no idea.
The wheel got messed up.
Yeah, man, it's one of those days. Maybe Mercury's in Gatorade or some shit.
No, I missed half of what chat said. Oi, okay. Drowling.
Ooh, we're looking at a drowling.
How are you doing today, Patrick?
I'm good. It's a Sunday, you know. We're chilling. We're hanging out.
You're hanging out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Vibing.
1 second. Okay, the drowling. So this is an unfinished piece. Just so we know, I believe it's a creature type. Perhaps a drow noble made a deal with a demon only to find their offspring had terrible qualities. I would not start your sentence like this. I wouldn't say,
very
okay,
passive.
Let's just see. Perhaps you, a drow, sold your soul to the world. There's even possibility that whatever your origins you are. So this is so funny. I'm going to say something that I've said 1,000 times, but it's true.
Yeah.
Whenever I see a paragraph that's like this, where it's like, some creatures are like this, other creatures are like this, or maybe this happened, and then maybe this happened, and then maybe that happened, I always immediately go to the very last sentence, And the last sentence should be the first sentence every single time.
Yep, every time. It's called burying the lead, and everybody always does it.
Yeah, so stop burying it. And if I were you, I would maybe get rid of this whole paragraph and just start with this. You are a creature unlike either your parents or any of your ancestors. And then I probably, instead of saying perhaps, I would just talk about what that means. Madraling's appearance is almost always absent of color. Vibrant color, hues of grays, green, blah, 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 blah. Are we getting anything else about them other than the way they look? Impressive horns curled back. Some share features with their infernal heritage. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so basically they're just tiefling drow. Is what we're looking at here? Okay. A mix of the two stigmatized races, Drowlings are considered the worst of the worst. And I would drop all this shit. I feel like it's such in bad taste. I actually banned someone from the server for I gotta not be so. I have to be less personal in my Discord. I banned someone because I got into an argument with them about why drow are racist, and they were like, "Drow aren't racist," and I'm like, "Drow are pretty fucking racist."
They're pretty fucking racist.
And I was just talking, I ended up having a whole conversation where I was like, dude, they are like hypersexualized, evil. It's like they are the way that racist people viewed black people in the 80s and the 70s and still now. I basically got into a whole, and it was the idea, it's like, you know, you can have drow. You can do whatever you want, but I would just, you know, we don't have to stick to this kind of, I don't know. We don't have to stick to this kind of flavor. I don't know. It's in bad taste.
What is the value of introducing a stigmatized race? This is a conversation that I have all the time with content creators and even players at my table. Like, you know, if you're interested in telling a story about stigmatization, about what is effectively racism, that is maybe a thing you can do well, but you have to ask yourself why you want to tell that story, why you want that as set dressing for your narrative. Mm-hmm. It probably doesn't need to be there.
Somebody, Butt Poncho brings up an interesting point, which I actually think is a lore point that's worth saying. You should probably, if you want them to be specifically demonic or specifically, like infernal implies devils in D&D, not demons. So I don't know if you want this to be, but the first sentence you say is demon. So in D&D, this is a place where I actually think you can deep dive the lore, because I think it's, not only is it in the lore, it's actually in the mechanical design of the game. Demons and devils in D&D are radically different creatures. They function differently. They have different, like, in the same way that all undead have a couple mechanics in common, all demons have a couple mechanics in common, and all devils have a couple mechanics in common. Yeah, if you don't care if it's devils or demons, say fiendish, but infernal implies devils for D&D, just so you know, which are different than demons. Okay, so we get some ability score increases. In my opinion, you don't need to worry about this too much, because as we've talked about a million times, D&D is moving away from specific bonuses. And then we get some traits. We get Dark Dwelling, Sun-Slowed Reflexes, and Hellish Resistance. Okay, so we get resistance to fire. They have enhanced dark vision, doubling the range of their dark vision. There is no innate dark vision range. So when you say doubling the range of their dark vision, you are doubling the range of an unknown. So what you should do is you could give them, there is a mechanic in D&D called superior dark vision. The Sniff Neblin gnomes have it. The Duragar have it, I believe. But basically, it is a dark vision with a range of 120 feet. So you should just write that. You have proficiency in stealth and deception. I'm okay with it. I feel like, again, I don't think you need to go in. I do want to point out something that's a little bit of an irony here. If you're talking about, like, hey, you might be misunderstood or prejudiced, maybe you shouldn't innately have stealth and deception. I feel like I feel like that's like, you know, you're sort of like, maybe, you know what I mean? Like, if you're, these are probably the most the most morally questionable abilities in D&D. Right?
Consider, how do you feel? Yeah, I mean, I agree. How do you feel about skill proficiencies by race, kind of generally?
I'm okay with it sometimes. I'm okay with it sometimes. I'll tell you when I think it's okay with it. I think I'm okay with it when it represents a innate ability of the creature. So, like, for example, bugbears get proficiency in stealth. And I think that makes a lot of sense because bugbears are sort of supposed to be like Bigfoot. Like they are literally the camels, or they're like a moose is a good way to think of them. Like they are they are large, but they are quiet. And that element of quiet, I think, is represented well in that stealth. So I think there's, or I think there's a couple of the, there's a couple like psychic-y ones that have some mental, I don't know. Like I think there's places where it makes sense. I also think that if you build something in a more lighthearted way, then I think it's also fine. So like, for example, if I was to build a race of candy people, okay, that were like evil little candy people, and all they loved doing was stealing candy. That was like the main thing. They're candy people. They steal candy. Give me your candy. I would be okay with giving them an innate sleight of hand or innate deception or something like that to tie into that, because it's like sort of silly. But if you are dancing with something that isn't silly, especially if you're going in the direction of talking about like, people that might have prejudice against them, I probably wouldn't do it.
Yeah. And this gets back to, what are you trying to tell a story about, right?
Yeah, like, the owl in having stealth is a perfect example because they're an owl.
Yeah, okay. I accept. I think that makes sense.
It really depends on the circumstance. Slow movement speed is 30. Normally, all the stuff like movement speed you put at the top. All the sort of regular stuff. You also need to say their size. I'm assuming medium, but you got to still say that. Sun-slowed reflexes. They're hurt by the sun.
Oh, Lord.
Indirect sunlight, investigation, and dexterity checks have made a disadvantage. So two things. There already is sunlight sensitivity. So if you want to give them something, you should just give them sunlight sensitivity, unless there is a really specific reason for them not to have sunlight sensitivity and to have a more unique version, which I feel like this doesn't fit. But the other thing, and probably the bigger thing, is D&D in general is dramatically moving away from giving innate negative features. So like if you look at the reiteration of like the kobold, for example, they took away sunlight sensitivity. So I probably would not do sunlight sensitivity. The way that you do that, if you're like, but I want them to feel like they're from the dark and good in the dark, think about it like you're training an animal. Okay, you don't, the right way to train an animal is not to give them a negative when they do the wrong thing. It's to give them a positive when they do the right thing. So what you should do, and what you could do, is you give them a positive in the darkness instead of a negative in the light, and then boom, you're there. Now, the one thing that I will say is this doesn't really feel like anything yet. Basically, this feels like this is basically just a, like, I don't know. It's just sort of like it just feels like an Underdark plus fire resistance. So what you should probably think about putting in here is, what can you put in here to make this thing more unique and distinct, and maybe tied a little bit more to its demonic heritage? And I'm not exactly sure what that answer is, but I would spend a little bit of time thinking about demons and demonic heritage and what you might want to add. Innate spellcasting. The thing is, innate spellcasting could work, but then it's just a tiefling plus stealth. You know,
which we've already talked about, probably taking the stealth away, so it just becomes a tiefling.
Yeah. So I feel like I agree, Butt Poncho, that it would work, but then we get to a point of this question that is a pretty important question to ask when you're writing homebrew. And it's a hard question to ask because it sounds mean, but it's really not intended to be mean. But what is the point? It becomes the question. Because if your thing is too similar to something that already exists, then why not just use the thing that already exists?
Yeah, hard agree.
Yeah, do you need this thing? Yeah, exactly, Bud Poncho. That's another way of saying it. What's the point? Does the other way to say it that's a little bit more intense is, does this merit existing? Is the other way that I like to put it. So I think that you need to, this in its current state, it doesn't merit existing. You need to figure out adding some more unique features that make this thing so truly distinct from a tiefling that is just tiefling plus Underdark. What role does this fill? Or what hole does this fill?
Oh, Lord.
Oh,
Lord. Come on, we don't want to get TOS today.
Aichi
It's like Sunday
mama.
afternoon. Come on.
Rigatonia. Mazzaruto. Fibonacci.
Mr. Devil Yoda. Come on.
I love a little devil in my Yoda.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
All right. Anyway, let's go a big thank you to Zealous. Thank you for sharing your piece. Thank you. 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 I think the main feedback for you is you need to figure out what is making this thing a distinct demon tiefling. And I think the way to do that is to either look at some demon stat blocks to get ideas. Like, you could give them some, like, innate fear. Like, maybe they can make themselves really scary looking. Like, they can show their demonic visage, or create some chaos or some madness or something. Think about that. Future Planet, thank you for the membership. I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, boy. Yeah. That's exciting.
Not just a role, but also a niche. Yeah, mortals will have to fear you now. Next, we have a Manga Cage. Oh boy, do you think they're going to do an anime thing? They have manga in their name.
Probably. If it's One Piece, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be bad.
I'm yearning for a good piece of One Piece homebrew. Pat, have I told you that I think I might make some One Piece homebrew to just try to make good One Piece homebrew?
Listen. Correct.
Because here, okay, there's...
You gotta... yes.
I genuinely think there's at least... Okay, so in the first season of One Piece, the real show, the Netflix one, there's a character who fights with 3 swords, okay?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I've seen bits, yeah.
And he bites one in his mouth. I think you could make a fighter subclass that's built around fighting with 3 swords. I think you could do that. I think you could do that.
I think you could do that.
I think you could pretty easily do that. And I think that could be a lot of fun.
That's the lowest hanging fruit, no pun intended, for One Piece though, because I feel like his shtick is just that, like, he's good with 3 swords, which is like that's just a specific fighter. It may be a fighter that doesn't exist currently, but it's just a specific fighter. You
need you can't fight with 3 weapons at the same time in D&D.
I mean, I think you could. First of all, if you're a Loxodon, you certainly can. But aside from that, I feel like, you know, you could probably cobble it together with, like, the 2-weapon fighting style and, like, a little bit of GM fiat that you're allowed to hold a 3rd weapon in your hand. It doesn't give you, like, a 3rd attack or anything. It just allows you to hold that 3rd weapon.
Yeah. Periwinkle.
Ooh.
I'm so sorry. Persuasive Winkle.
You glanced at that and were just
I didn't even glance at it. I have chat so big. It's right in front of my face. I just saw anyway, thank you, Persuasive. Yes. That is incredibly generous. You're buying me rent. I appreciate it very much.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
You know what? I think that not right now, but I think I'm going to start doing a thing where I have, like, a donation goal. And maybe I can make that a thing where it's like I can finally get a better camera eventually. That's the next step.
That'd be nice. That's a good idea.
But yeah. So the other type of One Piece homebrew that I think would be pretty easy to make would be of the main character of Luffy, who's like a really stretchy guy. And the thing about Luffy that's kind of fun from a mechanical perspective, at least from the impression that I get from the only real version of One Piece there is, the Netflix original, is that he's not Stretch Armstrong. He can't, like, he's not Mr. Fantastic where he can make him, maybe he can make himself any shape, but a lot of it is like he's literally rubbery. So it's a lot about, like, it's about elastic. So it's like pulling back and whipping forward. And I think you could make a monk built around that. And it would not nearly be as powerful as his character, but that's the fatal flaw of everyone that's trying to make One Piece homebrew, is they're trying to make it as powerful as their characters. And you can't make a character as strong as the character in One Piece because they can just chop boats in half. Okay. Anyway, Manga Cage submitted this piece a while ago. Special thanks to the Discord, Reddit, for helping you put it together. Look at the biochemist subclass, please and thank you. The
biochemist. It's a class.
Is it a whole class?
Unclear. Might be. Yeah, it's a class.
Well, if it's a whole class, I'm not going to look at the. I'm gonna make me so sad. But you didn't read the instructions, my guy. I'm definitely not gonna look at the subclass. I'll look at the 1st level features and maybe the 2nd level features. But we're not looking at a full class. I never look at a full class. It's an alchemist. I don't need to read any of the flavor text. It's an alchemist. At 1st level, you get homebrewing and experimental burst, and you get 3 concoctions known and 2 concoctions carried. So let's read these features. You get a D8 hit die. light and medium armor, simple weapons, crossbow, poison, other supplies. Okay, how many skills do you get? 3. Okay, so you're a little bit of a skill monkey guy. You helped a bunch with this? All right, well, Derek, you should have let them know that I wasn't going to read a whole subclass. Homebrewing. I'm just kidding, buddy. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do other than send me cool items, which you have to do forever. Homebrewing. Concoctions are essential to an alchemist's survival. Each alchemist has a tome in which they write down, create, and experiment with their potions, pills, powders, slimes, gases, and gases, which they make into concoctions. Okay, so it's their spell book, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
An alchemist has a unique satchel designed explicitly for your concoctions. The alchemist concoctions are delicately crafted and will not last more than 5 minutes outside of the satchel. As you gain levels in this class, get rid of that in there. You expand the space in the satchel. The concoctions carried column in the class table above shows the number of concoctions you carry in the satchel. All right, so concoctions known is on the concoctions known. As you level up and learn more, you can you get more recipes. Blah blah blah. Some of them have prerequisites. Blah 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 blah. Additionally, when you gain levels in this class, you can choose one of the concoctions you know and replace it with another one. Okay, so it's just spellcasting. It's just spellcasting alternative. Okay. Over the course of a short rest, you can brew 1 concoction. Over the course of a long rest, you can brew a number of concoctions equal to your intelligence modifier plus your proficiency bonus, taking 1 hour plus 10 additional minutes per concoction. What does that mean? Taking 1 hour plus 10 additional minutes per concoction? Oh, I see. So it's like an hour plus 20 minutes if you're making 2. Okay. And it's your homebrewing is based on intelligence. Okay, so let's see what are we actually getting at first level. What are we actually doing? So this is all a bunch of gobbledygook to basically explain alternative spellcasting. Let's see what we get at first level. At first level, you have developed a unique recipe that you can alter at will. As an action, you don't say may, say can. Derek, come on, catch him next time. You can throw one of these unique recipes with a range of 10 feet. Choose one of the following. It either you deal poison damage to the target, they make a con save, or they're poisoned and have disadvantage on saving throws for the next minute. Acid, they take acid damage and they have disadvantage on attack rolls for the next minute. Can they please tell me they can make saving throws against this? Chemical, you deal 1d6 ice damage and the target has to make a dex saving throw or fall prone. Okay, I'm going to stop right here. I'm going to be really honest with you. I don't think you should have a base feature that can make somebody have disadvantage on all these types of saving throws for 1 minute without a additional saving that they can make afterwards. They should be able to that's a lot to poison a creature for a minute without any for level 1 you can just poison a creature for a minute and they have nothing they can do about it for that minute. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a little clanky.
So you got to make this saving throw the kind of thing that they can make it again at the end of each of their turns. Having their movement speed reduced by 10 for a minute is not that big a deal. That's probably fine. Yeah, I think we're going to stop reading it here. If it was just the next save, it might be all right. I agree, Matt. If it was just the next save, I think it would also be all right. So, like, I guess the point of this alchemist, do you have the concoctions written somewhere? I don't see them. If I can't find them by quickly doing this... Oh, here they are. Okay, let's read one of the concoctions. Termite dissolve. A small concoction fills with a blah, 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 blah. It can be spread over 5 foot, non-magical. It destroys wood. All right, that's cool. I like that. If they're most of them are like this, where they're doing like weird stuff like that, I think that's a neat idea. I do think though that I'm immediately a little bit concerned about the balance, just because of the nature of how powerful hollowed poison is immediately at first level. And you can just do this infinitely. Like how many of this can you make? Or does this count as the home, like the limiting things you're making with homebrew? Like if I have a hollowed potion poison, am I making hollowed poison as a part of my brewing concoctions, or is that separate from that?
Yeah, it's kind of unclear.
It's quite unclear. I'm assuming it's separate from it. And if it is, that's a pretty strong thing to be able to do every turn. Weird stuff is nice. I get the idea for making separate one, surely, but it's so hard to balance. Experimental burst is intended to be a cantrip thing. Yeah, then I think that the problem with experimental burst is it really just sounds like you're making a concoction. So I think you need to figure out how to use language in a way where not everything feels like it's potentially kind of the same thing. And I also think that it's too powerful as a cantrip, if that's what it's intended to be. And I would also argue it is also, in a weird sort of way, it's too limiting as a cantrip. If you're a spellcaster, when you start at level 1, if let's say you're the artificer, which is the only thing I'm going to compare this to because it's similar. The artificer gets a thing that they can do all the time that's really casual, where it's like, I can make an item light up or make music or something silly. And then they get a bunch of other stuff. And they get those options based on the cantrips that they get access to. It gets other options as you level up. All right, well, maybe that's cool. But again, we're not going to be looking at that, so we're not going to worry about that. But I do feel like, I don't know how I feel about such a specific mechanic being the thing that you get at first level.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what if I want to be an alchemist that doesn't do poison or acid? What, like, could I make why can't my experimental burst be something else? That's one thing that I would say where it's like, that's one of the benefits of having a class that has cantrips as its core feature, is that you get a lot of variety in what the cantrips are. There's a third one. I read the third one. Ice. Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's fine. I just think it's still really specific. Like, these are all of these features are hyper specific. So none of them could really, really easily be reflavored as something else, which I think is kind of important for like early first level features. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a lot more to say other than that. None of the subclass names feel like it fits the fit a damage first level. You could mix the damage results as well. Isn't butt poncho a skirt? Thomas, we've had this conversation a bunch, my guy. Butt poncho seems to say it's not. But I agree with you that I thought it was the first time I heard it. But they said it's not a skirt.
Yeah. With this alchemist class, I mean, I have to ask the same thing that I ask whenever we see a class, which is like, why can't this just be one of the spellcasters, right? Like, what is the benefit of theming them like potions? And could you theoretically create like a wizard subclass that gets some of these concoction-y type things as their first or second level features, right? Like, why is this a class? I've seen alchemist classes that are interesting. On this channel that I think are getting closer to being meaningfully different from what you can do with existing tools. I'm unconvinced that this one is there yet.
The main thing that I will point out is that I like everything that I'm seeing so far. I think works fine. I think experimental burst mostly works fine. I just feel like it's too specific. Like, I would almost prefer experimental burst if it was like, at level 1, you pick 2 of these 5 options for experimental burst. Like, just give us a little bit of variety or something. Like, I wanna have the option to be a non-damage dealer if I'm an alchemist. I want to have the option, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like we should be thinking out of the box in that sort of way. But the other thing that I want to point out is that, unless I totally misread it, which I might have, the whole mechanic of having your homebrewing journal and known concoctions and carried concoctions really just feels the same as spellcasting. Like, I don't feel like there's a difference in mechanics there at all. And I feel like there's an opportunity to make difference in mechanics there that you should take advantage of. And maybe that would be what would help justify it being something radically different.
Probably, yeah.
So I think that if I were you, I would play around with what does it mean to make concoctions and carried concoctions? And if the goal here is they are not spells because you just wanted to design brand new mechanics for each of them, and you didn't want them to be copied spells because the spells weren't doing the things you wanted them to do, I think that that's fine, and that's maybe enough of a reason, but I would encourage you to move past that being enough of a reason and to challenge yourself to say, what if it's not? What if in order for it to be enough of a reason, there needs to be a unique mechanic involved here as well that makes this radically different than the process of preparing, learning spells, etc. And ask yourself what that would be. And I don't know what that would be, but I think that that's the question to ask yourself. Dragoness, if anyone... Dragoness is so nice, but if I was Dragoness, I would have just timed out Future Planet, and I wouldn't have thought twice about it. Wouldn't have thought twice about it. And he's got the power to. He's a mod. This is why it's good that he's a YouTube mod, because he's kinder than I am.
Yeah, we don't want mods with iron fists, but, you know...
I don't mind. Listen, I'll be really honest, and all my mods know this. They are more than welcome to kick anyone they want, ban anyone they want, for whatever reason they want. They have power that I trust them to wield, and I'm comfortable with them wielding it as much or little as they want. So they generally do stuff less than I do. I feel like I've banned a lot more people than they've banned. But I love when they drop the hammer. There's nothing that makes me happier than a mod getting mad and then banning someone. I love it. I love it. Yeah. The only other, okay, the last thing that I'm gonna say here is that I think that there are two, Pat, and I'm curious your thoughts on this.
Yeah.
I feel like there's two paths of thought when you are... Derek, I will give you that power later if you want, actually. I'm more than happy to mod you. Would you like to be modded? I'll mod you on the Discord, right? I'll mod you on the YouTube right now. Here, Derek. There you go. Boop. Sure, Derek, you're a mod on the Discord. Not the Discord, the YouTube. I can make you a mod on the Discord also, but you're a mod in the Discord, in the YouTube now, I think. Did I do it right? Yeah, you're a mod now. Okay. Type something, Derek. Let me see if it changed the way that you say things. Let me see if it give you a... You feel unsafe? There you go. Boom. Yeah, you're blue now, buddy. Congratulations. You can block and ban people and stuff. Okay, so the thing that I was going to say was I feel like there are two trains of thought when it comes to building a new class. One of them is this should exist in D&D, and I feel like it's not there in the way that I want it there. The other is I have a brand new idea that I don't think fits into any of the classes. And the Alchemist is the first. The Alchemist is people saying this should exist in D&D, but I feel like it doesn't. You know? And maybe it's because I've just seen so many different iterations of the Alchemist or of classes like that, where the class is coming from this perspective of this should exist in the game, why doesn't it? That I don't think that that's the best place to start from. Like, I am much more interested in the class that is a new class that is totally different, because it feels like it's something that I don't know how to make, as opposed to it's something that I feel like should be in the game.
I think...
Do you think that's me just being sour because I've read too many Alchemists?
I don't think so, and it's a tricky thing to try to balance. And I'll preface what I'm about to say next with my universal axiom, which is if you are making things for the pure joy of making them, and you want to see how a mechanic works, and you want to play with it, and you want to run it at your table simply because you had an idea and you wanted to try it, please continue to do that. You are a unique voice within your specific little community, and the way that you approach something is always going to be interesting and unique to you and to your friends, and that is intrinsically valuable. But when you start to think about how do I maybe publish this on a larger scale, which is a lot of what we try to think about when we do these sorts of reviews, right? Like what would this look like to like put up on Reddit or potentially put into a book that maybe is going to hit Kickstarter, something where other people are going to use it, you kind of have to think like, okay, The Alchemist is not a new concept. I'm not having a novel idea here. Now, maybe I have an interesting way to represent it, but if I'm having the thought about The Alchemist, and I think about it for a second, chances are probably a couple other 1,000 people have tried to build their own Alchemist class. What are the odds that the professional designers of Dungeons & Dragons decided not to do that, potentially for a reason, right? That maybe it's representable using existing tools, or that it just doesn't vary enough from the things that are already available in the toolkit to be independently compelling. It shouldn't dissuade you from trying, but you should be realistic about the fact that you're probably not going to stumble backwards into some magical way to represent an idea that everyone has already had, right? And I think that is sort of where some of this fatigue comes from, Cinder, is that it's like, The Alchemist, the odds of any one person cracking The Alchemist is brand new ground. When you can get kind of close with existing tools and a little bit of reflavoring, is just low, right? And I
don't know. I also, the question, like, I think that what you said at the beginning is a really good point. If you are enjoying the process, if you are getting great satisfaction out of working on the thing, and you are having fun, and you're growing, and you're liking it, keep working on it.
100%.
But part of it is also this. Like, I just typed in Alchemist class D&D.
Yeah.
Each one of these links is a different Alchemist class. This is a different Alchemist class. This is a different Alchemist class. This is a different... Like, all of these are different Alchemists that people have made. That you could... Some of them you could buy. Some of them are by professional companies. So there's an element of, like, saturation of market that I think is worth thinking about if your long-term goal of the piece is to publish it, is to make it public, or anything like that. But if it's for your home game, then it's kind of whatever. Do whatever you want. It's not a big deal. But I do think it's one of those things where it's like, you can be like, I think I can do it, and I can do it better. And maybe you can, but you've got to come out of the gate swinging hard to do it better. And that's hard to do also.
It is, and I think there's...
It's a noble pursuit, I guess, but it's very hard to do. Very hard to do.
To see... it's interesting because I think, like, when you think about The Alchemist, to see somebody do an Alchemist class, because it's such a saturated space, and there are so many thousands of, like, strong contenders out there for an Alchemist class, to your point, even ones that people are willing to pay for. It's kind of like the people who were doing the I Fixed the Monk class rewrite, which is like, there's nothing wrong with that as a thought experiment, but the likelihood of you gaining any traction or capturing any attention with your fixed monk is pretty low, because people are going to opt for the monk that they already have in their hands, right? And so when you do an alchemist, if anybody wants an alchemist, chances are they either did one themselves like you did, or they grabbed one of the very popular third-party supplements. And so you're just, again, you're rewriting an existing tool ultimately. And to your point, Cinder, like, chances are you're not necessarily, like, you're rehashing old ground. You're not necessarily going to do something that is so divergent that it's really interesting. And then if you have an idea for something that's so divergent, just let it be its own thing. Doesn't need to be an alchemist.
Yeah. But either way, like, doesn't mean don't do it. Just all those things are worth thinking about.
Yes.
All right, let's give Manga Cage a big round of applause. Thank you for sharing
really
your Alchemist.
That it wasn't anime. I appreciate that.
You're tired of anime all of a sudden?
I have never, ever, ever seen a good anime adaptation in 5e.
Did I tell you about the studio? Did I tell you about the what's the Ghibli movie where there's the giant bugs?
Nausicaa.
Did I tell you about my Nausicaa Ranger that I made? Did I ever show you that?
That's fucking sick. Holy shit.
I made a Nausicaa Ranger. I don't know if it's good. I would have to hunt for it because I made it years ago. Sure. But I made a Ranger. It started as I made a Nausicaa Ranger. It was built to feel like the main character in Nausicaa. And I think the highest level feature had to do with the giant worms, but I don't remember what it was.
That's interesting. I like the idea of a bug ranger. I think one way or the other, that's a really cool, like, kind of a cross between a spores druid and a and like a monster slayer kind of a situation. I think that's really interesting.
Yeah. Also for folks, I just realized that a lot of people don't know this, so I'm going to share it. If you are a member on YouTube or you are a patron on Patreon, if you have your YouTube account or your Patreon account synced to Discord, you get access to private servers in my channel. You get access to a private lounge hangout server where it's just like another general chat, but much smaller, and one that I'm a little bit more active in. And then the other thing that I'm going to start incorporating into that server is a little bit more private homebrew sharing. So, for example, there is the peer review section in the big Discord. We are making one that is just going to be just for members and just for Patreon people, if they want to share stuff there too. But then the other thing that I'm going to start doing, I was asked to do it, is a handful of people are interested in doing like projects, sort of like the nautical project, but they wanted to do it with a smaller group, and they were like, hey, could we have a member only place to work on a homebrew project together? And I was like, yep. So I'm going to be making a couple channels for that probably as well. How do you access that? Olivia, you have to sync your Discord to your YouTube, and then you just go to where it says the lounge. All of them are under. I'll make it a little easier to find. But basically, if you go to the Discord, there's a whole section called Cinder's Sketchbook, and most of the channels in Cinder's Sketchbook are private unless you are a member or a patron. And you can do content suggestions. There's a little workshop area. There's all sorts of stuff. How do you sync accounts? I have no idea. You Google it. You Google, how do I sync my YouTube and my Discord account? And then you do that. It's in your Discord options, apparently. Jay the Dead Rat. That's a good name. Hey, Patrick, did you hear that there's going to be a new Studio Ghibli movie?
Yeah, I'm fucking extremely excited for it.
Did you see that they revealed what it's going to be about?
You're talking about The Boy and the Heron, right?
Yeah, well, yes, but did you see the new article that just came out?
No.
Let's just say it's a little bit more One Piece than you might have thought.
What?
Just saying.
I've seen trailers. I would not have described it even a little bit as One Piece. There is like a swashbuckling pigeon at one point,
no, it's really One Piece. There's the gum fruits and the devil fruits, and I'm pretty sure the plot has the crane is gonna take them to the Grand Line, and it's weird. I think it's just in One Piece universe. It's weird. I don't know what they're doing. I think they got inspiration from Netflix. There's this I don't know if you heard, but there's this pretty cool Netflix show called One Piece. Yeah. It's about pirates. It's a really neat original idea. I love when Netflix makes original new shows. And it's just like a pretty cool pirate show. And I've never seen Studio Ghibli take inspiration from like just a Netflix live action show before, but they did. I think they really liked the cinematography of the show, and I think they thought the world building in the Netflix original show was really original. And they decided they were going to build. It's weird. Okay, anyway. Jay the Dead Rat. Hi, Cinder. First time submitting. Love your vids. Some homebrew pirate NPCs. Oh, speak of the devil. Yo. For a campaign, there is 4. If you don't want to go through them all, I put them in order of what you want them to be reviewed. Perfect. Also, if you could give me what you think the CR would be, I would appreciate it. Cool. All right, we're probably going to not look at all of them, depending on how long they are, but we will certainly look at the first one. Yeah, Japan... what are you talking about, Butt Poncho? I'm pretty sure there's only 8 episodes to One Piece. There's definitely
saying that they made a spin-off show in Japan that's already up to over 1,000.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I was gonna say because it's definitely
yeah.
Why is your font so? Why is your font so little? Why is your font so little?
Why are you so? Hey, why are you so little? Why are you so small?
I can't fucking read this. Jesus, I can't read this. Jesus. I still can barely read it. Okay.
Good lord.
First piece of feedback, fix your font.
Why is it so small?
I have no idea. Make it bigger.
What? Okay, who put that on font size 6? What
This
are you
person,
even
the creator,
doing?
did. I have no
What are
idea
you
why they did.
even
I have no idea
doing?
why they did that. I have no idea why they. Yeah, you can read it. Okay, Eagle Eye. Okay, Hawkeye. Next, you're gonna tell me that you have a giant sword and a little sword.
Another One Piece reference?
What are you talking? No. Yeah, from the Netflix show, the Netflix
Right.
original.
Yes.
I'm gonna make so many references to just the show now. Okay,
Cool.
so yeah, the first piece of feedback is you don't organize your piece like this. Try to organize it like a normal stat block. This is like annoying to read. Like even here, like put the bonuses. Don't just put the numbers. Like it's huge. Make it a lot simpler. I'm not even gonna. We're not gonna get into any of this stuff. We're gonna look into the mechanics more than anything else. Why is this thing get +9 to all of these tools and stuff? Does it have expertise in them? Maybe. I feel like if I were making this monster a monster, I would give the. Why do they have a +15 in athletics? That's literally not possible. So
this is probably another instance of not really getting your head around the fact that your skills have to derive from the same rules that PC skills derive from.
yes. So if you want to have a +15 in athletics, that means your proficiency bonus plus your strength needs to equal 15, or double your proficiency plus your strength needs to equal 15. So that means this guy would need to have a so what is that? 11. So this guy would need to have a proficiency bonus of 5.5 and expertise. So that's not possible. So make all your math right, first of all. Second of all, you don't need to specify carpenter tools, woodworking tools. You don't need to specify all the tools. This is an NPC. This is not a character. If this was a character, maybe it would matter that they have specifically these tool proficiencies. Maybe. But for a NPC, it doesn't. You can just say they have +9 to checks made with tools.
Or even from a flavor perspective, they are an expert repair person.
Yeah.
Right?
You don't need to write all this out.
Because the DM should not be rolling like a woodworking tools check.
Yeah, I would
silly.
the only circumstance where I would make a dungeon master roll a smithing or a masonry or something like that check is in the circumstance where a player wanted a NPC to help them make a magic item, and they were like working together, and it was like the player was making checks and the NPC was making checks. But even then, I probably would just have it be the player. Yeah, I probably just yeah.
Or dock the DC by like 1 or 2, right? Like, there are a lot of ways that you could do that I think are less intricately involved for the GM. And when you're building stat blocks for NPCs, monsters, etc., you really need to be thinking about a sort of option overload for the GM. You really want to be thinking about like, how do I streamline the play experience for this tool? Yeah.
Keep in mind that monsters, NPCs, they are not stat blocks that require. You shouldn't build them like a character sheet, because a character sheet is designed for one person to use, and that's what they're using. A monster or an NPC is designed for it to be used as a tool amongst many other tools. You don't want to have to spend a lot of time in it. Dragoness also pointed out you did your math wrong. This is not the health of this creature. So also you gave it D12 hit die. Monster hit die are determined by their size. So if this thing has a D12 hit die, that means that Havin Rendell needs to be a minimum of huge. This is a huge creature, so he's the size of a giant. If you don't want if you want this guy to be normal-sized creature, use D8s for hit die, not D12s. And the way you determine a hit die is the number of D8s, or the number of hit die multiplied by the con modifier plus the average of the hit die. So, like, for example, if this thing is 8d12, the average of a d12 is 6.6. So you would do 8 times 6.6, whatever that number is. And then con modifier is plus 5, because it's a con of 20. So then it would be 5 times 8, and it would be plus that. So do all your math right. That's the first thing.
The one thing that you can do to scale HP up to whatever level you need it to land at is you can freely affect the number of hit die. That is a number that is not necessarily based on anything in particular.
Yeah. What check would be used for a crafting check? Making a repair, fixing something, building something. You know, I said this was for a pirate, so it could be for like repairing a ship, or like maybe adding maybe you're expanding a ship to make it faster or stronger or bigger or whatever. Is small creatures a language? No. So yeah, so there's a handful of pieces of the puzzle here that I think you just probably aren't super familiar with making things yet for D&D, which is fine, but you're going to want to pay attention to how the best way to learn how to incorporate features is to be like, what else uses this feature? So for example, do you want your guy to be able to communicate to small animals? Guess what? Gnomes can do that innately, and furbolgs can do that innately. So what you should do is you should look at gnomes or look at furbolgs, look how that feature is written into that, and then implement that here. So you wouldn't tie it in with language. It would be in the abilities part, and it would be like speech of beast or something like that. And then you would just write, it has the ability to talk to little animals. Yeah, proper formatting would be majorly helpful. This is not properly formatted at all. Abilities. Whenever Haven rolls an athletics check, he can add his con and strength modifiers. Oh, maybe that's where you get that crazy bonus from? Okay. Why is my first question. Monax is giving expertise. Body of mountain and stone. He has resistance to fire, poison. So you wouldn't put this in abilities? You would put this, like, I mean, have you looked at a monster stat block? I don't mean this offensively. Like, have you looked at a monster stat block before? Like, look at how monster stat block is formatted. You have the armor class, hit points, speed. You have the stats, and then you have saving throws, skills, resistances, senses, language, everything. And there's a reason for that. Chat, can you guys tell me what you think the reason is for it to be organized this way? Why is it organized this way? Why are we getting all this information here? Accessibility, exactly. You don't want to have to be hunting through the features to figure out where his resistances are. The way this monster is written, if somebody makes acid attack, I don't have a quick reference point to know that this thing is resistant to acid damage. I have to read through its abilities and double, triple check. If I know that it's formatted the way another monster is, I can just quickly look at the top, boom, damage resistances, boom, there. Crushing mass. When a creature is grappled by Havoc, the creature takes 1d6 plus 4 bludgeoning damage at the beginning of Havoc's turn. All right, that's fine. I think it's pretty cool. Restricting hooks. When a creature is grappled by Havoc, he can use a bonus action to restrain the creature. Okay. This should just be a bonus action. This should just be tied into the action economy here. I'm not really sure why it's not. It's another example of like people are going to forget to use this feature because they're not going to remember where it is. It can grapple creatures one size is larger than him, or one size larger than him, or two creatures his size or smaller. I feel like you could do that anyway. I feel like you could do that anyway. Maybe you can't. Unwavering might. His DC is 10 plus con modifier. You don't really need to worry about the math of that. You can literally just make his AC whatever you want and then just put natural armor inside it. Master of body and mind. When Havoc uses carpentry, smith tools, or cobblestones, he can use strength plus intelligence check with those tools. All right. Again, I feel like you're overcomplicating. This is like not a system that we really need. Like, it's like, unless you're playing kind of like, unless like you don't want your players to spend a lot of time watching you roll dice to figure out this sort of check. Like, I don't know. Horror Dude Bro says, I don't like the formatting. It makes it hard to read and feel clunky. Yes, the formatting is definitely a big detriment here. It can make 2 unarmed strikes or 2 grapples. Hey, fun fact. You can always make a grapple instead of an unarmed strike. Any single time a creature can make an attack, it can replace that attack with a grapple or a shove. So you don't need to build that mechanic in there. Or a disarm. Yes, people always forget about the disarm. You don't need to build that mechanic there. It's just there innately. And suplex. It deals a bunch of bludgeoning damage to all creatures he has grappled. There needs to be a check or a saving throw. This cannot be automatic. And all creatures, let's see. Wait, why is this a 19 saving throw? No, that's too high. To not be stunned. Recharges on a roll are 5 or 6. My God in heaven. Literally, write it like this. Do you want them to have a recharge mechanic? Write it like, look, there's a recharge mechanic right here. That's how it's written. Suplex, parentheses, recharge, 5 to 6. Havoc attempts to suplex a creature. They have to make a dex saving throw. On a failure, they take this much damage and are stunned. On a success, they take half as much damage and are not stunned. Something like that. I think it's an alright idea. I feel like it's a really simple, straightforward monster that is made pretty damn convoluted by the way it's formatted, is I think the main piece of feedback that I have. Because at the end of the day, what is this? It's a guy that punches and grapples and can build stuff good. And that's it. I feel like you could simplify a lot of this stat block, and you were going to do yourself a mountain of favor by reorganizing it so that it's organized like a normal monster stat block. Technically, it's not the attack action, so these rules are not as written, just as intended for grappling with multi-attack. Oh, is that true? I guess that's true. I don't know. I would run it that way, though.
Wait, what was the assertion?
That technically, because this is not... I don't know, that rules as written, they can't replace these attacks with grapple, I guess, because it's not the attack action, it's something else. It's multi-attack.
I mean, I guess that's. I would say multi-attack covers the attack action. Like, multi-attack is describing what is happening when you take the attack action, and you can always sub out an unarmed attack. Like a normal one. This one's obviously a D6, but like a normal unarmed attack, a grapple, a shove, or a disarm. Every creature has access to that.
Yeah, if it's written that, if rules as written, that's not how it works. I agree that it is just dumb, so we can just ignore it.
That also feels like it might be just a futzy wording on their part, right? Like one of those, the rules as written is just vague. I'd have to look it up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, like, in my opinion, I think it's an interesting idea for an NPC. I think you're shooting yourself in the foot with the way you formatted it. And there's also stuff that just kind of I don't understand, if I'm being honest. Like, why does this guy have resistance to so many damage types? Like, what is this guy? What sort of creature has so many damage resistances? I don't know. I feel like it doesn't need any of those. This could just be a guy. I know this guy is his OC, but I'm saying, like, we're not seeing normally in D&D, if a monster has these many resistances, or a person has these many resistances, and keep in mind, this is not resistance to piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning magical non-magical. This is all piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning damage. So that means this guy's still taking half damage against magic weapons, which maybe is not your intention, but it's the way it's written. You shouldn't just put that on a monster. Like, there's got to be a reason that it has these resistances that make sense in game. You mean, I mean he's making him OC strong because it's his OC? That's not a reason. That's not a reason. And I don't know if that, I wouldn't assume, I also don't think you should assume that that was the reason why they did that. Like, they very well might know, oh, well, that's because this guy is like a half Triton, half demon. So I mixed all those resistances together. But we need to see that expressed in the mechanics a little bit.
Yeah, 100%.
What's this creature's movement speed? 30. Okay. Yeah, it's an interesting, look, a guy that can grapple and build well is cool. But I think that you are going to dramatically improve both your readability of your piece as well as, like, trying to make sure that you can sort of focus the idea if you focus the way that you're organizing it. Haven Rendell. Also, for the love of God, please, please, please learn the mechanics of how, look at, you already know them. If you know how to build a character, you know these mechanics. But use the same rules for character abilities that for monsters. All the bonuses should be the same. Like do all the math right. It'll majorly help. All right, that was Jay the Dead Rat with their guy that grapples and knocks things around.
Yeah. We love a beefy boy.
Usually it would specify next to a creature type sort of thing, humanoid. Yeah, this thing doesn't have a creature type. There's a handful of things it's missing. Just tuned in. You're the one that submitted the crafting rules. Thanks for the feedback. Rami, you're welcome. I'm sorry that I was brief with them. I just didn't have a lot to add, and I wasn't going to do a deep dive. But mostly my feedback was it was super nicely formatted, so you should be proud.
Yeah. We love a good formatting.
Also, don't know if this is the best time for unrelated questions. Anytime is good. Do you all know a cool way to play a D&D single player other than Baldur's Gate? Do you mean single player like by yourself or single player like one dungeon master and one player? Because I think it's different. Question.
Yeah, very.
One dungeon master and one player I think is actually pretty easy to do. I think it just requires it's just you got to tone everything down and have NPCs. Oh, by yourself? You shouldn't play D&D. There are plenty of cool single-player RPGs out there. You should play one of those. So you should look up one-player ttrpg, and you should buy one, and you should play it. There really isn't a way to play D&D by yourself. D&D is really not designed that way. But again, there are some really, really fantastic single-player RPGs out there.
Yeah, hard agree. I mean, you can sit at a table rolling as much dice for yourself as you want, and I've done that when writing because it can sometimes be a helpful story prompt, but it's kind of like playing chess by yourself. It's not really gonna scratch the itch.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to pee soon.
Is that a threat?
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything we can do to avoid this fate?
No.
All right. Then I accept.
I think I looked at this piece already. Let's check. Ytterbium! Did I look at this already? I did. Click. All right, I'm going to go pee really fast. I'll be right back.
All right, go.
Pat, I'll be back. You're on your own for a minute. Chat, be nice to Patrick.
Chat's always nice. Chat's fantastic. How you doing, chat? Hope you all have had a pretty good week, pretty good weekend. Headed into yet another Monday. Charge! Yeah, I mean, pretty much. It's one of those chill Sundays. Stressful week incoming. We hate to hear that. That's no fun. Hopefully we can make your Sunday a little bit better. You guys are fantastic. What is my favorite kind of homebrew to write? That is a very good question. My favorite kind of homebrew to write is subclasses. I absolutely adore subclasses. I find I don't really use a ton of magic items in my home games. Rally has a bunch because they're patron submitted, but I don't really use a ton in my home games. I don't really put too much emphasis on races just because in D&D that's often pretty problematic. So that leaves subclasses is like a very big thing where you can inject a ton. Spells are also fun, but subclasses are where it's at.
I stepped on a dice when I was walking in. Ouch, that
shit,
hurt
that
so much.
Sucks.
Did I miss anything fun?
Not really. We were just talking about what's a homebrew, what everybody's up to. Derek says hi, so hi, Derek.
What's up, Derek?
Yeah.
Derek who?
Derek Silverstone.
Ah, I wasn't sure if it was a different Derek. I know two Dereks.
No. Oh, all right. I accept.
The first Derek I know was in a play that I was in called Murder Castle, and he played H.H. Holmes, the serial killer.
That's fucking great.
It was a really fun play. I got to do a scene with him where he killed me by bashing my head in, and then he dragged me across this platform that was like 20 feet up and threw me down a chute. But before he threw me down a chute, there's a whole song, like a pretty epic heavy metal song about how he's like taking on being just like a fucking killer, and it's scary. And the whole scene, I am basically center stage lying down dead with like my arm and head leaning over like a catwalk, like that's like 20 feet up. So like I felt like I got to be the star of the scene, even though literally the whole scene was just me like this. Because I got killed by my head getting bashed in.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it was a good show.
I need to do more acting in my life.
It used to be a big part of my life, and then when I moved to Philly, I sort of fell off just because I had a theater company I like really liked doing stuff with in Baltimore. And I just never.
It's hard to rekindle that, you know.
Yeah, I never found anything close to that in Philly. Like the theater scene in Philly was a lot more serious and a lot less fun. Like the company that I was doing stuff with in Baltimore, we took everything very seriously. We were putting on like Broadway-sized plays, but
crazy.
But you know, we had like giant theaters. Murder Castle had like a 15-piece band. You know.
Good Lord.
And I think there were like 40 or 50 people in the cast. It was like a big show. Most of them were big shows, but
it's still a little wacky.
But it's still like you're partying with these people every weekend. Like every single show started with us going back into the alley behind the theater. Everybody like chanting. What's that French phrase? In Boke el Lupe.
Yeah, sure.
It's like in the mouth of the wolf, you eat the wolf. I forget what the phrase is, but we would like yell that and like chug beer before we started the show. It was pretty great. It was fucking awesome.
That's
intense. It was great.
That's fantastic.
It was called the Baltimore Rock Opera Society. I'll show you guys very briefly what it is.
If we ever end up living in the same place in our lives, we should figure out how to start a silly theater company. Yeah, it's these guys. They're fucking awesome. So I could even show you. Okay, yeah, we'll take a tiny break. Let me see. I'll show you. Let's see if there's pictures of me in it. So I was in a couple shows. I was in Electric Pharaoh. Oh, these posters are incredible.
Okay, let's see. Here, this is Derek. That's Derek. In Electric Pharaoh, I was a monster more than I was a person. And I was a bartender. Let's see. I don't know if I'm in any Electric Pharaoh poster pictures. I think I might be in one or two.
Because projection work is pretty great, too.
Yeah, Electric Pharaoh was a dubstep musical. So it was very electric, crazy sounding. There's me in the background, in my big monster costume. That's me.
That's awesome.
I don't know if there's any other pictures of me in this one. And then there's Murder Castle was the other big one that I was in a couple, but those were the two biggest production ones that I was in.
Costuming for this. God, the art direction is incredible.
Yeah, the guy
Murder Castle's there, yeah.
The beautiful art. And Murder Castle was a crazy one. I don't know if there's like we had a giant puppet that was like 40 feet tall.
Oh my God, that's cool.
This is Derek also. He killed me. It was great. This is, I don't know if you can see me in this picture, but there's me. That's the back of my head. I'm doing a little waltz. I was a dancer, so there's me doing a waltz.
Yeah.
Let's see. See, there's the band. I wonder if there's I don't know if there's any other pics of me. We'll see. But yeah, it was a pretty cool show. It was a lot of fun. I haven't looked at these pictures in a long time. Yeah, man. This guy's fucking goofy. Okay, wait. Oh, wait. Let's see. Yeah. So that was Murder Castle.
God, that looks like fun.
Stuff. Okay, doesn't matter. Let's look at some goddamn homebrew.
Let's do it.
Do I like Philly? Yeah, I like Philly. The thing about Philly is most of my... The main thing that I like about Philly is that most of my family and friends live here. I like that more. Man. I like that more than the city. I like if my family wasn't all super close here, I wouldn't feel nearly as committed to be in Philly. This is the Excruciarch. That Derek is pretty epic, Derek, but you're also epic. And that Derek would love you, by the way. That Derek was my first dungeon master. Fun fact.
Nice. Nice.
Okay, this is a CR 11 monster. Pretty low hit points for being CR 11. It's got a lot of saving throws, decent stats, but they do feel. I feel like we could get one of the. I would maybe get one of the attack stats higher. It has Aura of Pain. Each creature hostile to it that starts their turn within 10 feet of it has to make a con save or become incapacitated by pain until the start of its next turn. Damn. A creature is immune to this effect if the Excruciarch is unconscious or dead. Okay. This is a... We don't need to sync words with lyrics. This is a very powerful ability, but I'm going to pose something to you here. This is an important question for all of you to ask when you're making Homebrew. Is this a fun ability?
Probably not.
Now, it could be a fun ability if you made it a little bit more of a mini game. And by making it more of a mini game, I mean making it a situation where players have things they can do. Players have things they can do to deactivate this feature, to turn it off, or to not engage with it, right? So there's an element of like the reason why like a passive feature that just deals damage is fine. But a passive feature that stuns locks creatures is going to be tedious. So if you're going to do a feature that makes it, if you ever give a monster a feature where it's like you lose your turn, you need to both, you need to like wave a, what's the word? Not put a, you need to like make it what's it called? Like wave a flag in front of it. You need to say like, this is a feature, notice it.
Yeah. You have to telegraph it. Really
you have to telegraph it. That's what you have to really telegraph it. And then more so than telegraph it, you have to make it make clear. You have to create a situation for the players to be able to overcome it. So let me give you an example. Okay, this is how I might do Aura of Pain. Mm-hmm. Whenever a creature starts their turn within 10 feet of it, they have to make a DC 16 con saving throw. On a failure, they are incapacitated until the start of the pain monster's next turn. Period. A player can sacrifice 4 hit dice to overcome this feature.
Literally gonna say the same thing. I was literally gonna pitch that exact mechanism of overcoming the fucking incapacitation.
So like, it's a thing that like, you know,
That's
you could
crazy.
Well, listen, great minds, you know. So worth thinking about. You should think about when it comes back to the idea that monsters sort of fit 2 really important roles in the game. Is their role is what do they do to the story? What are they for the story? But then the other one, which I think matters more or less depending on the type of dungeon master you are, is what sort of combat situation do they create? Like, how do they create a unique and diverse battle? Which is why, and maybe one day we'll do this, but which is why so many of the monsters in the monster manual are really boring. Because they just attack. They cover the RP, they cover the story, they have like some interesting paragraphs written about how they exist in the world that might inspire you to build a session or 2 around them, or some plot around them, but when you look at what they do mechanically, it's boring. So whenever you can create a situation where you can create a little loop of play that is unique, you should do that. Mm-hmm. Devil's Sight is fine. Magic Resistance is fine. Excruciarch makes 2 Scourge attacks and uses Torment if available. I don't think it's a bad feature. I just think it's not a good. I don't think it's a finished feature. I think you got to tweak it a little bit. If you do want to keep it where they're just incapacitated each turn, there does need to be some element of growth to it. Like maybe they can, after the first time they start making the save with advantage, or like there's got to be some element of breaking it, because just taking a creature's turn away can be frustrating. And if you don't want this monster to make people feel like this is the frustration devil, you want it to be it's the pain devil.
Another way, because this is only the start of its turn, so they can kind of get in and get out, right? So I think the very, very, very least that you could do here to make this a little bit more fun is what Cinder was saying at the top, which is like telegraph, right? Like write in flavor text to say that the Excruciarch is enrobed in a visible aura of roiling smoke. Right? Like make that 10 feet a visible thing so that players know from the drop get in, get out, get in, get out, get in, get out.
Yeah.
And then it kind of becomes a loop there, right? Where it's like you have to think about expending your disengage regularly, right? Or you're taking opportunity attacks, or you're staying at range. As it's written right now, where it's just this invisible thing that nukes anybody who happens to start their turn within 10 feet, it's just not going to end up being fun.
Mm-hmm. Somebody asked in the chat, and then somebody answered, yeah, my favorite monster, if I have to pick really quickly, I always say Roper. Roper is one of my favorite monsters in D&D. I think they're really well designed. I think they're really goofy. I think they're really strange. I love Ropers. They're a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're actually my favorite monster all the time, but if I had to just pick one really quickly, that's a pretty easy one. It's also, I just love a monster that's just a monster. Like, I love a monster that you could very easily show in such a way where it feels like a creature, where it's like not good or bad. It's just a thing in the world that you might bump into. Like, if you go through its hunting grounds, it might try to hunt you. And I like situations like that where you can very easily not feel bad for killing it because it's just like you're fighting monsters, or you could feel bad, or you could also be like, oh, we just need to stay away. Like, it's like we can, it sits in the world, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
What were you gonna say, Pat?
I did nothing at all.
All right, never mind. Remores is crazy. I like Remores a lot too. I wouldn't have it deal necrotic damage. If anything, the pain one I feel like should either deal, I think it should do psychic damage, or maybe I would also, in a weird way, I feel like lightning would work here. I feel like lightning is a good representation of like your neurons firing, but I think psychic is the damage I would do, if any.
I honestly wouldn't have it do damage. I think I would figure out a way to make the incapacitation, the threat of incapacitation, fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Light is not a damage type, but I appreciate the input. You could say Radiant would be that, but Radiant is not for Fiends. Radiant is Celestials, so it wouldn't make sense on these. There's I think there's maybe 2 Fiends that do Radiant damage. They're rare and hard. They're hard to find. Okay, so it's got 2 Scourge attacks. 1d4. Why is it a d4? Why is it so little?
Whoa.
1d4 plus 4. Plus 13 psychic damage. So on a hit, how much damage is that on average? So that's an average of 19 damage on a hit?
19. Yeah.
It's doing that twice? And then maybe doing its torment?
CR11.
No, this is not... Okay, the damage is really low here. Really low. Yeah. Let's read torment. But I will say, so far, this monster, I think, is going to end up being more frustrating than fun. Because it incapacitates players, and it does enough, and it doesn't do that much damage.
And it's got a fair slug of hit points. I mean, maybe in line for a CR11, but that's still a lot. So you've built a beefy boy that does very little damage and locks everybody down. They're just going to be sitting watching themselves get whittled for an hour and a half.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a lot of hit points for a CR11. I'd have to look.
No, it's. I don't think it's a lot for a CR11. It's just a lot in general, right? Especially if you're not taking it down regularly because you're locked up and not moving.
The low damage might be to offset that hold action, but that's not a good.
Bad loop.
That's a bad. Yeah, that's not a fun loop. That's a tedious loop, and we don't want to create tedium.
Yeah.
Torment, recharge 6. The Excruciarch targets one creature that it can see within 20 feet of it. That creature must succeed on a DC 16 Wisdom save or be frightened for 1 minute. They can repeat the save at the end of this turn. Is it just a single target fear effect? Is that all it does?
Yes.
This is not that strong either. Like, I would. No. So 2 things. 1, this thing needs to do a lot more damage. That's the first thing. Second thing, Torment needs to be a lot stronger. It's a recharge 6. Why is this a recharge 6? It's just the cause fear spell. This is a first level spell.
I also don't think that is very. I don't think that's the right vibe. Right? Mm-hmm. I mean, I get what you're going for. Like, this thing is threatening. It can hurt you really badly, so you become frightened of it. But you think about what's happening mechanically. What's happening mechanically is that you're giving this thing very little damage output, and its primary mechanisms of interacting with players are shut down their actions and reactions, and when they have actions and reactions, give them disadvantage on everything. So you're just shutting down their abilities, which... not only is it not a fun loop, it also doesn't really feel what an Excruciarch should be doing.
I think Derek hit the nail on the head.
What's up?
Derek said he thinks the fear should be reversed. It should draw creatures into the aura instead of pushing them away.
Yeah.
I think something like that.
That's a loop. That's
what if you are a monster that you radiate pain, and you have special powers to try to draw people into that pain?
Sort of exquisite pain kind of vibes.
Yeah, I mean, this is maybe how I would go into one of two directions here. I would either change Scourge so that it had some reach more than 10 feet, and then it had a pull effect, so you could like pull people in. And then turn Torment into a ranged attack, because this thing just needs a ranged attack, or it needs something. It's got a 30-foot move speed and bad armor and no range, which is gonna get mauled by range. So Torment should be something to address things at a distance, even a little bit. And you go in a lot of different ways to how to handle what you want that to be. But if you didn't want to make Scourge pull people in, that's what this should do. Torment should pull creatures in. Also, I feel like it should do damage. It's a recharge 6.
A little bit of psychic damage?
Yeah, I mean, it's a recharge 6. It's likely not going to get...
recharge 6.
You think you should just get it?
Yeah, I mean, you should either just get it or make it, if you're doing that, like, draw in thing, maybe recharge 5, 6, but probably just do it.
Mm-hmm. The Bodok does have some similarities to this, but the Bodok doesn't. The Bodok does damage over time. It does like an aura of melting the world around it. I don't think it.
Yeah, I think there's an element here of like an excruciarch, a Primarch of excruciating pain, should do two things far more intentionally. It should do a shit ton more damage, right? It should inflict more pain, honestly. And then it should also like fuck with your perception of pain, right? Like it should be screwing with your mind, your natural fear responses to pain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a neat idea. I think that you just gotta focus it in a little bit. All right. Thank you very much, Milky. I appreciate it very much. Fun idea for a little monster or a big monster. Let's give Milky Boy a round of applause for the Excruciarch. Hey, Arcade, welcome. Arcade, I either looked at a piece of yours or somebody else's earlier that had the name Arcade. So I don't know if it was you or someone else. But I looked at something that said Arcade earlier today. If anybody's new and wants to submit Homebrew to be reviewed this week, click the link below. This is the last day for this wheel. This wheel ends today, and then starting tomorrow, we're going to be on a fresh new wheel. And if you're like, hey, Cinder, when are you streaming this week? I'll be like, oh, shit, I didn't put my schedule out because I'm irresponsible. So you'll have to check the Discord, but I will probably, and I'll post my schedule on YouTube community tab, and I'll post it on the Discord. But this week I'm probably going to be streaming. Let me just check my calendar. I'm probably going to stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe Thursday, and then Sunday. That's going to be my schedule. So all the days. Best chance to get reviewed on the main wheel is Monday. That's true because the wheel is new on Monday, and it's usually little. It's the kind of thing where, like, on Monday, the wheel has, like, 30 people on it. But then by Sunday, it has, like, 100. All right, next is the Sliver King. Let's see what the Sliver King has for us. Pat, have you started to watch the Netflix original One Piece yet?
I don't have Netflix at the moment, so I need to get Netflix and or steal the Netflix original one.
So Sliver King, I love you, but I am not going to review a Blood Hunter subclass.
Nope.
I've said it before.
Is that in the rules yet?
It's somewhere in there. It's got. Yeah. If it's not, it should be. But I don't review Blood Hunter subclasses.
And the reason being that it's like reviewing a subclass for a homebrew class without being able to read the homebrew class. Like, Cinder doesn't know anything about Blood Hunters. I don't know anything about Blood Hunters. I personally have no interest in learning anything about Blood Hunters. So I have no opinions here.
Yep. I feel the same way. It's the same reason why if you send me a brand new class and you're like, hey, could you look at this subclass? I'll be like, no, because I don't know the class because it's not a real class yet. So yeah, I've never had a Blood Hunter in my games. The only Blood Hunter that I know is the one that Talus and Jaffe played. I will say, based on the tiny bit that I do know about that one, is that one of the main features of the Blood Hunter that he played was that his Divine Right got to do radiant damage. So I probably wouldn't have one of your main first features also do Divine Right deals radiant damage, because I feel like that is the same as about half of the Ghost subclass. So if you're doing this, I would change that so it's not doing that.
So a little bit of feedback.
A little bit of feedback. Honestly, a lot more feedback than I normally would give for a Blood Hunter.
Yeah.
But that's only because I specifically know about the one that he played a little bit.
So what does this have to do with the Netflix original show One Piece?
Oh, so much. So much. Because you might not know this, but Netflix doesn't really make that many original shows anymore. A lot of the time, they're taking ideas from like comic books or even anime or manga. But One Piece is one of the first brand new products they've made. It is like
IPs,
it's like Stranger Things. It's you know, it's one of their new, and they're putting a lot of effort into it, and it really does feel like they're trying to build a world. Like it's just a very unique idea. I'm really impressed that they came up with it all on their own, and also that they got so much into 8 episodes. It felt like it was a little bit a lot. I'm hoping that the series won't be too long. I can't imagine a show in this universe would be able to be something that goes on for a really long time. Like I feel like the story is probably going to be over in like maybe the next 8 episodes.
It strikes me as like it's really campy, and I feel like that's really fun for like 8, maybe 10, 16 episodes, but like beyond that, it's like
it's not even campy, yes, but it's just like, you know, it's just like, let's be like, we you know,
it's like over the top.
Yeah, the story's gonna probry take like 24 episodes, I think, is my guess. Max.
Yeah,
max.
Okay. I accept 24.
I can't imagine the story. I can't imagine the story of One Piece taking more than around 20 episodes to tell.
Yeah, no, there's no way. There's absolutely no way.
I really hope there's a couple people that don't understand that don't know what's going on and are just very confused. NZ says, I just read a story about someone with a ruined body and them slowly healing. It made me think of something like there are many that like having.
And then it ends. NZ, what's
NZ,
the end of the sentence?
Finish your thought. I'm so curious.
NZ.
Yeah, so someone clip that. I will say, one of a D&D character that I have heard of, a lot of people put their nose up at D&D characters where it's like, you used to be the baddest warrior and a dragon and a fire, and now you're stuck in a withered body. Like, but I do think that is kind of a cool idea for a character of like you used to be like a level 15 fighter, and then you got some disease or got killed and you've been revivified, but you're like a barely what you once were, and then leveling up each time sort of represents your body slowly healing, regenerating, recuperating. I feel like that could be a fun idea for a thing.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, you definitely want to be cognizant of how you're portraying disability in your game, but in general, like, I think the Revivify is a great way to do that.
I wasn't thinking disability. I was thinking
literally just convalescence.
Yeah, like imagine, like, you know how in movies sometimes there's a vampire that hasn't had blood in 100 years and they just look like a Skeletor. Yeah, and then they slowly get stronger over the movie. I was thinking more like that, or like The Mummy. Did you ever see The Mummy with Brendan Fraser?
Yeah. That fucking classic film, yes.
It's a good movie. NZ, thank you for the 10. Super powerful back. Okay, so let's read that whole thing together. Like there are many things like having super powerful backgrounds, like the hero of the battle or the war, yet be level 1 fighter. So what about a fighter that he's basically a broken body, which is why he's level 1. That's exactly what I just said. Oh, yes, and Z, we have the same brain. Sometime we are the same brain. Sometime we have the same brain. The power of the brain. The power of the brain. The mind. Anyway, I agree with you. It's a good idea. Jamerson HQ. You thought we were going to get a dance party.
We just got a static shot of some trees instead.
No, listen. I'm not gonna tell you what inspires dance parties. I'm not gonna ask you. I will say dance parties get inspired by one of three things. One of them is mood. Sometimes it's just vibe, and I'm not gonna tell you what the other two are. Okay,
one of them is definitely if you tip, if you super chat like $100.
Don't do that. Hello, Cinder. This is my first time homebrew. This is my first time homebrewing a subclass for your favorite class. Oh, I'm so curious what class it is. The subclass was inspired by the Ancestral Guardian, but more heal and positioning focused. Okay. I've tried my best wording it since English is your second language. That is no problem. We have so many English as a second languagers here. You'd be surprised how much better at English you are than us.
Often.
So you want to hear honest opinions. Okay, cool. So this is going to be a barbarian, I'm going to guess?
Yeah, probably. We got another super chat from Enzi.
Oh my god, Enzi, thank you again. Like, could be super wounded, or you have a missing limbs, and leveling them up is learning how to use that broken body to fight again. Yeah, that makes sense. I do think if you do too much specific, like, handicapped or, like, disability stuff, you enter a space where, like, you just have to be cognizant of, like, how to walk that in a way that is appropriate and not going to bother anybody or be unintentionally offensive. If I was going to do the withered adventurer that is slowly building back, I would not do something that a normal person in the world could be afflicted by. I would make it like I would tie it more to the world of the fantasy, just because, honestly, I'm lazy. Like, I don't want to have to figure out how to navigate being appropriate and thoughtful with everything that I'm doing. I just want to build something that I know will be appropriate and thoughtful, and I can just move forward with it. So I feel like the more I can pull away from real life stuff that might be sensitive to people, the more I will. Unless it's something that I have personally experienced or have, like, direct experience with. Just because it's like, that's a lot of work. And some people are willing to do that work, and some people want to do that work. But I don't. I just want to be a big monster, and I want to smash things, or a big wizard, and I want to blow things up. I don't want to have to think about it too much. I prefer the Bertram Bell approach. What if you're just extremely old and decrepit? I feel like that's a good move, too. Like, you're, I will say, if you play an old person for too long, it's hard for the vocal cords, at least for me.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
You mean like a swordsman learning to use his weak hand, the only hand he has left to fight again, could be interesting? Oh, I agree, Enzi. No. Enzi, I'm not disagreeing with the idea at all. I'm hesitant to lean into disability as a mechanic, but I think that if that's the way you do it, sort of like what's his name, the blonde from Game of Thrones, the guy who gets his hand chopped off. There's one of the main characters in Game of Thrones. He's like one of the best swords. Spoilers. He's one of the best fighters in the world. He gets his sword fighting hand cut off, and he has to learn to fight with his non-dominant hand. Like that, I think would be a perfect way to have that build up to represent the, like, I don't know how to do this and I have to relearn it. Yeah, Jaime Lannister. Yeah. NZ. If that's what you were thinking of, I agree. Good idea. Okay. The rally bonus arc has a blind character. This is true. Yes. Oh, that guy's crazy. Hey, for folks, if you guys don't... Oh, let me just do that right now. I don't know if you guys listen to Rally, my other podcast with Patrick.
Yeah.
But we do two things. We have a really big show that's like it's been a show forever. Is the first episode's out, right?
The first episode of you're talking about the first episode of Old Folks?
Yeah, that's out. So if you guys wanted to hear part of this is not part of the main show. This is like a side show that's like it's sort of like this game takes place like as folklore of the main campaign. So if that's the kind of thing that interests you, please go give it a listen or check it out there. It's pretty cool. And if you want to listen to the podcast in general, you should go check out us out here. We are there. Boop. Go check out either of those things. They're good.
Yeah.
You will like them. And we edit them and make them sound nice. Every episode is edited by either myself or Patrick. At this point, it's more Patrick than myself. But we put a lot of heart into them. Okay, so this is the barbarian that is, they said they are inspired by the path of the Ancestral Guardians. So let's bring up the Ancestral Guardians as sort of like a side by side.
Cool.
in case we need a little bit of that.
I love the Ancestral Guardian.
It's very strong. It's a very
it's really powerful. It's also really thematic. It's one of the most interesting barbarians thematically.
Okay, so let's see. Barbarians who walk the path of the Soul Guardian don the mantle of selfless protectors, positioning themselves as unyielding bulwarks. I bet you love that word. Against danger.
Good word.
Shielding their allies from harm. When a barbarian on this path enters a rage, their primal fury intertwines with their life essence, weaving a formidable shield to safeguard their loved ones. Okay. Let's see. They're goodies. I like this opening. I like this flavor text. I think it's good. Solid. Into it. Guardian's protection. Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, your skin glows with the essence of your soul when you enter a rage. While you're raging, you can choose an allied creature within 20 feet of you and link their soul to yours. Until your rage ends, you redirect half of the linked creature's damage taken to yourself. The soul link is broken at the end of your turn if either you or the linked creature move more than 20 feet away from each other, and you can relink your soul to the previously linked creature or another creature as a bonus action, provided they are within 20 feet of you. In addition, you have resistance to spell damage that the linked creature takes, and the amount of allied creatures you can soul link equal to your wisdom modifier with a minimum of 1. Oh, so you can have multiple at a
more
time.
Than one.
I probably would drop that second part.
I would drop that last bit. I don't hate the spell damage resistance. Maybe while you're raging. This is while you're raging, so I don't hate the spell damage resistance thing, but I think it's got to be 1 at least at first. Also, chat wants a link.
Might be.
Yeah. Matt Thorne asks, does rage mitigation work with that damage? I would say as written, I'd rule it as yes, but that's a really good question to have a very crystal clear answer to for the designer.
Yeah, because I do think that also will have a significant impact on how powerful this is. If the rage damage...
That's why I think it should only be 1 target.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, and that honestly, that could... I don't think it should have another power, honestly.
You're talking about the spell damage halved as well?
No, I'm talking about... This feature should not be
blood,
here.
Yeah.
This is strong enough to be the only 3rd level feature this barbarian gets.
I agree. I mean, maybe give it some flavor, some like ribbon, like it gets proficiency in religion or something. But genuinely, you're right. I think that's all there is.
Because you're essentially giving a creature resistance to damage, and if it ties back to you. Not only does this just give you resistance to spell damage, which, by the way, like this is not small. This is a
it's spell damage specifically for the linked creature.
Yeah, but even still, that's not small. That's that's very powerful.
Yeah.
So, that's quite powerful. So let's take a look at Healing Blood, but I am going to almost immediately say you probably are going to need to either get rid of Healing Blood or drop it. At 3rd level, when you adopt this path, your blood now has the property to heal both you and your allies while in battle. While raging, for every 6th time you take an instance of damage. What, you don't like that? You don't like having to keep track of that? That's not tedious?
Whoa.
You don't think that's really, really, really tedious? Is that not...
6th time?
I know, it's tedious. You and the creature that are soul linked to you both gain 1d4 hit points. In addition, you gain the following conditions. Okay, so let's just put aside the fact that...
Yeah.
Having to keep track of every 6th hit you get is not only is it tedious, it's the kind of thing where it's like, you might as well just make it once a turn. This should just be a once a turn feature, or a once a rage feature. One of the two.
I would say once a rage for 6th time taking damage. I would say once a rage because that's going to be a little less often than maybe once every 6th time taking damage. But you're probably not taking damage 6 times on a round.
Yeah. But let's see what else we get to. Excess healing that the linked creature has from Healing Bond the excess healing that the linked creature has from Healing Bond are transferred to you. Does that mean that if the creature heals over 1d over their max, you gain the extra? I would probably clarify that. A damage you receive from allied creatures does not trigger blood healing. Okay, that makes sense. Damage from soul linked creatures that are redirected to you counted as separate. Is counted as okay. There's a verb missing there. Damage from soul linked creatures that are redirected to you is counted as are counted as separate instances of damage. When you reach higher levels of the class, the healing goes up. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think you need to. I don't think you do both features, my guy. I think you get rid of healing
also,
blood. I would just drop it.
Yeah, there's just the healing blood is going to take so much surgery to salvage for being fun at the table that you're already over the power level. Just drop it. It's totally unnecessary.
Here's what I'll say. Here's what I would do. If you really are keen on healing, then I think you could probably do something where, like, once per rage, when the creature that you are tethered to's hit point maximum goes below half, you can do something to give them a little healing burst. Something like that, maybe. And I would probably not put that at 3rd level. I'd probably put that at a different level. But that's the way that I would do that. I would make it so it's like when you're linked to this creature, you can give them a little burst of healing based on a certain circumstance. And it would be very limited in how often you could do that.
You could also do it as a reaction whenever a linked creature would otherwise reach 0 hit points. You could, like, burn one of your hit die.
Yeah, that does start to sit in the same position as Ancestral Guardian, because that's what they do.
Do they have something like that?
They have a reaction damage mitigator.
Yeah, that's a little different, but not in practice, so fair.
It's not different enough, I don't think.
No, I agree. You want to look at Soul Shield?
Yeah, let's move on. Beginning at 6th level, you can use and manipulate the soul essence of deceased foes to protect you. When you enter your rage, you gain temporary hit points equal to the hit die of the last creature that you'd slain or reduced to 0 hit points, plus your con modifier, plus your proficiency bonus.
Whoa.
Soul-linked creatures also gain temporary hit points equal to half the amount.
That math is nuts. How do you know what the hit die of the last creature you have slain
This sort of sits in the same position as you don't want to have to keep track of getting 6 attacks to do a feature. It's like a tedious thing to keep track of. I mean, this is the way this feature would work. I enter my rage. Hey, Dungeon Master, how many hit points did the last creature I kill what sort of hit die did the last creature I kill have? And they say, what was the last creature you killed? Well, we haven't played for 3 weeks, and in the last fight that we had during that last session, there was a bear, and there was that sniper, and there was that wyvern. Yeah, did you land the finishing blow on any of those? Yeah, I think I landed the finishing blow on the bear. Okay, let me go look up the bear. Okay, the bear is a large creature, so it's a D10. You do that. That's the conversation you have to have every time you use this feature. It's too much.
There's no reason not to just make it your hit die.
Yeah.
Right?
I also probably wouldn't do a hit die plus I would probably make it a roll of your hit die plus I would probably just make it a D12 plus your con modifier. Because keep in mind that you're raging, so it's going to be doubled.
Yeah. I agree. Well, so here's a question. How do you feel about it being temporary hit points on you and then half of that on linked creatures?
I would probably drop the linked creature part.
I was thinking the opposite direction.
I was gonna say it should be one or the other. It shouldn't be both.
I was thinking your hit die plus your con mod in temp HP to a linked creature.
Yeah, that makes sense. I agree with that. I also think it fits better because you're gonna have more hit points anyway. So making it only to the linked creature, I think, is way better. I agree.
Yeah, and I think it's instead of whenever you enter your rage, it's just whenever you link a creature.
Well, no, it should be once per rage, I think.
Okay, I mean once per
because you can bonus action link a new creature every round.
Yes. So it should be once per rage whenever you link a creature. But yeah.
Cool. But it's a fine feature. I mean, I will say if you make it so it's just to the linked creature, it does help with the issue of it's just barbarian but more, which is normally the thing that I think when I see temporary hit points on a barbarian.
Yeah.
Let's look at Avenging Soul at 10th level.
It's funny because that actually kind of.
It does kind of still just make it barbarian, but better.
I mean, my question is for the Soul Link, does the damage transfer happen before or after temp HP?
Oh, it would definitely happen before, so it would still sort of have the same effect.
Yeah.
Does that make you change how you feel about it?
Not really.
Yeah. The main difference is that if you drop the Soul Link, I think the implication is the creature would still have the temp HP.
Exactly, yeah.
So you could Soul Link with somebody, give them the temp HP, bonus action Soul Link with somebody else, so that somebody gets some temp HP and somebody else gets the benefits of Soul Link. for example.
Yes, you could consume a couple bonus actions, but it would work.
Yeah. At 10th level, you gain Avenging Soul. Your soul gains the ability to manifest a whip and attack those who hurt you or your allies under your protection. When you or the linked creature takes damage from attack or spell, you can use your reaction to manifest a whip. I would not do this feature at all, just because this is so similar to what these guys get at 14th level. Like, Vengeful Ancestors at 14th level is
a reaction.
Is reaction deal damage. So I wouldn't do reaction deal damage. I would come up with just something different.
Do you have any ideas as to what this is maybe missing that you could lean on?
There's an element of spiritualism, of interconnectivity, of like I want to say hippy dippy magic bullshit that I'm feeling like this has, that I feel like we're not getting enough of from a flavor perspective, like aura stuff. No, I don't mean aura stuff like D&D aura. I mean aura stuff like, oh, the crystals have nice auras. Like, you're linking your soul to a creature. I think that there could be something that ties to that. So, if anything, I feel like a good, I mean, that's sort of what I would go into, is lean into that sort of stuff. What sort of mechanical features would be interesting to give that, that lean more into that, or whether that is from a healing perspective or from a being able to understand the world more specifically perspective. So like one idea that comes to mind is some combination of like some lesser restoration-y type stuff. You know, like what if you can cure creatures of illnesses or diseases or conditions or something like that? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I was thinking something very different, but I like that angle quite a lot. I was thinking it could be cool to be able to like swap places with a linked creature. But I think in either case, something like that is more appropriate for 10th level. Something that is either movement or defense or curing, not healing, kind of oriented.
Yeah. The other way to do it would be like aura reading. Like something about like you... Like, oh, I can see a creature's aura. I learn about it. You know?
Yeah, that could be interesting, where you, like, get a sense of... I don't know what you'd get a sense of, but there's something there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. What's going on in the chat? Bunch of craziness. Agonizing Soul Chain. At 14th level, you learn the ability to manifest a spectral chain connecting the souls of both you and your foes, letting them feel your pain. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Kind of in the other direction.
This is so in the different direction from the way that I interpret what this is supposed to be based on the earlier features. Let's read it first. But I do want to point something out. You're doing something very similar to what the Ancestral Guardian does, but the Ancestral Guardian does it a tiny bit. So most of the Ancestral Guardian is like, oh, we protect. Oh, we protect. Oh, we connect with the spirits. Also, the spirits get angry sometimes. I feel like you should not do that.
Yeah.
I know that this is inspired by the Ancestral Guardian, but let your thing be its own thing. So let's read what Agonizing Soul Chain does, but I don't know if you need to do the heal turn. I have another idea of what you could do for a 14th level feature that I think would be quite good. But let's read this first. While raging, you can try... I would say you could attempt to chain your soul to a soul of a hostile creature within 30 feet of you. The creature must make a con saving throw against some stuff or be soul chained to you. For the duration of your rage, whenever you take damage, they take half as much damage. The soul chain is broken at the end of your turn if you're more than 30 feet away from each other. The amount of allied creatures you can have soul chained is equal to your intelligence modifier, minimum 1. I'm not sure where that comes from. I don't know where this is coming from. I would just drop this entirely. You can use this feature a number of times equal to half your proficiency bonus. So here's what I was going to say.
This is also such little damage in the scheme of things for how big of a setup this is, because it's at the end of the day, it's like at the most it's like a quarter of most damage. Right.
Well, yeah, it's a quarter of the damage because they're going to be halved on rage and then half again. But it is a lot in the circumstance of if you're fighting one monster and the barbarian is in front, every single time it's hitting, it's going to be hurting itself. If I were you, I would not go in this direction. I don't feel like this fits the vibe. If you want this to fit the vibe, you got to start weaving it in a lot earlier. I would completely drop this, and what I would say is at 14th level, you can Guardian Protection Soul Link with 2 creatures instead of 1.
Does
That's
that
it.
feel like it's meaty enough for a 14th level? Because it definitely is. It's definitely powerful enough. But does it feel like you're getting enough from like an interesting
for a
new
barbarian?
development
Yeah, barbarian 14th level features almost are never that crazy.
Not that big of a deal. Yeah,
They're big deals, but they're not that crazy. Like for example, the Wild Magic Barbarian, they get to roll twice and they can pick whichever one they want.
and that's it. Yeah.
Or like
yeah, I think that's right. I
the
think that's
Beast
move.
Barbarian gets like a thing where it can shout, and everyone gets a little bonus.
Yeah.
For a round.
Yeah. I agree. Ooh, I just thought of an interesting thing for 10th level. This might be a little too much in one direction, and in fact, now that I'm thinking about it and saying it,
I didn't know you were a fan of One Direction.
My thought was could you share your what's the barbarian feature that they get where they danger sense? Could you share your danger sense with linked souls?
Oh, I like that idea. Yeah, you could do that. Danger sense would make a lot of sense. Danger sense is a really good ability too.
Yeah, there's potentially something there. It does really strongly make this entire subclass only things that you can do with your linked soul, which I don't know that I love.
Yeah.
But something to think about.
If you were gonna do something like that for 10th, I might change the 6 to be kind of unique and different, and not tie it to the soul linked thing.
I mean, honestly, you could just do it to someone not involved in your soul link. When you rage, you could just choose someone.
A creature to give temp hit points to. That's true.
And that's it.
Yeah,
it's just
true.
It's thematically similar, but you're not doubling up on the soul link. It's just you're like projecting onto them.
Yeah. And actually, I kind of like it being tied to just rage. So as you get more rages, you could give more bonus temp hit points. And then when you get to 20th level, even though you get infinite rages, it's not a crazy amount of like who cares if you're getting 1d12 plus 5 hit points at T20 level 20 doesn't matter. Yeah, it's a neat idea. It's a neat idea.
Says the subclass is really cool, and I think aesthetically I agree. I think this is carving out a really cool niche and a very fun play space. Needs a little tuning, but it's on. You're on to something.
Yeah. Oh my god, my mods are so nice. Everybody's so kind. Look at that. Somebody just got timed out and then they came back and then they apologized. I don't know what's going on here.
That's the behavior you want to see, right? Like
whenever I start trying to talk,
up.
How come whenever I am the one that does this, it leads to the person being banned? Am I less patient than my mods? Is that what's happening here?
I mean, first of all, it does sound like you should just let your mods deal with it, because why would you want to? But also, I feel like maybe you.
Everyone is just like yes. You are. Yeah, it's fair. All right, Jamerson HQ, thank you for the piece. I want to point. I think that this also does I want to just point something out. As much as I think that we suggested a whole lot of tweaks, this does a really good job of taking inspiration from the Ancestral Guardian without just being a Ancestral Guardian but better, and without just being a carbon copy of the Ancestral Guardian. So
100%.
Like so often people take inspiration from a piece and then it just feels like the same thing. So
they duped the piece, and genuinely
good on you for that.
And this is, I think, how you do it, because now if you kind of take our advice or look to maybe take this in a different direction by 14th level, where you're not following the same sort of like heel turn progression of the Ancestral Guardian, you've just got something different. Yeah. And so you use the Ancestral Guardian to come up with something, but you came up with something that is now new, and that's meaningful.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Jamerson. Nice piece. Thank you for sharing. I know I've mentioned it before, but I'm going to mention it again tonight at 9 p.m. I'm going to be a guest on the show D20 Deathmatch. So you guys should come to that. You should go to that too. D20 Deathmatch. Okay. Go to it.
It's going to be great.
It'll be something. We'll see. I'm a little nervous for my fight. The guy that I have no idea who the guy is that I'm battling, and the clip that they used of him for the promo is a little nuts.
Did they just have him going fucking feral?
It's him squirting milk into his mouth and dressed as Homelander and like yelling crazy stuff. So I don't know. Yes, the answer to that question is yes. It is him going a little feral.
Man, that's wild.
Yeah, wasn't he
Why
here?
is he dressed as a Homelander?
There he is. Oh, Homebrew, dude. Yeah, hard dude. Okay, I wanted to make a movement-based artificer for your first Homebrew. I want you to be as harsh as possible. Okay, I'll be as hard as possible. I will be so fucking harsh. The first thing that I want to say is, so help me God, this artificer better have a cool object. If you want to make an artificer right for D&D 5e, it is not built around crafting. It is not built around unique spellcasting. It is not built around getting to embed spells into crystals or anything. It's built around an object.
Oh, it does. It fucking does, apparently.
All right, well, let's see. This is the Cable Runner.
I'm already, that's such an evocative name. I'm already getting on board.
You have two things going for you very well so far, horror dude bro. One, it sounds like maybe this does have a machine, which is nice. But two, it's an artificer that doesn't take up more than 1 page.
Thank fuck.
So often when people make artificers, it takes up 35 pages. And that's not an exaggeration. Okay, Cable Runner. That is an exaggeration. Cable Runner, Artificer subclass. Within the cog-forged sanctuaries of the Artificers Guild, a new discipline has emerged, intertwining magic and mechanics into the Cable Runner archetype. I like everything that's happening here. Your sentence is a little long, but I like...
Also, cog-forged doesn't make a tremendous amount of sense because cogs don't forge things.
Shh, Patrick. Shh, don't tell. Shh. Okay. These inventive artisans weave enchanted filaments with clockwork precision, fashioning ingenious rope launchers that transcend mere tools. With each launch, these artificers swing through the urban labyrinths and towering landscapes, their mobility unmatched. As they soar. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. End it here. You don't need this.
Let's be harsh.
This is you're just repeating yourself now.
I'm gonna be honester. You have a cool vibe here. You are speaking as if you're trying to cram adjectives into the sentences.
That is
I'm
also a good point.
literally glancing at this.
There's a little
you
too
have
much.
1, 2, 3, 4 words in a row that are north of 7 letters. Clockwork precision, fashioning ingenious.
Yeah.
Don't do that. That's a lot.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. That's a good point.
Tone it down. But I will say the vibes are fucking.
The vibe is good. The imagery is good. This is you listen. Here's what's hard. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing, horror dude, bro. You're doing what I used to see my students do, where by students I mean preschool students, by the way. Where like a preschooler will be really excited to draw a picture, so they'll take their crayon and they'll scribble a pretty cool monster. And it'll be pretty cool. But then they'll keep scribbling. And they'll keep scribbling. And they'll keep scribbling. And the really cool monster that they made will be lost under the fact that they just keep drawing over and over and over and over until it's just a brown piece of paper. Too many adjectives. You're scribbling too much. You drew a cool monster. Don't lose it under the scribbles. Another way that I could say is that like it doesn't. I'm not saying it's not that the writing is bad. This isn't like reading a first-year poetry student where it's way too many words and they're frustrating me and I'm getting mad at it. Because I'm not getting mad at it.
We're being harsh because you asked us to be harsh, and that needs...
No. But also like sometimes people use a lot of big words and it literally makes me mad because it feels like they're being cocky in a way that I want to punch them in the throat. This doesn't feel like that. It's just still a little bit much.
Meandering.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also,
is this Attack on Titan sort of oriented? I was trying to figure out what like vaguely.
It's definitely Attack on Titan.
Okay. Not that that's necessarily a problem. I still like the vibes. It's
a big belt that shoots ropes.
Yeah, fuck yeah, I'm into that.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting the blade swords, but that's fine.
Fine. The blade swords? Are there other kinds of swords?
No, but yes, but specifically in Attack on Titan, their swords are made of like big razor blades.
Okay.
like the way that it works in Attack on Titan, it's cool. It is cool in that they thought about it in that way, where cutting through a Titan is so hard that it dulls blades really quickly. So they're constantly breaking off their sword blades and attaching new ones.
I accept. I feel like you could just use a gun, but hey, that's me.
No, because they're that you can't because their hides are too thick. But here's like
Thanks. We still use guns.
Listen, man.
It's fine.
If you want to talk, if we want to talk about the attack, if we want to talk, it's not because of that. It's because of spoiler alert. There's a reason. There's things inside them at specific points, and they're not a tank because they regrow really quickly. So if you don't shoot them in the right place, they basically just fix the part of them that breaks super fast.
I accept.
It would be it's a good way to think about it like this: if a tank had a specific tube in it, that if you destroyed that tube, the tank broke. But if you did anything else, that tube could fix the tank. That's how it works. So in theory, you could get a gun that could break the tube, but getting a big blade that could cut through makes it easier to cut the tube.
Okay.
That's the way I can explain it without doing spoilers.
That's honestly impressive. Also, Chad is lighting up with they apparently do use guns. So
yeah,
I haven't seen Attack on Titan.
Attack on Titan is good. Attack on Titan, I haven't watched all of it, but I will say the first season of Attack on Titan does one of the best depiction of how horrible war is I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's just sad and intense. Also, it's good horror. It's scary as hell, but in a way that I really like. Okay, let's see what spells we get. Long Strider, Jump, Kinetic Jaunt, Hold Person, Slow, Haste, Grasping Vine, Freedom of Movement, Hold Monster, Steal One Strike. Okay.
I have no questions here. No notes.
I feel like I'm not a big fan of Slow and Haste. I would probably just do Haste, not Slow.
Okay.
The other thing that I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna point it out here, and you don't need to agree with me, is if the Arcane Rope gives us a serious mobility feature, I don't know how much it makes sense to make us have a bunch of spells that are just mobility features. Because if we're going to be using, unless they're intended to...
It does not.
It does not give us a mobility feature?
It does not give us a mobility feature.
Okay, cool. Really?
Literally at no point does it give us a mobility feature. It is all done in spells.
Huh. All right, interesting. Okay, cool. I accept. Horror Dude Bro says it does give a mobility feature.
Okay. I mean, I skimmed it, and I'm not seeing one that really lands on Long Strider or Jump or Freedom of Movement, but I might be wrong.
All right, well, let's see. At third level, you learned how to create a magical rope launcher. Using Smith tools, you can take an action to magically create a tiny handheld grappling hook. Once you create the hook, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. You can only have one at a time and can't create one while the other one is present. When you create it, you determine its appearance. All right, cool. It's a magical object. It has an AC of 10 plus your intelligence modifier plus proficiency. Is this just the same? Did you write this exactly the same as the little monster, as the Artificer turret? If this is not written exactly the same as the Artificer turret, just write it the same as the Artificer turret. If it's the same as the Artificer turret, good job. All right, when you're holding the rope launcher in your hand, it can be used as a ranged weapon to make ranged weapon attack. It deals 1d8 piercing damage. It has normal range of 60 feet and no long range. It uses your intelligence modifier, attack and damage. The damage increases at 9th level and at 15th level. You need to say what the damage increase is. Yeah, you need to say, what is the damage increase? In addition, you can use your bonus action to move 30 feet in any direction. I would clarify that you are firing it to do that. Also, I want to point something out here. It's a little weird that it has a range of 60 feet to shoot creatures, but only a range of 30 feet to pull you when it's a grappling hook.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep. I think the way that should work to make it 60 feet is, I think that you don't actually want to give it 60 feet of movement. I think that you want to give it 30 feet of movement, but the way that you should phrase that is that you can use your bonus action to fire the grappling hook, allowing you to move twice your move speed in the direction that you fire. So the bonus action is to shoot the grappling hook, and then it gives you that 60 foot of move speed.
If you tied it to your movement, that would allow it to work with things like Long Strider.
Which I think is great.
I think it's good too, but I also feel like I'm a bonus action 60 feet in any direction is too much.
Well, I don't think it's bonus action 60 feet in any direction. It's bonus action 30 feet in any direction, and then you have to commit your move speed, your 30-foot move speed in that direction as well, right? So it's like actually a little worse mechanically, the way.
So it's like a bonus action. I guess
just to fire. The bonus action is just to shoot the grappling hook, and then you can go.
Oh, I see. So you can use your bonus action to shoot the grappling hook. Then instead of using your normal movement speed, you can essentially use your movement speed to go in the direction of it to retract it.
Correct.
Oh, I see. Something like that could work for sure. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. And then it makes it based on your move speed. So if you get movement buffs from stuff like haste or whatever, you're effectively extending the rope. And it also you don't have to really worry too much about like the intricacies of the range of the grappling hook versus the range of the movement option.
That's an interesting way to think about it. At 5th level, you can attack twice rather than once. I think that's fine. Cool. The only thing that I would add here is your grappling hook is the only weapon you're good with. So attacking twice is fine.
You're not getting
but
weapon proficiencies?
I mean, you're not getting any more than a normal artificer, but I do think that you probably should get some amount of other weapon proficiencies, or some. I don't know. It's worth thinking about. I don't remember what artificers.
What do artificers get base? Yeah, let me look that up.
If they get long-range weapons, maybe you're fine.
Let me take a quick look.
They get simple weapons. So you know what I might do if I was this? I might give you proficiency in ranged weapons, or something like that. I don't know, or ranged, or like whatever direction you want this guy to go in. It's sort of the type of fighter he is. But something like that. Technically, once again, unless you write that in, you're also not proficient in this weapon.
That's true.
Oh, that's
you
a
should
good point.
specify
Yeah, you
that.
should say that you're
You
proficient.
should specify
That's a good
that you're
point.
proficient in attacks made with this weapon.
Wouldn't that be like flying? Everything's like flying. Really annoying to work around for the DM. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the bonus action launch yourself in a direction? So the way that I would make this not frustrating to deal with is I would put more of a limit on it, where you have to fire the grappling hook at a point you can see. You can't just launch it, because the way that it's written right now is you shoot it straight up. Like you could shoot it into a cloud. Yeah, and you shouldn't be able to pull yourself in by shooting it into a cloud. That's silly.
I think that's another reason why you should separate out the bonus action is to anchor the grappling hook, and then it affects your move, because you do need to like write it out so that the bonus action is doing something. Like you have to find a point that you can see
within range.
Within range that is anchored to the so forth and so on. But Future Planet was actually talking about ranged weapons. I don't know why that would make it hard on the DM.
Yeah, lots of stuff is good with ranged weapons. I mean, technically an artificer has ranged weapons anyway. They have firebolt.
Simple.
They can get the cantrip firebolt. That's a ranged weapon.
There are simple ranged weapons too. I mean, you have nothing else. You have daggers and stuff. Slings.
Yeah. True.
Fair enough. What do you think about the other?
Dude, it's sad. This happens so much. Somebody says something, and then this is the nature of conversations on this platform, where it's like you say something, and you're like, I'm pretty sure that's a little bit like, just think about that for 3 seconds. The person's like, fair enough. It's like, okay, yeah, man. Yeah, no, it's fair enough.
It is what it is.
Fair enough.
What do you think about rope launcher upgrade at 5th level on a top of extra attack?
Well, let's read it. Let's see what it does. Yeah. At 5th level, you have become more experienced with your rope launcher. When you succeed with an attack made by it, when you succeed in an attack roll made towards an enemy. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's weirdly phrased.
You don't make attacks towards an enemy. You make attacks at. Yeah. You attack enemies. When you succeed on an attack against an enemy. Yeah, or an attack against an enemy, or you succeed on attacking an enemy with the rope launcher, you can pull them 20 feet towards you. You can do this once per turn. I think that should probably just be a part of it at 3rd level.
Probably. Yeah.
And I also would make it the kind of thing where the creature would make a strength saving throw, or an athletics check. And I would make it against your artificer's spell save DC.
Yep.
Yeah, but Poncho is the way to say it. When you hit an enemy with an attack using your rope launcher. Exactly.
Yeah, I would.
Future Planet, I wasn't trying to make fun of you. I'm sorry if it came off that way. That was not the goal. It just made me laugh because I feel like there's this. It just reminded me of like being at the bar with people where you're like this has just happened to me a lot, where like somebody will like have this really crazy long story, and then you'll like be like, yeah, but what about this like one thing, and they'll be like, all right, true, fair enough. And you're like, all right, then what the fuck was that whole story you just told me, Mike? I wasn't trying to I'm sorry if it came off that way. I love you. You're wonderful. Specifically you, Future Planet.
Yes. I have thoughts about this. One, I would say that if you're going to make the rope launch grappling hook thing part of the rope launcher, break Arcane Rope Launcher up into the grappling hook and weapon features and the bonus action move feature. Like split that so that it's a little bit better organized. And then Jathan says, I'm curious as to how this works since it doesn't give you a hover speed. So I think the idea is that it works the same way that any movement, any jump would theoretically work. If you're not getting to a point that you can theoretically get a hold of or get on top of, you fall. You just fall.
Yeah, I agree. You could put that in the language if you need to, if it doesn't feel clear enough, but that's why I would do that.
Unconvinced that it's necessary, but yeah, I mean, obviously somebody thought it was.
Yeah, and Matt Thorne says you should make it a creature, not an enemy. I also feel like you could use this for allies, so you might want to figure out language for that too, potentially. But I think it's cool. Yeah, rope launcher, I feel like you don't need that to be it.
Size restrictions are good too.
Yeah, size restrictions.
This is why you got to reorganize things a little bit, because there's a lot of implicit stuff that you're dealing with. I mean, there are good grappling hooks out there. You can probably just go find them. And, like, honestly, I think some monsters have good grappling mechanics you could probably copy.
Yeah, size restrictions, something based off an athletics check or a strength check or something, all of that's good. Yeah, I think it's pretty solid so far. I like the idea a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine with a save, but I don't think it works with things that are too large, even with a save. Yeah, I agree. I think if the creature is like too big, it just shouldn't work. I agree.
Yeah.
Tether shot. At 9th level, you have honed your keen mind to take advantage of your opponent's balance. Whenever a creature of large size or smaller misses an attack within 30 feet of you, you can use your reaction to force them to make a strength saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, they're knocked prone. And the damage, yeah, don't put this damage increase, put that in the core thing.
First of all, yeah.
I don't understand what this is. What is this doing?
You're grappling and knocking them prone, which I think is not. It's as a so whenever
it also doesn't feel like it's tied to the rope launcher.
Not really, and it also doesn't feel like it's really adding anything other than another way that you can juke enemies around the battlefield. So. We started with the idea of cable runner, and the cable running spells really gave us a lot of movement. I don't necessarily think we need a ton of additional movement options, but I think we need to see that pillar of play substantiated a little bit more. This 9th level feature needs to not be something about like juking enemies around the battlefield. It's got to be about like you can use your rope launcher to set like a line that you can skate on, right? Like or
now your rope launcher, when that movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks, and if you end your movement in the air up against the wall, you can hold on there, so you don't just fall. You can be stuck 15 feet up on a wall. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Because the other thing is that when you give a feature that implies that it's using the rope launcher, but it doesn't explicitly say it, I feel like it creates this weird situation. Like, what if I shoot the rope launcher at somebody, and then this happens? Is the flavor I'm detaching the rope launcher and shooting another place? I don't know. It just feels like there's a lot of implication that I'm not seeing the flavor ain't meeting the mechanics.
Yep.
And then we get grappling expertise.
What level is this supposed to be?
This is supposed to be 14th or 15th, I think. Let me check.
I'll double check.
15th.
15th, yeah.
Yeah, so put the 15th level up here. You've mastered the rope launcher. It does 3d8 damage now. When you use the rope launcher movement, you can choose someone within 5 feet and pull them with you. There should also be a size limit, yes. And there also needs to be make it a willing creature. I would say whenever you use the rope launcher, you can choose a willing creature within 5 feet of you that is your size or smaller. Any effect that increases movement now affects the movement of this feature. I would just drop that.
That should just always be true.
Yeah.
Right, and
yeah. You can now as a bonus action attempt to disarm a creature when you hit it with a ranged attack. The creature must succeed against a strength saving throw or drop their weapon and have it pulled. I think that's kind of a neat idea. I don't feel super strongly about it in any direction. To be able to like try to grab a weapon off a creature, I think is pretty cool. I sort of feel like that could probably like I don't know. I feel like you just got to I would just get rid of tether shot entirely and maybe try to figure out how to work some of that stuff in here. I also, gonna be honest, I don't think that the weapon should increase in damage at 9th and 15th. I think you should pick one, and that's when it increases. I feel like once it does 2d8, that's enough. I don't think the weapon should increase to 3d8. I think it should stay at 2d8.
I wholesomely agree, but I honestly kind of think that maybe it shouldn't even get to 2d8. If that meaningfully frees up a lot of room for you to flesh this character out from other non-combat oriented angles, then I think it's worth it, right? Like maybe one of the things that you could do instead of doing damage upgrades is that at 5th level, on top of extra attack, you also get advantage on ranged attacks made when you're at least 20 feet above your target, right? Like, there's other stuff.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what? I was even thinking about it. This is a ranged weapon. Even doing 2d8 with a ranged weapon is kind of is kind of crazy.
It's a lot, right? And
I mean, it's more than a heavy crossbow. It's doing more damage than a greatsword at range.
Yeah. Yep.
So, yeah, it's definitely too much damage. Faux show. The only way that this damage increase thing is okay is if you don't do the extra attack.
I see. I wouldn't do that. I think extra attack is good. I think extra attack is important because you're kind of... It's sort of the thing that opens up your ability to, like, swing and shoot, right?
Yeah, there aren't really any mechanics built in about repelling or climbing up or down. Right now, it's all just expressed in this bonus action in any direction, but I think that is probably, like, the core idea is really solid. The challenging part now is going to be to doing the work to, like, build out these mechanics in a way where the flavor is meeting the mechanics in a way that is working. It's not so simple that you're losing any of the juice, because while I appreciate the simplicity of this, it's losing a lot of the oomph that I think it could have. And it needs to have, I think, to feel truly like a grappling hook gun that you're launching stuff around. A reaction to avoid fall damage, I think, makes a lot of sense, too. That could definitely fit in there.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff here that you could potentially do that I think is really interesting. And I think that you've built this thing, funnily enough, almost a little too closely
It's a great idea, though. Wait, sorry, I interrupted
the rope launcher. No, you're fine. You built it a little too closely to the rope launcher, where it's like, how do I make this thing do damage and fight for me? Which is probably based off of some of the other artificer subclasses that maybe you were looking to for inspiration. And I think, like, there are other ways of expressing Cable Runner that when you get those worked in here, it's going to make it really fucking cool.
Yeah, it's a very, very solid idea. It's very evocative. I mean, even if you just look at how much people in the chat are like, oh, this is cool. So that's what matters the most, is that it's evocative. Also,
I'd play the hell out of this.
I was gonna say it seems fun, like legitimately seems fun. But the other thing is that it's an artificer that I didn't get mad at while I was reading. So I feel like that's a good sign.
Yeah, that's very rare.
It truly is. All right, let us give a big round of applause to our dear horror bro dude. Thank you very much. Really fun piece.
Good shit. Good shit.
Really fun piece. And thank you for sharing.
Cinder, I think I got one more before I'm headed out.
All right. That sounds good to me.
Let's make it good. Don't
Pat,
fuck it up,
Pat, were you here when I told you about my new rule?
Does your new rule have anything to do with the Netflix original series One Piece?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, what's your new rule?
My new rule is that, you remember how I used to have a rule where if your piece is long, I can stop reading it whenever I want?
Yeah.
That's just the rule for everything now.
What else are you reading other than pieces?
No. But if somebody sends me, like, normally if somebody sends me a subclass and the first level feature is really messed up and it needs a lot of work and it indicates a strong lack of understanding, I will still work through the whole piece. I'm not doing that anymore. So basically, if the main thing I notice about your piece is that it really needs a lot of formatting help and I talk about that for 5 minutes, that might be the only thing I talk about. So that's just the new rule. So I don't have to, I'm no longer committing myself to reading the totality of every single piece because it just turns into me smashing my head against the keyboard and I don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah.
So if you make an artificer subclass and the 3rd level feature is a complicated mechanic of doing different types of spellcasting, I'm probably not going to read that much of it.
Correct.
And you can't get upset because it's in the rules. Or you can get upset because it's in the rules. Either way.
There you
go. I usually read through the entirety of a subclass, especially if it's written in a way that isn't annoying. Even if I don't like it, if it's written in a way that's easily readable, I'm going to read the whole thing. It's just when it gets written in a way that's confusing that I start to get struggle most of the time. Or it's like there's so much broken. There's so much not working. Yeah, or it's offensive or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Something creative. Don't be obvious. FYI, just reading what's written here is obvious. What the fuck are you talking about?
We're going to call this person obvious.
Yeah, we're going to call this person doesn't understand where to put their name.
Yeah,
they put their name the opposite place. Will. Your name is Will. Okay. Hey, Will. You know what's obvious?
Lordy.
What's obvious is you didn't read the goddamn rules. Because one of them says make sure your piece is accessible. You didn't do that.
Forms are hard. That's a big oof moment.
We have a new form now. And the thing is, the new form is super well. Like, you have to click a button that says, I acknowledge the rules now. Like, there's a Have you seen the new form, Pat?
Yeah. No, I haven't.
It's like well organized.
That's good. I'm glad it's well organized.
Gladicus helped me because somebody was basically like, yo, this is really hard to read if you have if you're like neurodivergent or like have what's it called when you can't, like, dyslexia or
dyslexia. Yeah.
And then Gladicus was like, I will help make this more readable. And then they did. And I was like,
I'm going to click the form. Let's go look at the form.
Click on it right now. You'll see.
All right.
It's not that different. It's just a little different.
Oh, it's all like broken up into pages and stuff. That's great.
Yeah, it's more like chunky.
Yeah, okay. Cool. I have read the rules. The first thing you have to do. Nice.
Yeah.
Pronouns. We love it. If your link does not work, your piece will be reviewed.
Did I say will? Yeah. Does it say will or won't?
Will not. Sorry, will not be reviewed.
I was going to say, if it says will, that'd be weird.
You should, You should. The one thing that I might add is maybe throw in something there about opening it in a private window to test it. Because I think people don't know that trick, right? Like, I think people don't understand that that's like a way that you can figure out if strangers can read your shit.
You can open it incognito.
Yeah,
but it's also good to let those people burn upon the pyre so that they can be a sacrifice to everyone here. Because now everyone watching will know, oh shit, I got to make sure my piece is viewable.
100%.
Gentle says, I made this a while ago. Think it's not bad. Hope you agree. Whether or not I agree is irrelevant.
It is.
It genuinely doesn't matter if I like your piece or not. That's irrelevant.
No, it is.
It matters if your piece works for you and your friends.
But hey, maybe we will enjoy it. That's always a possibility.
But I just don't want you to be disappointed if I don't like it, because whether or not I like it doesn't necessarily mean it'll be fun for you. There's lots of stuff I hate in D&D that people love.
Yeah.
A great example of this would be the fucking crafting mechanics. I hate crafting mechanics. I have zero interest in it. People love it. Nothing wrong with that. All right, Mantle of Mists requires attunement by A. I think you just leave that part blank. This black and gray mantle is mostly adorned. Unadorned, save for a aluminum clasp with the mark of a Raven Queen. An aluminum clasp. Whenever you use the word a, and then the next word starts with a vowel, you make it an A-N. Also minor point, but not minor point. If you have a sentence in your piece and it starts with a lowercase letter, what that does is it makes the reader think you don't know what the fuck you're doing. It doesn't matter if you know what you're doing. It doesn't matter if you put hours of work into your piece. This will make the person who's reading your piece think, oh, they did not write full sentences. They are writing in a way that is kind of quick and immature. Maybe this piece is quick and immature. So change it to make this a capital letter. It's weird, but actually can be quite empowering how much people will like your work more if it's just written with good, clean grammar. First impressions matter a lot, yes. As a bonus action for the next hour, don't say may, say can, you can cause wispy tendrils to extend out from the mantle, forming a cloak of tassels. The tassels are weightless and silent. While the tassels are out, you gain proficiency with the stealth skill. If you're already proficient, you gain experience. What experience do you gain?
1,000 points of XP.
Additionally, while hiding in shadows, you can choose to become invisible. The invisibility lasts until you move. Actually, I reviewed this piece already.
Oh, well, okay.
I'm gonna give you the same feedback I gave you before. Experience is not. I think you mean expertise. Expertise means nothing. You need to actually write out the mechanic. If you're already proficient in stealth, you can add your proficiency bonus twice. Additionally, while hiding in shadow, you can choose to become invisible. It lasts until you move. It should also. That means this is broken. Remove this part. This is a feature that. It needs to be until there's a lot of things that it has to be that aren't like attack, cast a spell, do anything. It should just happen. It should just happen very often, commonly. Being able to be invisible until you move is crazy strong because what if you become invisible and just shooting arrows at everybody? So you got to tone that shit back. But I already viewed this piece, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. All right, the end.
All right, I'll do one more since you already reviewed that one.
Hey, Fract, what's up, my guy?
Yeah, a lot of it is just like if you're not doing the basics of what we conventionally agree upon is good grammar, it genuinely just makes it look like you didn't check your work. And if you didn't check your work, you are telling everyone that your work is not important enough or good enough to be checked, which makes people intrinsically care about it less. So, yeah, proofread.
All right, Jeb says they know this piece is overpowered. Then make it less overpowered. What do you...
My brother in Christ, you designed the subclass.
Is this just a pixie? The pixie exists.
I think this is literally the pixie. No, this is Homebrew. It was a subclass. Did they send the wrong link?
Did I click the wrong link?
I don't know.
No, they made it. They made it. They said they didn't say it's a subclass. They said they made it for a bard.
Oh, it was for a bard. You're right.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. Right. Let's pull up the pixie.
Okay.
Because it exists.
Yep.
And let's talk about why the thing you made shouldn't exist.
Wait, is pixie a playable race?
Yeah. Or maybe it's fairy.
I think it's fairy. Which is pretty similar.
Why isn't it showing up? Is it sprite? Oh, I was spelling fairy wrong because I'm a fucking idiot.
It's fairy.
Okay, so what a fairy normally gets is you're fey, you're small, you have 30 foot. You're fey, you're small, you can fly, you get some spells. So what does this get?
So this is fey, tiny, and a walking speed of 10 feet. So tiny right away is something that 5e doesn't allow for at all with player races. All playable races in 5e have to be small and medium. Those are your two options. You can't be large, you can't be tiny.
You cannot use your natural flying speed to fly continuously more than 10 feet above the ground. If you end your turn more than 10 feet above the ground, you fall. If you leave a melee range of a creature, they can use their reaction. This is just opportunity attack works. Your wings glow. Yeah. You are invisible. If you are invisible, your wings don't emit light. If you reach 0 hit points, your wings dissolve. You know what's missing from this? Guess. Say, chat, what's missing from this? Something really important.
Help me out.
Something really important. Something really important is missing from this. Can anyone see what it is?
Is it? Yeah. Oh, wait, I just figured it out.
It's a fly speed.
It's a fly speed.
How fast do you fucking fly? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Okay, so your size is little. You have disadvantage on strength. You have disadvantage on all strength checks and saving throws.
Yeah.
You can attempt to hide even when another thing. Starting at 3rd level, you can take a bonus. You can take a bonus action on each of your turns in combat. It can be only used to.
You just get a 3rd level rogue feature. That's
it's a 2nd level rogue feature, but that's fine.
2nd level
or 1st level, one of the two. You also get pixie dust, equal to half your proficiency bonus, rounded down.
It's like an alternate spellcasting.
A bundle of pixie dust can be used to substitute any material components for spells with a maximum of 100 gold. They lose their magical property at dawn next day. You can use a bundle to do charm person, cure wounds, This just does too much. This just does too much.
Yeah. I genuinely.
This just does too much.
I think
just be a fucking fairy.
The one interesting thing that I think, the one thing that I think is genuinely interesting here that you could do like a fairy sub race about that might be neat is just this first part of pixie dust. you can create pixie dust to ameliorate the need for material components in spells. Is that particularly useful? Almost not at all.
Yeah.
But is it kind of thematically cool? I think so.
Yeah. You said you knew this was OP. It is OP. This would not work in any game other than your home game. I would argue that the balance of getting disadvantage on strength and saving throws is nowhere near the power, including the downgrade of hit die, which is just honestly just tedious. Is nowhere near the bonuses that you get from being tiny. We're getting double the casting that we would get from being a normal pixie. You don't give us a fly speed. It's just too strong. So the main feedback that I'm going to give you is, if you want to make something that basically already exists in D&D, the question you need to ask yourself is, how is it radically different? And how is it balanced compared to the original? If it's not radically different and it's not balanced compared to the original, it's not, then don't use it. You got to figure, those two are important. Still a spell slot though. A free revive, it doesn't do a free revive, does it? Does this do a free revive?
One of the spells that it gets is
it gets cure wounds.
Yeah, cure wounds. I don't know where they're
Charm
getting
person,
revive
sleep,
or...
cure. The thing is, all the spells that gets
they're
are
saying
really strong.
100 GP of pixie dust could replace
A revive. Yeah. I got you.
diamond
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that's fine. You're playing a whole character based around being able to do that potentially. I think of all of the things that we're looking at here, that's the one that I don't have a problem with.
Yeah, no, I think this is the only one that I'm like, oh, that's kind of interesting and unique. Everything else just feels like tedious and like extra in a way that I don't think you need to feel like this character, to be frank.
Also, I mean, obviously you're going to do whatever you want in your home game, and that's your prerogative and totally fine. You can't be tiny. And I think that this whole feature of tedious, like, shifting hit die and giving you disadvantage on saving throws and trying to figure out how to cram in, like, action economy, right? It's evidence to the fact that you're having to, like, rewrite core rules to accommodate being tiny. You just can't be tiny.
Well, that's what it comes down to, is what you just said, Pat. Somebody in the chat said, why can't you be tiny? You can't be tiny because in order to be tiny in D&D, you can't be that on its own. Like, you need to supplement a lot of core rules, and D&D really isn't designed or balanced for that. I would argue that I think being tiny feels a lot more balanced than being large. I think there's a lot more problems that come in with being large, because anything that is like an area of effect around you, you immediately have a much larger area that you can affect.
Sure.
So I have less issues with being tiny, but I do agree that it's very... I don't know. I don't have that much of a problem with it. I just wouldn't.
I mean, it's one of those things where and previous versions of D&D,
encumbrance and occupying space, all of that stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of things you need to incorporate into the rules, and I would argue that there's not enough of that being, like, Tiny Adventurer is not explaining this enough. And I also genuinely disagree with being able to dash or disengage as a bonus action being a balance to the downsides. I just don't agree with that.
Yeah, and again, the previous editions of D&D you've been able to be all the way down to tiny and all the way up to, huge in terms of player character size. And the race systems in those games, especially in 3.5, was like built around that. There were mechanics around, like, your dex goes up by this much if you're a tiny character, and your con goes up by this much. Like, there were systems in place for accommodating being outside of the narrow band. They scrapped literally all of that for 5e. So there's just it's just everything that is published in any official source assumes that every player character will be small or medium. And you can go look it up. Centaurs are medium. It's weird, but it's true, right? The playable race for Centaur is medium. As soon as you break out of that, you're going to start running into weirdness all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. So those are my thoughts. I don't really have much more to say other than that. I think that I have seen some people do homebrew compendiums for incorporating large creatures or small creatures. There needs to be way more clarification as to, like, what... Yeah, it's like a rule set that has, like, a page minimum. And I think that that's mostly, it can get tedious. The other thing that I want to say is that a lot of people I see doing this now, and I don't know why it's happening more and more. I see more people doing this thing where you get this thing at first level, and then more at third level, and then more at fifth level. It is rare that races get upgrading features like that.
Just spell casting, and
There's
I think some wing
Simic
stuff.
Hybrid gets it. There's a couple, but it is rare. And I honestly don't think it's good design to do that a lot, especially if those things you're getting are as good as advantage on dex saving throws.
Yeah.
Or being able to cast fly on somebody else for free. Like
Races in 5e really
strong.
shouldn't be that powerful. They should be a couple of core things that represent your physiology, and then they should get out of the way.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, treating races as like extra classes feels weirdly common in Homebrew. It does. It absolutely does.
And it is because people are trying to figure out how to be their fantasy. And I think the difference is when you are making Homebrew, sometimes you're making it for your home game, so you don't really care if it's broken or convoluted.
Sure.
But we're not looking at stuff as if it's for the home game. We're just looking at stuff, and it's broken and convoluted doesn't work if you're just like sending it out to the masses.
Also, Dragonus says, on the other hand, if you released a compilation of a handful of tiny races with the idea of a micro world living amongst a larger one, that's badass and evocative. I would say that is a campaign setting, and that as a campaign setting, your tiny creatures become your medium creatures, and like normal human-sized creatures become gargantuan.
Yeah,
and
it would be more like reflavor. It would be more about it would be like a monster manual of how to make like a rat a large creature.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, which is cool. I mean, they did that in Dimension 20 Tiny Heist, which is one of my favorite settings. It's a lot
Tiny
of fun.
Heist.
Tiny Heist is great.
It's no. What's the one that you don't like? It's no. I forget which one you don't like. Dang it.
Critical? I don't know. Which one do I not like? You're talking about Dimension 20. There are a lot of them I don't like.
Yeah, I know, but there was one that I had in the chamber, and I forgot.
Bloodkeep? Escape from Bloodkeep?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say it's no Bloodkeep.
There you go.
Just because I know how much you love Matthew Mercer and who's the one person? You know what I just realized? Oh no, you don't need to actually call out who you don't like. I was gonna make you do that.
I listen. It's fine. I don't dislike either of them.
Patrick dislikes Erika Ishii. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll tell you what though. I did finish before I go here. I did finish Ravening War. With
did you like it or no?
DM by Matt Mercer. And I will put it this way: Matt Mercer is far and away and undefeated is one of my favorite D&D players.
Oh, that's cold, man.
He's such a good dude. He seems like such a nice person. Everything he DMs ends up being about fighting a weird eldritch nightmare monster. And it's like, that's not the story that I wanted from Crown of Candy, man. That's just not where I was.
Right,
that's just not where I was.
I see.
He is a really good player.
I love a good eldritch monster. It reminds me of home.
I know. Yeah, I mean, listen, I get that. You'd actually like the end of Ravening War. I think beyond that first episode, it gets really like bizarrely like finding an eldritch monster deep inside the living core of a world.
Yeah, I live for that kind of stuff. One day, Pat, I'm gonna run a game for you, and there's gonna be an eldritch monster, and you're gonna love it, or you're gonna be annoyed with it. One of the two.
It'll be one of the two. It'll be one of the two. We shall see.
All right, let's give Jeb a little round of applause. Thank you, Jeb.
Yeah, thank you, Jeb,
for sharing your pixie.
All right. I think that might be it for me today, boys.
All right, buddy. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And have fun with D20 Deathmatch, which is going to be absolute blast.
Thank you. I will destroy the world or save it. One of the two. Unclear.
One of the two, for sure. All right. Have fun, y'all. Have a good night. Bye.
All right, buddy. See ya.
Bye.
How do I leave this call? Click. That was Patrick, our dear dungeon master. Patrick is my dungeon master for my podcast. Welcome to the lounge. Woo! You guys don't even know what I'm talking about. Here. Here, I'll put that picture. There we go. That's the lounge. Okay, guys. How's it going, chat? Derek, I have no doubt in your knowledge. You're pretty much usually right. Oh, it's our local meth addict. Love that guy. This is not written right at all, but the item is pure chaos, so the writing reflects that. If the writing is so much chaos that I can't read it, that doesn't mean it reflects it well. I don't want to read this. I'm going to be honest. Don't want to read it. I'm going to read the first paragraph, maybe keep going. This is so unformatted that I don't want to read it. Straight up. I mean, zero offense. I'm not trying to hurt feelings, but if you send me something written like a goddamn essay, I don't want to read it. I'm not here to read an essay. Zelos, I looked at yours earlier. Looked at yours earlier today. The Warding Watch is a cursed item placed on individuals that possess great power who are deemed potentially harmful by powerful deities of the Feywild to limit their... It's all one... This is all... You didn't even put any punctuation in this first sentence. This was written by ChatGPT. Man, that's cold. When y'all think something's written by ChatGPT, that's always like, oh boy. That's like over dark. Listen, I am fine with you guys making that assumption. Future Planet, you don't need to apologize. That's fine. I'm just saying that when people say that, that's an insult. The Warding Watch grants the wielder an unlimited amount of spell slots and grants them the ability to know all spells. All right. I'm going to stop reading this here. I don't care. What you have done is you have formatted this so poorly that I don't want to read it. And I will tell you immediately, if you are trying to create something, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what. No, we're going to get a clap. Everyone gets a clap. Nobody doesn't get a... Listen, I say thank you to every single person that submits a piece, even if that piece literally hurts me to read. We are not here to shame anyone. And we are not here to not be grateful. Okay? We are grateful for every single person that submits something. By the very nature of submitting something, they are doing a very special and unique thing. So we do not belittle that in any way. But we do acknowledge that if you make something that genuinely feels like you didn't put that much work into it because it's written without grammar and without formatting, then we don't need to put that much effort into reading it. Do you know what I mean? And what I was going to say, though, is if we get an unlimited amount of spell slots and the ability to know all spells, that's pretty fucking jank. They have to beat a DC determined by rolling a d20, either after a short rest or a long rest every game hour. If the DC is lower than 12, it must be re-rolled. What does that mean? So, here's the problem. The problem that's happening here is you are making this incredibly powerful thing. This is all one sentence. This, whatever you wrote just here, this should be split up into things that make sense, that I can understand, that aren't all smushed together. So, like, what do you mean a beat a DC determined by rolling a... I'm gonna read this sentence to you, and I want you, creator, to realize what you just wrote. Listen to this sentence. Just close your eyes and listen to this sentence and ask yourself, is this clear? The Warding Watch grants the wielder an unlimited amount of spell slots and grants them the ability to know all spells of a certain level at the cost of having to beat a DC determined by rolling a d20 after either every short rest, long rest, or every in-game hour. If the DC is lower than 12, it must be re-rolled. That's a sentence. So what does that mean? So I'm gonna give you two real pieces of feedback right now. I'm gonna give you two real pieces of feedback, and then we're gonna move on from this item. Number one, a big issue with having unlimited resource access to spells, genuinely, aside from this being broken and in many ways, in every way, Aside from this being broken, a big issue with giving unlimited resources to spells is you could potentially get unlimited resources to healing. And as soon as you get an unlimited healing resource, the game doesn't work. So that's issue 1. Issue 2 is anything that requires you to roll a check or dramatically changes you every in-game hour. That's not a fun mechanic. That is a tedious mechanic. That is not making the game more fun. That is not wacky or crazy. That's just annoying. That's just an annoying thing to have to do. So, neither of those should be things that are existing. If you want somebody to roll a DC every hour, maybe it could be on a curse that lasts a day, maybe, but not on something like this. I had something else to say, and I genuinely don't remember what it was. So we're going to stop reading it here. I don't really have much more to say. It's obviously jank and broken in a way that I would not use, and I don't think you should use. And it also sort of falls into this problem of it does so much that it does nothing, right? Like, what is the vibe of this item? I don't even know how I would refine it because it doesn't have a vibe. The vibe is you can cast any spell. That's not a vibe. We're not going to worry about the 4th paragraph. You can worry about it because you're a good person. But I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to read that far. You gotta earn the getting to the 4th paragraph if you're writing with such little formatting and such little grammar. All right, our local meth addict proving their name once again. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you for sharing that deranged piece of homebrew. I hope you figure out what you want it to be. Click. It's the win the game item. Is that what you said? It's a funny way to think about it. He was up for 84 hours making it? I don't know about that. You know, he might be quick. He might be quick with it. Asia, why are you sending... are you sending these on purpose, or is this a spam thing? Hey Cinder, relatively new to the channel. How do we submit Homebrew again? The link, my guy. The link. And this wheel is done today in like an hour. We're done with this wheel soon. But the new wheel starts tomorrow, and we are going to be streaming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, ice cream, sandwich, etc. And Sunday, and all of them. So if you're new, great. Welcome. And if your piece doesn't get looked at today, you can resubmit it. You're watching this while workshopping your first fighter subclass. Very cool. Guys, I had some amazing ice cream recently. Oh, I see. Oh, it's a birthday coming up. All right, I'll click it in a bit. All right, guys, I had some fancy ice cream last night. It was good. If your fish doesn't get picked the second time, you riot. I love it. I would love to see you riot. The best way to riot is probably I don't know, to tell people to come to my show. What if Bulbasaur? That's a great question. Good evening, Yazikan. I could see you riot really easily. Because listen, if you riot in a way that's fun, it'll be great. And if you riot in a way that's not fun, you just get banned from everything. And then I don't have to think about it. So it's really a matter of, do you want to see you riot? All right, let's take a look. Circle of Seeds. Circle of Seeds. The druid who follows the Circle of Seeds deifies plants and the beginning of life itself. They see the surrounding flora as the purest expression of life, growth, and even elderly wisdom. What does that mean? Even elderly wisdom? I probably dropped that. That's a weird... Doesn't fit. Few beings can live as long as oak trees of old. I feel like you're trying to be poetic here, and it's not working. I would cut this whole part. They celebrate not only the flourishing dense forest, but also the lone cacti. Such druids learn to blend both flora and fauna, creating a body of hardy vines and lithe limbs. Yeah, cut this sentence. Everything else is pretty solid. You got mixed reviews on whether this was fleshed out or not. Oh, so far it seems like fleshed out. I like the flavor text. We get some circle spells. Druid Craft, Spike Growth, Wither and Bloom, Daylight, Plant Growth, Aura of Life, Guardian of Nature, Tree Stride, Wrath of Nature. I have mixed feelings about these circle spells, and I'll tell you why. I'm 99% sure every single one of these spells is just a druid spell. And I am kind of... I would get it if some of them were druid spells and some of them weren't, but they were there to collectively make you feel like a specific type of druid. But the flavor of this so far is so close to just any druid that I feel like maybe don't give them circle spells. Maybe just let them pick their spells. I don't know if this is a good idea. The other thing is, if you do, whether you do or don't give them circle spells allows you to play around with how powerful you make the subclass features. You know? Let's see what we get at second level. At second level, I mean, if they are fine spells, they're just not, they don't feel like they evoke anything other than ordinary druid. So they should evoke something other than ordinary druid. I don't know what, but I mean, I don't know what that, I don't know what you should put, but like, I don't know. I mean, I guess there is a lot about plant growth, but again, that's not that different from ordinary druid. That's just druid. Minus animals. So I would maybe just get rid of the circle spells. Starting at second level, you don't have to listen to me, but that's what I think. Starting at second level, you can use your wild shape to take on a more floral form. When you do so, you gain the following benefits in addition to your normal properties. You're considered a plant instead of a beast. You can't be blinded or deafened. Your form's hit point maximum increases by an amount equal to twice your druid level. Your AC equals 10 plus your wisdom modifier if the chosen wild shape would have a lower AC. If you remain motionless for 1 minute, you can reshape your body to appear like a non-magical plant. And your form quickly reverts if you move or take an action. Consider the size of your wild shape form to determine the plant type. What mechanically happens when you look like a plant? Are you into, like, do creatures see you as a, like, what is that? You got to put the mechanics in there. Like, I would look at the language of false appearance here and copy something like that. While you're in your plant shape, your bestial body is made from leaves. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so yeah, here's what I'm gonna say. This is not a crazy strong feature, but I feel really strongly I would completely drop Circle of Seed spells, completely drop it, and I would give you another second level feature. That's the way I would do this. So instead of building this like a Spore Druid, you should build it like a Circle of Stars Druid. So a Circle of Stars Druid gets a second level feature where they can do some crazy transformation stuff that's really cool. And then they get another second level feature that gives them a little bit of light vibe. That's what you should do. So, like, what if your second level feature, you get Druidcraft and a couple other sort of unique special things. That's what I would do if I were you here. I feel like the circle spells is not the answer. I feel like this floral form is not exciting enough to merit being the only second level feature. Because the only thing it really does is it's now when you wild shape, you have a little bit more hit points and a little bit better armor, and you can hide good. That's what it does. I don't think that's enough for second level, and I don't think these spells do enough to make it feel cool other than just Druid. So I would drop the spells entirely, and I would come up with a new second level feature that helps you feel more like a plant Druid. That is something specific that another Druid can't just do by taking these spells. Yeah, that's my thoughts. You could give them access to a spell and sort of cast that spell in a unique way. You could give them access to some other feature that they can do, but that's the way that I would think about it. Next, we have Thorn in Your Side at 6th level. At 6th level, your floral form grows large, sharp. Your floral form should increase until 10th level. It shouldn't increase. Your floral form should not get stronger at 6th level. It should only get stronger at 10th level. When you're transformed to your wild shape, each of your melee attacks deal an additional 1d6 piercing. Yeah, so I would drop this feature entirely. Come up with some new, again, what are we doing to feel distinct? What are we doing to feel unique? What is making this seed druid different than just any other druid that is focusing on plant spells? This is another level where I think it makes a lot of sense to give us a unique feature. Now, if you want your druid wild shape to improve, I think that's a great idea. The thing is, if you look carefully, druid wild shapes improve at 10th level every single time. Maybe at 6th level they get a little thing, like the moon druid gets it so their attacks now overcome magical resistance, but they don't get a big improvement at 6. If you do unique wild shape, this is the way that it works. You get unique wild shape at 2nd level, it gets improvement at 10th level. That's always how it works. Always how it works. So this is another level where I think you need to ask yourself, what else does this need to feel unique? Get out of here, horror dude, bro. You're great. The 10th level made you laugh? All right, well, let's see what it is. At 10th level, your body learns various types of plant life. You gain one of the following benefits of your choice. Is this permanently? Whenever you reach a level in this class that grants the ability to increase... Yeah, so this is just a permanent thing? Yeah, this should be tied to your plant. This should be tied to your wild shape form. Your skin grows tiny, imperceivable barbs. You gain a climb speed with your walking speed. Additionally, creatures have disadvantage on ability checks to escape your grapple. Water flows freely through your veins, diluting toxins. You gain resistance to poison and are immune to poison. You learn to communicate directly. You can cast Speak with Plants at will. Getting Speak with Plants at will at level 10 is too strong, in my opinion. Speak with Plants is a lot stronger than Speak with Animals. You can use your wild shape to enter the floral form. This is... Okay. Here's what we're going to say. I'm going to stop reading this piece here. I'm going to stop reading this. I'm going to read the 14th level feature. I'm going to stop reading this here. This is too many different things that do too many different things. It's not... It is great design to give your player a variety of options they can choose from. It is not great design to have those options be so divergent that they dramatically change the nature of your character. And it is also really hard to balance those features. Some of these are so much stronger than other ones. So if I were you, this is what I would do. If I were you, I would probably cut this down to 3 options. And I would make sure that each of those 3 is similarly balanced. And then I probably would make this your 6th level feature. And I would tone it down so it's balanced for 6th level. Thorn Whip twice is too strong. Speak with Plants is too strong. Blind sight is fine and kind of boring. Like, I feel like these things are like, you could just get a spell that does this really easily, or they're too strong, and very little in between. You spend an hour in sunlight, you gain hit points. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like you probably should just pick which one of these you like the most and just make that the 6th level feature. I wouldn't do the options. The other thing that you need to keep in mind is the more options you give, the more you have to keep in mind that you're giving options. And by the nature of giving options, you're making it quite strong. So, like, if I were you, I would probably be like, cool, photosynthesis and one other thing, and you just get it at 6th level. Boom. You get like, that would make sense. Photosynthesis, I think, is cool. It's solid. It's good. Makes sense. Makes you feel planty. I might not make it an hour in direct sunlight. I might make it just like a once a day while in sunlight. You can get a boost heal. I don't know. But that's my thoughts on that. At 14th level, your body becomes protected by Sylvan magic. You gain resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Don't do this. This is just the entirety of the Star Druid. The Star Druid's 14th level feature. Resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. Sure, you could argue that this is non-magical, but I would argue that that is not different enough to be cool. So I would try to think again, what is unique? What is something that you can add that makes this feel distinct and different? Don't just do something that another subclass gets. No, I'm glad you're taking notes. I get really, really frustrated when I'm giving feedback and somebody is just typing in defenses. That's not the way to do it. So yeah, I don't know. If I were you, this is what I would do. Okay, main feedback. Get rid of the circle spells. Give them something else unique at 2nd level. Turn Garden Variety into something simpler and make it just a feature you get at 6th level and maybe a feature you get at 14th level. Like, what in this do you think is cool that you should get at 6th level? What in this is cool that you think you should get at 14th level? And then make the 10th level an improvement on the floral form. And then I think you're in a good spot. Them's my feedback. I like the idea of a nature seed-based druid a lot. I think the challenge that you are going to face and that you are facing is, how do I make this thing radically distinct as a druid? Because all druids are... Any druid could be a nature seed-based druid. So you got to focus in on that idea a lot. And while I appreciate the variety of options here, I do not think 10th level is the place to do that. And I think that the power level of these options is a little too divergent. So yeah, those are my main thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. How do I pronounce your name? Kaibur, Kathhound. Kyber, Kathhound. Anyway, thank you very much, Kyber. Like a Kyber crystal, maybe? Thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate it. It's a cool piece. It's a cool idea. I love the idea of turning into a big plant guy. I love big plant monsters. I want to be a big plant monster. Plants forever. Go team plants, I say. Plant it up and plant it out. Plant it like a Polaroid picture, as they say. You guys know that old saying, plant it like a Polaroid picture? Oh, shoot. It's Bildo. Bildo, did I look at your piece this week already? I looked at your piece already, Bildo. Alrighty, yes. Thank you, Hold Action, for the 2. You have to go. Have fun at D20. I will. See you, buddy. Yes, guys. Everyone, please go to... No, I don't want a new one. You lost... I should have deleted it. I'll get a new one next week. Guys, everyone go to D20 Deathmatch and come watch us live tonight at 9 p.m. You gotta be kidding me. The wheel was on me before you spines it. I guess it wasn't because it maybe was on you because I hit get rid of the person. But it wasn't really on you. Spines! Can you get a Discord ping about it? About what? Oh yeah, I'm gonna post. I'll post about it in the Discord when we go live for sure. About D20 deathmatch, you idiot. Wait, the thing you were just fucking talking about. This is a Deepkin race. Let's see. A race of people who live in the very depths of the ocean. One of my first homebrews sharing. I made a few races for Underwater Campaign. Most are pretty solid. Some need some rewrites. This one you're iffy about for many reasons. The biggest concern is the bioluminescent trait. All right, let's take a look. Whenever I'm seeing something like a fishy person, my immediate thoughts is like, all right, let's make sure that this is pretty different than like Tritons and stuff. It's 9 p.m. is when I'm going to be on D20 Deathmatch. This better be different than Triton or Water Genasi. Oh my god, Matt. I love you. That's exactly what I was thinking. You thought you fixed it, but we'll see. Let's see. Once a race of merfolk that prospered along the coast of the world. They were banished. Now it says... Alright, well, I'm not... Okay, so get rid of all of this. Get rid of all of this and say, I would say something like, yeah, you just need to rewrite this from the ground up. Like, what is this monster supposed to be? It's an unrecognizable form from the depths? Sea elves? Yeah, sea elves are a thing too. Okay, let's see. Creature types, humanoid, age, size, none of that matters. 30-foot walking and swim speed, dark vision. You have resistance to cold damage. So far, this is just a Triton. You can breathe both on land and in water. Okay. And then we get sub things. Why are we getting level 8 features? Get rid of that. I'm not even going to read it. Just get rid of it. Bioluminescence. Great lines within your skin are constantly pulsing and vibrating. You treat all areas within 10 feet of you as bright light. That's not how the way you should write that. You should literally emit light. You shouldn't treat areas as bright light, because what if you're in a magical darkness spell? That doesn't make sense. So, getting... the other thing is that you should be able to turn it off. So, there are plenty of creatures... and there's plenty of stuff in D&D that gets bioluminescence. It exists in... there's lots of mechanics for... there's lots of creatures that have bioluminescence. Almost all of them have the ability to make it get brighter or darker, because you still want to be able to do stealth and stuff. You get dancing lights, and you always access to the color spell without needing to prepare it. What does that mean? How do you always have access? What if you're not a spellcaster? So, the way... if you are going to give a class innate spellcasting, if you're going to give a race innate spellcasting, you gotta look at the things that have innate spellcasting. I think Tritons even have innate spellcasting. Maybe they don't anymore? Oh, they do. Yeah, so look how this works. You can cast this spell with this trait. You can also cast this with it. Once you cast it, you can't do it. Like, you need this language. Look at this language. It's not just that you get access to it, because now, the way that it's written, if I'm playing a barbarian, I can never cast Color Spray. I get access to it, but I can't cast it because I don't have spell slots. And we're not going to worry about your level 8 feature, because we're not getting level 8 features, because that's silly. So just get rid of that. Oh, do they all get bioluminescence? Oh, so then I just got rid of... yeah, so if they all have bioluminescence, change it all for all of the bioluminescence. I'm trying to remember what I used as a reference. I'm sure I'll change it. Whatever used as a reference is irrelevant. Just don't, just change it. In bright light, your skin is foggy. When in darkness, your entire skeletal structure is visible. No one knows what else your body is capable of but you. Expertise and performance while in darkness. I wouldn't do... Okay, first of all, don't write expertise like this. I've already talked about it 3 times in stream today. That's not how you write it as a feature. Don't write it like that. Write it the right way. You write it as you get to add double your proficiency bonus. I'm also going to be honest. I don't think they should get expertise in performance while in darkness. I disagree with giving you that as a race. I feel like you could get a skill. This is one of those things where it's like I disagree with it. I disagree with it. From a flavor perspective and a mechanical perspective, doesn't make sense to me. Why are you so good at singing in the dark? As an unarmed attack, you deal... So, yeah, I think we're going to stop reading this piece here. A lot of what's going on in your mechanics is they're not really that well thought out in terms of how they're written. So, like, your stinger can be used to lash out at your foes. As an unarmed attack, you can deal 1d6 acid damage. My brother in Cthulhu. If you want to give something a natural unarmed attack... Look at any of the other things that get a natural unarmed attack and copy the language. It's really easy to do. Hey, I want to give a guy an unarmed natural attack. How do I do that? Oh, I don't know. Look at this. Look how it's written. It's written out as this, right? Copy the language. Learn to check what other features things have that are similar to the thing that you are making so that you can use the proper language. Behold, the proper language. You need to write things out clearly. You need to write the proper language. I feel like if I were you, this is my main feedback for this. If I were you, I probably would start by pretending that these don't exist. Imagine that this thing has no subclasses or subraces. How can I make the base different and unique? Because right now the base is not unique. Try to make this unique before you rely on subraces to make it unique. That's the main piece of feedback I have for you. If you can avoid giving it subraces, you should avoid giving it subraces. Even if you need to give it subraces, make sure this core base still is somewhat unique. And if you're gonna give it subraces, don't give it 1,000,000. Just give it 3. Maybe 3. Give it 2. See how that feels. We can very easily get into a situation where we're overdoing stuff in a way that is going to make things unbalanced. And the more sub things you give, the more work you have to put into making it balanced and to make it all work. What does inflict 1d4 turn bleeding damage on a target for 2 turns mean? If you include a new mechanic, you need to express how that mechanic works. When does this inflict this 1d4 damage? Does it inflict it on your turn? Does it inflict it on the creature's turn? Does it inflict it at the end of your turn? At the start of your turn? At the end of the creature's turn? At the start of the creature's turn? All of this stuff you got to think about. So, I feel like based on the way that this is written, my main feedback for you is to simplify and focus. Do not try to add a lot. Just build it one piece at a time. Make sure those pieces are well explained and clear in their mechanics. Personally, if I was going to do something like Savage Bite, for example, you know that sharks exist in D&D. So let's see how a shark works. How does a shark attack work? What does a shark get that makes it kind of unique in its bite? Because they are different when they attack than other things. Blood Frenzy. If you notice, every single shark in D&D gets Blood Frenzy. Now, I'm not saying you need to give your creature Blood Frenzy, but I do think it's worth knowing that there's stuff out there that you can and should be taking inspiration from. You're not building in a void ever. You're always building on top of what already exists. And it is so useful to take advantage of the stuff that already exists, to look at it, to get inspiration from it, both in terms of the way you're writing, making sure all the mechanics are clear and the language is right, but also just the ideas that you bring to the table. So that's my main feedback. If I were you, I would pull back and be like, what is the core of this? What is the core of this that I need it to be in a way that it is not the Triton and not the Sea Elf? And then focus in on those specific things. And that, I think, is going to get you to a good spot. All right. Thank you very much, Sir Username, for your Deepkin, your deep sea creature people. Oh, thank you, thank you. Click. If a PC gets blood friendly, I'd allow the hit points to have. I would not give a player character blood frenzy. That's letting somebody have advantage on attacks against the creature that has always have advantage on attack against a creature without its max hit points is really strong. I would not do that. But the point that I was trying to make is that if you're basing something off of something else, even if it's just slightly inspirational, it is so helpful to look how D&D already interpreted it. If D&D made an interpretation of it, it is valuable to see their interpretation of it, even if your goal is to do something different, because it just allows you to step forward with confidence, knowing that you are either intentionally using their mechanic or intentionally not using their mechanic. This is Fox W Stream. Love to see it. Ah, the Drider. Classic page not found. Somebody did not check to make sure their piece was publicly available. If you're ever wondering if your piece is publicly available, the easiest way to do that is to click on it and say open in incognito. And if that happens, that means it's not publicly available. Yeah, giving flyby would... Yeah, I mean, flyby just means infinite attack of opportunity. It's immunity to attack of opportunities. So yeah, I would argue that that's probably too strong too. Snotty, I read this already too. I think. Let me just double check. This is the Ooze Elemental, I believe. No, it's not. Did I click the wrong thing? I did click the wrong thing. Did I look at this already? Yep, Tar Elemental. We looked at it already. I wouldn't give flyby to a race that doesn't have flight. That's like annoying. That's like, hey, here's a like how does that work in a game? What happens if somebody wants to play that in a game that doesn't have magic? Or what if there's no, like, I don't know. I don't think that's great design. You don't want to assume that people have to figure something out. That's like tedious and frustrating. This is sprites. This is hopefully a smoother system for leveling up. Oh, that's... Well, first of all, sprites, I'm going to say two things. One, you did not give me access to your document, so I can't give you feedback. The second thing is I don't think we need a new system for leveling up. I feel like XP is a confusing... I feel like XP is a really tedious system, but if people really want to use the XP system, they totally can. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I just think it's a lot of work. But I would say milestone, man. Just let people level up when you hit a big moment in the campaign. You know, after a big dungeon, after they defeat a boss, after they overcome a great hardship. I feel like milestone leveling makes so much sense. Chat, what do you think? Are you guys more pro XP or milestone leveling? Where do you guys sit on this? Or like, do you feel like there's a new system for it that we should have? Yeah, I love milestone editing. It also just makes it so much easier to balance the campaign. Yeah, milestone, yeah. It's like I feel like it's such a simpler way of running the session. Milestone 100, but a new system makes you curious. I mean, it makes me curious too. I would say that I wouldn't want it to be super complicated, but I like milestone. XP for West Marches makes sense. I agree with that. I think I reviewed this already too. God damn it. Am I just re-clicking everybody's? Yeah, I am. Oh, this is the problem with resetting the wheel. We're going to get to one we haven't looked at yet. I'm normally better at organizing this, guys. I'm sorry. We'll be better at it next week. Undine, I might have looked at your piece too. I looked at a lot this week. Spellbook made by a druid or for a wizard. You'd like to clarify that after the misunderstanding, that was your last big wheel submission. A musket enchanted by the same druid. The wizard fights using what are essentially custom golems that are not allowed in cities. What? That doesn't clarify anything. Okay, let's take a look at this legendary item. This book, bound in drake leather and steel leaf, carries the magic of a powerful druid. All right, we get three things. Arcane Legacy. While you're holding this book, you can use as a spellcasting bonus. You gain +2 to spell attack rolls and save DCs. You use a spell. When you use Arcane Recovery, you increase the number of spells. Make this an artifact. This is not a legendary item. This is an artifact. With that in mind, let's review this as if it's an artifact and not a legendary item, because guess what? This already pushes it almost past legendary, in my opinion. Druid Education. You gain Nature Skill and Sylvan. You get some Druid spells. You can cast each one once a day. Spells cast through this effect do not require material components. Can you cast them not through it? So, like, you get access to each of these spells once per day, but once you've cast them once per day, can you cast them again using spell slots? I would probably allow you to do that. I feel like that would make sense. My webcam is too big? Oh, it is. I was like, what are you talking about? Your webcam is too big. There we go. That's better. What Future's trying to say is part of the document is hidden. No, I understand what he's saying. I was just getting confused. Okay. Yeah, so they should just get access to these spells too. Prison of Pages. You can pull a creature into the pages of your spellbook. To bind a creature with your spellbook, it must be either willing or incapacitated through damage. That is a weird mechanic. I probably would not make incapacitated through damage. I'd probably make them unconscious through damage. I think maybe that's what you intended. You can have up to 3 creatures bound at a time. Bound creatures can rest within the book and do not require anything to do anything. Each new moon, one bound creature can make an intelligence, wisdom, or saving throw against your spell save to escape the book. On a success, they appear within 10 miles away from you. You cannot rebind a creature for 5 days. You can also willingly release a bound creature. When you release a creature as an action, it appears in an unoccupied space. There's no saving throw on this. You can just automatically suck a creature into your book and they're stuck there until the new moon. That's way too strong. This needs a saving throw. I also think that you probably should only be able to have 1 creature at a time. If you want to make it... I'm going to be honest. I don't think you should give... if your goal was for this was that they can keep their pets in here, then make it willing creatures. If you want to make this an unwilling creature thing, this is really fucking strong. What's the bottom things? Cleanse, clean, release. Creature appears without any bonuses or negatives. That literally means nothing. The creature appears under the effects of a spell. If you cast a spell as part of this action and it does not require concentration, it normally... What? I'm not... Are you... What are you trying to say with these two parts here? All right. I have no idea what you're trying to say with here. I guess maybe of like if the creature has a debuff on them, like if they're under the effects of the slow spell or something, but like that doesn't make any sense. Like, cause again, it's like this lasts a really long time. And I have no idea what the fuck you're saying with this. Are you trying to say that like as a part of summoning, releasing the creature, you can cast a spell and apply it to the creature and then it doesn't require concentration? I think that's what you're trying to say. I would write it like that. I'm going to be honest. I think you need to probably rewrite this section pretty dramatically. And you need to decide whether or not you are focusing this on summoning creatures or on capturing creatures and not have it do both. I also feel like it's like a weird mechanic. I mean, if you intentionally, here's what I'll say. If you intentionally built this for somebody to have a bunch of pet golems in their book, then just fucking write it to have pet golems in the book. Don't do extra shit. Because by doing this extra stuff, you're just kind of making it feel convoluted and complicated. And like, I think you're shooting yourself in the foot with how you're doing that, if I'm being honest. And I don't think you need to do that. He's trying to say that you summon it with any spell. I don't know what he's trying to say, Future Planet. The way that I was reading this was that when you resummon a creature, as a part of that, you could cast a spell on that creature, and that spell wouldn't require concentration. That's the way that I was reading that. It does require a willing creature or a creature at 0 HP. I still don't, I don't know. I don't even a 0, I still think there could be a saving throw involved. I don't love the idea of you just being able to suck a creature in. You still don't get it? What don't you get? I think maybe maybe you're not getting it because the language is written kind of poorly and confusingly, but because it's tied to this. Like, when you release a creature as an action, the creature appears with the effects of the spell, I think is what they're trying to say. This interacts way too conveniently with necromancers, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. It's so specific and sort of convoluted a feature. Like, if I was going to make a magic item like this for a player that had golems, I would drop this whole thing, and this is what I would say. I would say something like, you know, you can put a willing, like any creature under your control, you can, or willing creature, you can put into the book. And then I would probably write language for having it in the book as a little thing. And then I probably would say, in addition, when you release a creature, you can expend a spell slot to give the creature the effects of that spell. Blah, 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 blah. But write it out cleanly like that. It's a little convoluted. And it just feels like there's just, I don't know. I don't understand what the new moon thing has to do with anything. Like, it's just a lot. I don't know. This feels like a magic item for a home game where you built it really, really specifically, and I don't know why you built it so specifically. Specifically, this last part feels convoluted. It's really fucking strong. Definitely an artifact. All right. Undine, there's what I have to say. It's an interesting idea. I think that you got to simplify it and straightforward it a little bit more. I don't necessarily agree with the mini game of how the summoning stuff works, and the language towards the bonuses could use a good chunk of work. Thank you very much, Undine. Thank you. Yeah, to specifically clarify, like, this is fucking confusing. Because you don't actually say that you're casting a spell. You literally say the creature appears under the effects of the spell. That's the first thing you say. So the first sentence needs to work alone because it's the first sentence. We haven't read any of the other sentences yet. So I should not have to get to the second sentence to understand the first sentence. Does that make sense? There's literally no reason for this to not be the first sentence. Other than, unless you're trying to really confuse me. You're not going to lie, you want to get picked on the wheel? I want you to get picked on the wheel too. What I'm saying makes sense? Okay, cool. All right, well, thank you, Undine, for sharing your piece. CM 100. Just looking for feedback on theming. Just looking for feedback on theming and power level of this class. One of the archetypes was playtested extensively up to level 6. The mischievous, not at all. Well, I'm not going to give you that much feedback because it's a class, but I'll look at the first level. First piece of feedback, this is formatted real fucked up. This is real fucked up. What is this? What is this big empty space? What is this? What is this big empty space? Clean that shit up. What do we get at first level? What are we? We're a ghost? Spectrals, though commonly shunned or considered bad omens, are at a time only things standing between you and the door and the things that go bump in the night. They prowl the unknown places, hunting those creatures of the outside dark. They instill fear. So they're like ghost hunters? Alright, we'll see. At first level, we get spectral. We get a lot of stuff at first level. Maybe too much. Spectral binding, spectral sight, reclaim, and dreadful jaws. And we get a 1d4 on our spectral dice. We are a d10 creature. We get plenty of. We get all the art. We get all the weapons. We get some of the armor. Con and charisma. All right, let's see. Why are we getting so much at first level? This is a lot to get at first level. Beginning at first level, you have become bound to an entity known as the Spectral. There are orders that will instruct those who seek the binding, but there are those that achieve the binding without instruction. This sentence means fucking nothing. Get rid of it. The only thing that they have in common is that the binding must be. This is all flavor text. Get rid of this. We don't want this. Get that up here. Make it half a sentence. We don't need that much in the mechanics. When a spectral lacked its own, now is... oh my god. I don't want to read all this flavor text. All right, here's the part where that matters. There's nothing wrong with flavor text. If you're explaining mechanics, you don't want a paragraph and a half of flavor text. You want a sentence of it. You want the flavor text up in here, in this part. Okay, your unique relationship with this entity grants you the following things. All right, so we get 3 features from Spectral Binding. The Spectre has a movement speed equal to double your movement speed in a radius centered on you. What does that mean? Bright light is difficult terrain for it. You need to rewrite your sentence structure. It treats bright light as difficult terrain is the way that I would write that, so it's grammatically a little cleaner. It can move through any unoccupied space in a radius, but always returns to your side at the end of the round. The end of the round. I would not have it work at the end of the round. I would have it do something either at the start of your next turn or at the end of your turn. End of the round is a really weird mechanic. I would not do that. Choose one creature type. That creeper has disadvantage on saving throws made to resist being frightened by you. This sort of falls into the same problem as like the level 1 rangers, where you have to pick a creature type, and it's like, I don't know. I would lean against picking a creature type at level 1 to do a special thing. When you score a critical hit or reduce a creature to 0 hit points, you may, don't say may, say can. You can attempt to moralize that creature or one that you can see within 30 feet. The creature must make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC, which is determined under spellcasting later in the class. Don't do... If you're going to give us a feature that uses the DC, give us the fucking DC first. This is like order of operations stuff. Until the end of your next turn, you can only attempt to frighten a creature this way once per turn. Creature must be in your spectral's range to be able to hear its... Okay, this is... I'm going to be honest. Don't give us the mechanics for a Spectre and then not anything about what the Spectre does. Like, if you want to give us a little Echo Knight that can run around and do stuff, great. Explain what the Echo Knight does here. This part, this and this, feels like it shouldn't be part of Spectral Binding. These feel like they should be a different feature. Dreadful Jaws. At first level, it's a bonus action. You can command your Spectre to bite, make an unarmed attack against a creature that is frightened of you, or one that has taken the disengage action on the previous turn. That's so specific. Your Spectre makes a melee spell attack against the target. On a hit, it deals... your Spectre deals your spectral damage dice plus your Wisdom mod. It changes when you're certain levels in the class. Okay. And then at first level, we also get Reclaim, and we also get Spectral Sight. Jesus Christ, we're getting too much stuff at first level. Okay. So let's talk about what this thing actually does. Let's talk about... We're not even going to worry about Reclaim. Core game loop at first level. Just with this alone. You have a little guy that can run around with a range that is equal to twice your movement speed. You can, when you drop a creature to 0 hit points or critically damage one, you can attempt to frighten them. If they are frightened, you can then use your bonus action to command your Spectre to make an attack against them, so long as they are within the range of your movement. But they are, because they have to be within 30 feet for you to frighten them anyway. So it's all a little redundant. I think that somebody in the chat sort of put it well. Somebody said, where did you say it? Jamie Woods. I agree 100%. This seems neat, but a bit too complicated. I agree 110%. This is a really complicated gameplay loop to essentially frighten creatures a little bit and deal a little bit of extra damage with a bonus action. It's also just a lot to give at first level. I would argue it's too much to give at first level. Beginning at first level, you gain Dark Vision to 90 feet. Why do we need Dark Vision? I don't know. I don't feel like Dark Vision needs to be a part of the core class. Because it's not Spectral. I don't know. Why is it Spectral Sight? I just disagree. I just disagree with it. I also think that I am hyper judge mode because of how fucking convoluted this other first level feature is. Reclaim. At first level, you can subsist on the life force of outsiders and other dark entities that fall in the battle. You can have your spectral thing consume a corpse, remains of whatever, no action required. After you do so, you don't need to eat, sleep for 24 hours. To gain the benefit of a long rest, you can spend 8 hours doing light work. You can consume a number of corpses of different sizes. In combination, sizes... Like, why does this matter? Like, why do we need this whole little mini game for you can consume a corpse to not have to eat, sleep, or breathe? Or whatever. Eat, sleep, or drink. We don't need a whole mini game. We don't need this part. Unless this is doing something that I'm misunderstanding. Right? At first level, you can use a bonus action to allow your Spectre to consume a corpse that it can see within range. If it does so, you do not need to breathe, eat, you do not need to eat, drink, or sleep for the next 24 hours. Period. Just that. Doesn't need to be more than that. Hey Cinder, do you review encounters or just monster stat blocks? I'm making a French folktale monster encounter, and I'd like to know what you can expect from your review if it's ready for you. It really depends on how long it is. I will probably not read all of it. And I will probably be judging your writing style more than anything else. So it really depends. Like, earlier today, I gave feedback to the crafting compendium. Did I really give feedback to it? kind of depends how you look at it. Because I basically just said it's formatted well. So if you're interested in me giving feedback based on that sort of thing, like I'm not going to deep dive an encounter. If you can, I'll tell you what, if you could write an encounter and it takes up about this much space or less, then I probably will read it. But if it's more than that, I'm not interested. Because encounters are also just like really dependent on the game, the setting of that up, you know. There's no difference for each corpse size or anything. It's just extra nothingness. Yeah, there's just a lot of convoluted for convoluted sake here, and I don't really understand why. Hello, Angel of Decay. What's up? I figured out why they have so many things at first level. They knew you only read the first 2 levels. That might be. But yeah, good call, Cinder. I'll take a note of that for your Folktale Compendium. Yeah, no. I'm going to be honest. I'm a moron. If you write me... I'm not going to read an adventure I'm not going to read an adventure you write. Even if you as a Discord do a writing prompt and it leads to you guys writing an adventure together, I'm so pumped on that. I'm not going to read the adventure. That's not going to be fun for me. It's not going to be fun for chat. It will be tedious. I don't like reading adventures that are written by the public. I don't like reading Wizards of the Coast adventures. I get bored reading modules. I find module reading incredibly tedious and boring. So I'm not really interested in reading a module that you write on screen, unless you guys think it will be a lot of fun to watch me get bored and frustrated. You're camping? That's cool. How's camping? All right, Caliber. All right, Kyber, get out of here. Yeah, it just seems like it's doing in a weird sort of way. You're giving it like way too much at first level, but a lot of it is just really fucking convoluted. I don't know. I think you got to majorly simplify these features. I don't really get it personally. Like if you're enjoying it and it's balanced, maybe it's fine, but like it just seems hyper overcomplicated for what you're doing. And this gameplay loop of this is bonus action, little bit of damage, but specifically on a disengage or a fear, like I just don't get it. I don't buy it. Not for me. I'm not seeing the core gameplay loop in here in a way that seems like it's going to be fun or make sense. And most of what the spectral binding does seems like it does nothing unless you get it, knock a creature to 0 or score a crit, and it has to be doing that within a certain range. I don't know. It's just it seems like a little bit too much for me. Is there any way we can find out if you've read your homebrew before? There is a stream timestamp channel, and you can go check it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what to say about this. I don't know what it's supposed to be. It sort of feels like an Echo Knight, but more confusing. So if it's fun for you and you're enjoying it, great. But I would say the main feedback I would give you is simplify the shit out of it. A lot of this feels like redundant, and I don't understand why it's there. All right, let's give a round of applause for CM100. League of Legends handles fear really well. You said this feels like JoJo Season 3. I will say, if it feels like anime, that might be why I feel like it's a little bit convoluted and bloated. Because that is what tends to be the case with anime pieces. What time is it? Corbin? Hey Corbin, let's see. I'm generally looking for suggestions on race abilities that fit the flavor of little pterosaur monkey creature that loves puzzles. Doesn't this... don't these just exist already? I don't know. I feel like there's a bunch of little guys. I like the art. I like the art a lot. Let's see. The Tinker. Small size, 30-foot walking speed, with 30-foot climb speed. You're proficient in acrobatics. When falling or about to fall, you can use your reaction to halve the fall damage you take. You can't be knocked prone from. I wouldn't say knocked prone from falling. I would say when you land, you do not fall prone. Kel got rejected? What do you mean? Who got rejected? What are you talking about? It's not even close, aside from the fact that it materializes a spirit. People are saying OMG. So much motion going on in the chat. So far, I like it. Tools of the trade, proficiency in either thieves' tools or artisans' tools. Okay, I like that. Choose 2 proficiencies from Arcana. I probably would drop... Okay. So here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to be really honest with you here. I don't think it needs much more. If you want to give this thing 2 proficiencies, a tool proficiency, a climb speed equal to its walking speed, and the ability to have damage, that might be enough, honestly. If you want to add anything else, what I probably would say is I would give them the ability to use their feet for object interactions. Not for wielding weapons, but for object interactions. And you could specify that could be tools or any, whatever. But that's how I would, that's the only thing that I think this needs. I think this is pretty solid. I have not looked at this before. If I've looked at this before, it definitely didn't look like this. Like, I've never seen this art before. You're just here for the chance to see an honest critique roast of your class? Well, we'll see. I definitely will do both of those things. I like this, though. I think it's pretty solid. I don't think it needs much more. If anything, I feel like... And it get dark vision to 60 feet? Yeah, man. Like, maybe one other ribbon feature. Like, let you interact with tools with your hands. But I think that's it. I don't think it needs anything else. Chat, thoughts? Do you agree, disagree? Am I being crazy? Yeah, I see that it's solving the Rubik's Cube with its feet, too. Yeah, I think it's good. I really like it. I like the art a lot. It's really not... I think it's pretty well balanced right now. It maybe is a little bit under in terms of like vibe. So I would throw in a little bit more. I think giving a climb speed is a pretty powerful thing. I think the fall thing is pretty powerful. 2 proficiencies and thieves tools potentially is a lot. It's not bad at all in that regard. I would maybe give it one other unique feature, and I think you're golden. He seems like a fun little guy. Maybe just a +1 to... Well, it's going to get its ability score increases regardless, so we don't need to worry about the +1 to whatever. Like, every race comes with those, so it's fine. It doesn't need... Like, every single D&D race comes with the ability score increase now, so we just assume that. Yeah, what Dragonist says. Every single thing in D&D gets a +2 to one thing and a +1 to something else, or a +1 to 3 things of your choice. That's just the way everything... Nothing is specific anymore that way. If you want to be an... You could be an orc and have +2 to intelligence and +1 to charisma. So, it's sort of fine. You're not dumb. Languages is good. That's a good idea. It probably should have a language or 2. That's a good point. But I don't even know if it needs it. I mean, you could just have common, but yeah, there's no language that's written there. You want to write that too, for sure. But yeah, I think language proficiency, I don't even think it needs another language proficiency. It could just be common. Depending on what sort of creature you want it to be like, it could be draconic, but I feel like it's not a dragon, so I don't know. Yeah, I think it's cool. I like it. Solid little guy, Corbin. Solid little guy. Let's give Corbin a little round of applause. You know what you could do? You know what you could do? If you want to lean into the dragon stuff, or the dinosaur stuff, you give it a bite attack. And I wouldn't even make its bite attack that good. I would probably make it, like, I wouldn't make it super strong. I would just make it like a basic unarmed attack. But that's another thing you do, is you give it a bite attack. That could also work. Because look at that mouth. That guy looks like he's got a little chomper, you know? All right, thank you, Corbin. Okie dokie. Fun fact / reminder, if you don't get your piece looked at today, that means that you can just resubmit it to the wheel in the description of the video. You also can join the Discord or check out my Patreon if you want to support me that way. And also, if you are a member or a patron, not only do you get access to the special Thursday night homebrew review nights, which is only for patrons and members, but you also get some special Discord stuff that is something you care about. You forgot to send something and you're on the wheel? Huh, that's weird. Daeed. Hey Matthew, welcome back. Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. The Convict, a rogue subclass. All right, whenever we're looking at something that is a martial type subclass, we want to make sure that it is adding new unique features, and those features are not something that is just tied into what it could do normally. So this is the Convict. Let's take a look at the Convict. Let's see what sort of convictions they have. I'm just kidding. They probably aren't that sort of convict. You forgot to send something in? So off the topic of convict, convict sounds more background than subclass, but let's see what it does. That was my first thought immediately. Was like, what makes this different than the criminal background? Well, we're going to see what they get at 3rd level, and we're going to argue how it works. Let's see. You are not some common street rat. You've done time, hard time. You did whatever you had to survive. With quick feet and vicious savagery, you weathered the worst that could be thrown at you. All right, that doesn't really get us feeling of what it is. Again, we're still sort of just feeling like this is the criminal background. At 3rd level, you are good. You are as good moving contraband as you are knifing some poor fool. You gain an additional bonus action on your turn. So here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna point something out here. Getting an additional bonus action on your turn doesn't really... It is both it is both overpowered and underpowered. It is overpowered in a lot of multi-classing. It is underpowered. Actually, no, because you could just be fighting with daggers. This just gives you an extra attack. Like, imagine taking this subclass, 3 levels of this, and then going fighter, and then going dual wielder. I don't think a bonus action is a really good... I would just... Like, immediately my thought is, why isn't this a fighter subclass? Yeah, that's also 2 cunning actions. Yeah, that's a lot. It's really fucking strong. It's really strong. I forgot about cunning action. Good call. But yeah, also, like, think about it like this. Imagine this. Now imagine multiclassing this with Monk. That means you could use Flurry of Blows twice. That means I could attack you, use 2 key points, and get 4 extra attacks. 2 Echo Knights? Yeah, there's just too much. You probably played Baldur's Gate, maybe? This is a Baldur's Gate mechanic. But yeah, it's a little too strong. If you wanted to do something like this could be maybe the 17th level feature. But this definitely can't be the 3rd level feature. At 3rd level, you're adept at breaking necks and cracking skulls. You can apply sneak attack to unarmed strikes. This is not actually... So first of all, in the new D&D, you can just do this. So I don't think this is a mechanic. The second thing is you are missing a really, really important part of being able to apply sneak attack to unarmed strikes. Chat, can anybody tell me what it is? Can anybody tell me what it is? There's a really, really important piece of the puzzle that's missing here. Monk is close, but what makes Monk different? Why would it make sense? Why is a monk good? Why are not all monks, but why are most monks good when they punch something with their unarmed strike? What makes that punch do good? Matt, exactly. Unless it's specified, differently, your unarmed strikes always use strength. So you basically, this is a non-feature unless you are going strength build unless you're being a strength, unless you're building a strength rogue. If you are building a dex rogue, you are making your unarmed strikes with your strength modifier. So not only are you just doing 1 damage, because it's still an unarmed strike, you are doing 1 damage plus your strength modifier, and you're attacking with your strength modifier plus your proficiency bonus. So, yeah, unless you have like a racial attack. But even then, even those attacks are 99% of them are strength-based. Almost every single natural weapon that creatures get in D&D use their strength. Maybe there's one that doesn't. Chat, if you can find one that gets if you can find a rules as written character class racial option that uses not strength for attack, I'm very curious to hear if there is one. There might be one. I don't think there is anybody that gets a finesse natural weapon. I don't think there is. Dampier is con. Derek, that's a really good call. Dampier is con, but that might be the only one. So the way that this is written right now is it's just the multi-class rogue. This doesn't really work. So I think you need to sort of rebuild this thing from the ground up, if I'm being honest, because neither of these features function, I think, as intended. This one is just a little bit broken, and by a little I mean a medium. And then this one, there's pieces of the puzzle that are missing. And if you fill in enough of those pieces of the puzzle, I think you find yourself in a position where you're saying, I want monk but sneak attack. And I don't know if that is what a convict would be. Why is convict monk plus sneak attack? Would a better feature just be your unarmed strikes have the finesse property? It kind of would, but it still would be 1 damage. But if you did make your unarmed strikes have the finesse property, then they could work with dex and they could work with sneak attack. So that is a way that you could solve at least some of that problem. But there is still a lot here that needs some work. Slippery Bugger. At 9th level, you can slip untouched through the chaos or riot of a battlefield. When you use your cunning action to disengage, you also gain the benefits of the dodge action. This is also irrelevant because we're already getting our bonus action twice per turn, so we could already cunning action, disengage, and dodge at the same time. So you're sort of just giving us more of the same thing. I don't know. Nothing in this right now is working, unfortunately. We are going to try to find something that's working that we can shine a light on also, but we can't always. Sometimes you look at a piece and it's mostly still a work in progress. This one is pretty much mostly still just a work in progress. Monks can't dodge as a bonus action. Rogues can't. That's true. That's correct. Correct. Good call, Matt. Good call, Matt. Good call, Matt. Good call, Matt. Might be. But regardless, I think it's a little too strong. I think it's a little too strong to be tying back into this feature that is already too strong. You can dash, dodge, and disengage all at once every turn. Yeah, it's just too much. At 13th level, you excel at evading capture. You can't be surprised. You gain advantage on rolls to resist being grappled, restrained, stunned, or paralyzed. Why stunned or paralyzed? That doesn't make sense to me. This is the only feature so far that doesn't feel utterly broken, but it still feels a little bit jank. I also feel like it's not really selling the lore. Like, why paralyzed? I feel like paralyzed is usually like a inflicted condition that has more poison magic-y shit going on. It feels like a monk but better rogue. That's kind of maybe what they're going for. I don't know. Dash, disengage, and hide is what they normally can get, yeah. You can use your actual action on the turn to dodge. Yeah, that's true. Doghouse Kingpin. When you reach 17th level, your reputation precedes you. When you deal sneak attack damage to a creature, that creature and each creature within 15 feet have to make a wisdom saving throw or be frightened for 1 minute. Frightened creature can repeat the save at the end of each of its turns, ending the success. You have advantage on attacks against creatures who are frightened. This is a fine 17th level feature. It doesn't really feel like a 17th level feature. Normally, 17th level features add on to your sneak attack damage potential, whether by just making you do more damage, giving you more opportunities to sneak attack. That's kind of why I thought maybe you should just tie the extra bonus action to the 17th level. I think I like the idea of the frightened or the frightened thing. I would also make it that if creatures succeed on this save, they should be immune to this fear mechanic for 24 hours. Yeah, the last one I think is good. Everything else needs a mountain of work, but the last one for the most part is solid. I would argue that the last one, depending on if you tweak it down a little bit, could also be the I don't know, I sort of feel like it could be the whatchamahoosit. I feel like it could be the like the 13th level feature. I don't think it needs to be the 17th. I think this could be the 13th level feature pretty easily. Or the 9th, depending on how much you tone it down. Yeah, so rework this thing from the ground up. Maybe keep the 17th level feature. But everything else needs like a pretty serious rehaul. Interesting idea. I will also say I don't feel like building something around bonus actions and cunning actions and shit. I feel like that's not convict-y. I don't know. Those are my thoughts. All right. Thank you, Daid. Thank you for your piece. An interesting idea. Requires, I think, a little bit more organization. Or a little bit more balance and focus. And tying it to the flavor a little bit more. Ah, quelques andouille. Our French friend. I mean, did I look at your piece already? I feel like I looked at your piece already. I looked at your piece last night. 99% sure I did. I did. In the briefest of nutshells, I felt like it was way too strong. I felt like it was way too strong, and I felt like the pet it got was too strong, and I felt like the core mechanic was too strong and didn't sell the lore. I did demolish it. Yeah. I think the problem with the piece that you made was that you combined an aspect of I didn't see I know because I stopped reading it because it was too strong, so it didn't matter to see the last levels of Dino because it didn't matter. Like there was too much that needed to be reworked for me to be able to give realistic feedback. The foundation needed enough work that the feedback that I would be giving at the later levels wouldn't be helpful. Because in order for that feedback to be relevant, things would need to be changed to the point that it would no longer be the same thing. But I loved the flavor. So the flavor idea was this fossil paleontologist monk. And I think that that's really cool, like a historian monk. But it was just doing too many different things. It was all about like petrifying people, which I feel like is on its own is a very weird game mechanic to build something around, and I kind of disagree with, but I think you could do. But the problem was it was doing that on top of being a very, very, very powerful pet having subclass. And if you're going to make a subclass a pet having subclass, you either need to make that pet incredibly limited in use, sort of like the College of Creation Bard, or you need to make that pet a core piece of the subclass from ground zero, and everything needs to be at least a little tied into that pet. Because even just action economy alone having a pet is a huge impact. Drake Warden is a fun one. It's also a really good one to use as a thing to an anchor to sort of decide how you're building it around whatever you're building. Kelka undo today. Kelka undo today. Listen, Kelka undo today. I don't even think it does too much in terms of what the monster did. I don't even think it did too much. I just think the things that it did were too transgressive. Like, it wasn't that it had too many abilities. It just had too many different types of abilities. Like, if you wanted it to have a thing where it summons some stuff, then I think you can. But if you wanted it to have something where it petrifies some stuff, I think you can. I just think it can't do both to the extent that it did. So if you picked a lane, you could sort of focus it in a little bit more. All right, next is Will/Derez. Hey, this is the guy that You know what? Maybe we're not going to read this piece. This is the guy that got banned from Discord. So maybe we're just not going to read it. I think we're just going to skip it. Sorry, Will. Angel, if you are doing the thing where you are timestamping, just don't add that, please. Shay, he, him. I am new to creating Homebrew and D&D in general. If this sounds like something that is already in the game and I just haven't done that much reach. Bow of Eyesight. Wildfire Druid is an amazing pet class. It's an amazing pet class. The problem, but what it does that makes it work so well is that the wildfire pet isn't out all the time. It's like pretty brief. First of all, it requires the use of your wild shape to activate in the first place. But second of all, even beyond that, it's out for a limited time. So it gives you space to make it really powerful. I love the Wildfire Druid. It's amazing. Bow of Eyesight, uncommon. Yeah, the briefest of nutshells, they were complaining about how lore shouldn't change so much, and I pointed out that a lot of the time lore changes because it's steeped in racism, and then they got mad at me for saying I was overly politicizing, and then I got mad at them for being ignorant in a way that was frustrating me. I would argue that they got too emotional, and I got too emotional, but it's my Discord server, so I banned them from it. I think if I was handling it better, I would have had a mod come in and be like, hey, everybody, shut the fuck up. But the problem is that when I see somebody doing something, whether it's intentional or unintentional, that promotes racism, even if it's not intentional, especially if it's not intentional, I want to nip that in the bud. Because I don't like people accidentally promoting racism. But when you say, hey, man, that shit you're saying is racist, people get offended, and then they don't take it well. I don't know. It was just a whatever. We're done. We moved past it. Long story short, if you have politics that are a little bit racist, and I find out about them, I'm probably going to ban you from my server. So don't, so just, so be quiet about it. I don't know if I had integrity. Here's the problem, Jamie. Here's the problem. We'll talk about it for a second. Here's the problem. If I was a good professional, what I would have done is I would have said, hey, this conversation is not appropriate for this Discord server. But I cannot help but come at it from not just a personal perspective, but like this is my house perspective. And I want people in my community to not be racist. And if I see someone that is racist in a way that is ignorant racist, I feel like I can affect that racism. I feel like I could be like, hey, that's ignorant racism. And if they change, right? If they're like, oh shit, I was being ignorant racist, maybe I won't do that. That's really cool. But what it does turn into is me trying to make them understand why they were saying something that was racist. And that just turns into an attack a lot of the time if they feel like they weren't. But people are idiots. They don't understand anything. Why are we talking about... Wait, are we talking about racism in a D&D setting? No, but somebody brought it up in the... Don't start this conversation in the Discord. This will be a easy way to get banned from my Discord. But somebody started arguing that old drow lore is not racist. And I was trying to explain to them how it's actually really, really steeped in racism that is very much tied to the racism of the creators of it and the time and all sorts of stuff. The thing is, whenever somebody says, I don't understand why that's racist, so it's not racist, that's also somebody raising their hand and being like, I am privileged. I'm a white person, and I've never experienced this or seen this sort of racism, and I also know a lot because I've seen a lot of things. So my assumption is that this isn't racist, and if you're trying to make this racist, you're the one that's being racist because you're trying to make this about race. But what that person is really doing is they're saying, I haven't experienced racism, so I don't have to believe in it. which is an incredibly privileged position to be in. And it only ever comes from people that either A, are so fucking picket fenced, privileged, isolated that they just don't know how to get out of their heads, or they are a racist person and they don't like being pointed out. Anyway, that's it. Duragar listen, so much old D&D shit is racist. That's why it's good. That's why it's good to make new lore. That's why it's good to not feel tied to the old ways, because the old ways were written by a bunch of gosh darn racist men. White men, too. So we don't need to stick to the old lore. This is why I feel like if you want to be a drow, be a drow. Man, get a little bit of spellcasting, get some sunlight sensitivity, be all from the Underdark, eat funky weird mushrooms, but you don't have to be evil. You don't have to be hypersexualized. You can just be a guy that lives underground. That's it in a nutshell. In a nutshell. And the argument sort of becomes cyclical, where this is the biggest issue. And you see it a lot. And I'm sure if you look for it, you'll see it a lot. Where somebody points at something and says, hey, that's kind of racist. And then somebody else says, I don't think that's racist. And now you're the one that's being racist for making this about race. And that second thing is very much a tactic that that white conservatism uses to not address things that they don't want to address. It's a very old and classic tactic of dog whistling racists. All right, let's look at the Bow of Eyesight. Who made this? Poor Shay had to just sit through a whole goddamn session on cultural racism. Bow of Eyesight. When this bow is... I try to stay away from the topic as I'm aware as a part of the world is extremely racially called. Yeah, honestly, to be fair, Matt, if you feel... And this is not too specific as anybody. If you're somebody that's like, oh shit, I don't know how to navigate this space, let other people navigate it for you. That's the best. And assume you know nothing and shut the fuck up. That's the best way to. It's the best way to navigate it. If you don't feel compelled to. Yeah, maybe the timestamp starts here. Bow of Eyesight. If this bow is equipped, you are allowed to take a reaction to deflect a ranged weapon attack. When you take a reaction, temporarily gain a. Okay, so. So the way that I would word, so this feature does exist in D&D. There's an item that does this called missile snaring, gloves of missile snaring. It's also a monk feature. Monks get this, but this is the item. It does exactly what you want it to do. Boop. Copy this language, everyone. But yeah, so. Yeah, you said you weren't sure if this item exists. It does. It's called the Glove of Missile Snaring. Does this do anything else? +4 to Insight, +2 to Perception. You can use this reaction +3 times your level per short rest. Okay, so here's some feedback I'm going to give you. Very, very rarely in D&D do magic items give static bonuses like this. You can, it's fine, but I would not give a lot of them. I would just give one. Insight, I honestly think makes no sense. Because Insight is like reading a person to see if they're like lying or shit like that. I would probably give them a bonus to Perception. I think that's fine. The other thing is that items very rarely scale with you. So this thing shouldn't get back per short rest. The way this works is this item should have a number of charges. You could say this item has 6 charges. And then you have the item recharge those charges at the next day at dawn. You don't have items recharge based... Item resources do not recharge at the same level, at the same time that player resources recharge. They're different. So usually the way that it works is, player things recharge on short rests and long rests. Items recharge at specific times of day or during specific events. All right. Thank you, Shay, for sharing. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Third eye fits Insight for you. I guess that piece got sort of lost in the sauce for me because most of it was just gloves and missile snaring. But yeah, I see that. I could see that. I could see that for sure. I would make it limited, though. I wouldn't make it all the time on. Like, you could expend a charge to give yourself a bonus to an insight check. I could see that. Why does my lighting feel a little different today? I feel like it's maybe better. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Okay. Thank you, Shay. Ugly Games. I think I looked at your piece already, too. Maybe I did? I don't remember. Just looking for some thoughts on my item and spell writing if you have time. Thanks so much. Maybe I didn't. I thought I did. I did not. Okay, let's take a look at this. As always, if you send me a piece of homebrew and you don't tell me what to look at, I will look at the first thing. So we are going to be looking at the coin pouch of Green Envy. Wondrous item, uncommon. Whenever a coin pouch containing a larger number of gold enters a 10-foot radius. 10-foot radius of what? It subtly alerts the owner with a gentle but unmistakable vibration. Okay, so items are written in the second person. So I would say something like this. While the coin purse is on your person, you become aware of gold disparities, period. When a creature carrying a coin purse, holding more gold than you have, or more gold than is in this purse, enters within 10 feet of you, it alerts you of the location of that coin purse, period. Only that it is present. The owner. Okay. You are not given the location of the coin pouch. Only that it is present. Period. There are multiple triggering coin pouches. The coin pouch vibrates in a distinctive way. The coin pouch continues to silently vibrate until the triggering coin pouch is out of range. So this is a cool item. I think you just need to reword it a little bit. Write it in the second person. That'll significantly help with the language. And I think you could probably simplify it a little bit more too. I would probably say something along the lines of like, I would say while this coin purse is on your person, you gain an awareness of coin purses around you, period. When a creature enters a space within 10 feet of you for the first time or starts their turn within that space, and they have a coin purse on them that has more gold than the coin pouch of Green Envy, the coin pouch of Green Envy begins to vibrate. And then you say the next. And then you could look at spells like locate traps or look at detect poison, detect traps for the language around like not knowing the location, but like knowing other little stuff. Taking the advice you recently put out on making items simple and effects. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Mechanically, this is really solid. This is a very solid item mechanically. The thing that you need to work on is your language and your sentence structure. That's it. What this thing does, it's fine. I could see an argument for it requiring attunement, but I don't actually know if that matters. I think mechanically it's really solid. I think the main thing you want to do is you want to change it to the second person and try your best to make it as short as possible in the language of the ability, because it's not super complicated. And this is a good way to challenge yourself. Look at some other items or spells or abilities that do things similar. So detect poison, detect traps, locate creature, locate object. Any of those spells, you're going to want to look at those. The second thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to count how many words are in this. And whatever the word counting is, you're going to want to see if you can write this item and have it do exactly what it does with 2/3 of the words that it uses. You might not be able to. But that's the goal. So this thing, let's say this thing is 300 words. It's not. Let's say it's 300 words. You're going to want to see if you can write this thing in 200 words. You might not be able to, but you're going to try. And then at the end of that, and you're going to try using the information that you get from the other spells and shit that you look at. And if you are able to write it in less words, great. If you're not, that's okay. You're still going to try, and it's going to help you focus your language a little bit. But I really like it. I think it's a solid item. I feel like this is an item I would just put in my game. Like, immediately. I would just put it in my game. You could also... I could even see you potentially... No. Never mind. Ignore. I was going to say you could even make the radius bigger. I like the radius being 10 feet. Chat, do you have thoughts? I feel like it's pretty solid. It gives us just enough information to make it fun, but not so much that it's jank or broken really in any way. And also, the thing that I like about this is that it does allow you to know that somebody has more wealth than you, but it doesn't require the Dungeon Master to do that math ever. The Dungeon Master just has to decide. You know? They don't have to figure out the math. And like that might be the only thing that would be annoying is like the DM has to keep track of how much gold is specifically in that coin pouch. But I don't actually know how much they even need to do that, because they could sort of just decide. Okay, in hindsight, that might be a thing that I'm like, I don't love. But that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. It's honestly not a huge, huge thing. And the truth is, if you want to give any feature that's like, oh, you learn about a valuable thing near you, it does sort of require the Dungeon Master to have some knowledge of what's going on, you know? The more you have, the less it works. Yeah, I like that. It's a good balancing mechanic. All right, cool. Ugly games. Very nice, my guy. Very, very nice. I'm a fan. All right, friends. Ugh. Guys, friends, countrymen, it is time for us to wrap up our stream for the night. But I will be back. I will be back at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over on the D20 channel, D20 Deathmatch. Consider checking it out. Persuasive Wink, thank you for the 5. Very generous. Very generous. And listen, guys, you guys are all the best. If you're new to the channel, consider giving me a follow, a like, whatever. And just remember that, listen, you're special. You're special to me. You're special to us. And you're a lovely person. So thank you guys so much. Consider, joining the fam. If you want to join consider joining the Patreon if you want to support me. The membership if you want to support me. Zero pressure if you can't afford it, but check it out. Or just join the Patreon or just hang out. It's really nice to see you guys. I liked doing this daytime stream. I think I might try to do more daytime streams. It's nice not to be fucking exhausted at the end of stream. It's nice not to feel like my head's gonna explode. So maybe we're gonna start trying to do more daytime streams too. I'm a fan of that. Okay. I see. All of my Europeans are pleading for them. Yes, for Europe. Okay, Europe, I hear you. And I want to respect you. And I hear you. All right. So listen, guys. Have a great night. Be good to each other. And don't forget to feed your pets. Oh shit, thank you for the 10, Baba. Thank you. Very kind.
a cave, a dream that no one could save, a shelter, a whole act, a light that died with the night. You and I, we got our differences.